Hello, my name is Dan Hennon. I'm joined along tonight with Greg Fernandez Jr. and a special guest. Today is April 5th, 2018, and we'll be discussing the Crowley case from Minnesota. With a special guest, we've got someone on the line who is joining us tonight named Russell, and his background is I'm enthused about his background because we haven't heard someone with this background on this case. Russell's got a BS in counseling psychology, an MA in human sciences with a concentration in psychology, a postgraduate diploma in forensic science, and completed a 2-year internship with the Criminal Investigative Division at a sheriff's department. He is also an affiliate member of the Academy of Behavioral Profilers. Welcome, Russell.
Thank you.
And Greg, welcome to you here. I have not yet said hello to you. I jumped right in with Russell.
That's okay.
I guess
that's fine.
I'm a little excited. But what we'll do here is we've got some time to chat. This is going to be published, and then we'll push this out on the Facebook pages and whatnot for people to listen to. But Russell, how did you get? What is your? I know I mentioned your background there, but if you can go on a little bit of what your background and what has brought you to this case here.
What brought me into this area? I started out in theology, so and that only lasted a semester, and so then I switched over to marriage and family counseling. That didn't last very long either, and was thinking about gerontology and stuff like that. And then faced with borderline personality lady while I was doing inpatient work. All these things led me not to go clinical psychology. And I just discovered I don't care, put it point blank, I don't care about your mommy and daddy issues. That it wasn't for me. All I wanted to do was, put it very bluntly, hang them high through a legal process. If you want therapeutic help, and you're denied it, I'll be the first person that will advocate for you to get it, because I do believe every person, whether they're guilty or not guilty, has the right to good, competent therapy and a good, competent therapist. I just learned early on that was not for me. I could not give that to someone. So, and then also through my life, seeing how women and children were treated, I just thought that, a lot of people need a voice, and you need to speak for that voice, especially for those who can't or will not speak for themselves. So that's what prompted me to get into this area. Okay. I don't know. I work better if you ask me questions.
Oh, very good, very good. What we'd like to start off with is, and we'd rather not call this an interview, but more or less just a talk or a discussion, because someone with your caliber of background would really be beneficial for this case. We've been going around and round with this case. I created the Justice for David Crowley and Family Facebook page. Greg Fernandez here is one of the admins, and we like to start off by letting people know that we're not here to, solve the case and put someone behind bars, but we're here to mainly just trying to look for the evidence of that David really did do this. So far, we haven't seen that. It appears to be a cover-up of some sort. We're not sure who. We're not sure who to point the fingers at. We're really not even interested in pointing the fingers at anyone, but nothing we see sheds any light on the fact that David Crowley did this to his wife Kamel, and his daughter Rani. So we're looking to get some kind of background of that from your background. Have you seen have you gone through the crime scene photos and read through the police reports at all, Russell?
Yes, I have. I was given access to quite an extensive amount of paperwork that dealt with this case, and it only took me reading 3 pages before I stopped, because I was thinking there's no sense in going any further, because already I know there's something wrong.
Interesting.
So it only took me 3 pages out of all the extensive material I had, and that was even before I got to the pictures.
Really? So what document was this? Was this the police report?
It was the autopsy reports and the police reports. I don't know how you guys. To preface this, I'm not a politically correct person. So if I say anything that is whatever, please feel free to, edit or whatever. But I don't do politically correctness, so I'm not going to tiptoe around this.
That's very good. We like that. We encourage that. That's good.
And so, from the very first 3 pages, to say that the police case or the police work was inept would be a huge understatement. There are so many things that were not done right. There were the timeline is totally and completely there's something wrong with the timeline. I believe that if you had good forensic investigators, if you had good forensic entomologists, a forensic anthropologist, a good forensic pathologist, not a coroner, and not a regular medical examiner. And I think if you had people who really cared, if it had ever gone to court, it wouldn't. The way it is now, it would not go to court because it's so inconsistent. It's just unbelievable, especially with the timeline. I can't believe that they got away with as much as, and I'm not saying who they are, but that it's got away with as much as it has. And I've never ever heard of somebody calling for a medical examiner and the medical examiner shows up 5+ hours later. That's no. I'm sorry, that's just no. That's all I can say. That's no. So that was the first thing that caught my eye with that there was something really, really wrong. And when you're reading over the police reports and you're trying to imagine what each of these individual characters or participants or actors in this story are doing, it does not make sense. You have somebody from next door calling, and then you get the idea that it's the police who are taking the word of the person who's calling from next door. I've never heard of that, ever. There are things where people are saying that they looked through the window and they didn't see anything, but yet they see a dog. But yet when you look at the pictures, it's an indicator, a very clear indicator that there was never anything that ever looked out that window. So I'm looking at that, and it just from the get-go, it just didn't smell right. That's all. There was something's wrong.
Now, Russell, just if I can go back a second, I don't have a background in this, and neither does Greg, and maybe you would agree, Greg, but what would be the time for that medical examiner to show up? You stated 5 hours is
that's and then it's not only for the time that they showed up, but it's the amount of time that they actually stayed.
Okay.
That's wrong, because now I'm not saying medical examiners have to show up on every case. They will send their deputy medical examiner, or they can send their investigators out if the crime scene is not that questionable, or if the crime scene is not to such an extent as this one was evidencing. But with this type of crime scene, I think any forensic pathologist or any type of medical examiner that's worth half their weight would not take 5 hours. You go out, and the most crucial thing, time is your enemy. Okay? So from the time that this first word gets out, from the time the very first responding officer sees this type of crime scene, there's a couple things that's very, very crucial. One, you must always secure the crime scene to make sure that no one else is in jeopardy, no one else's life. The criminal, the perpetrators are not still at the scene. That's paramount. Nothing else matters. But once that's been established, then the crucial thing is a time factor. You're running against a time clock here. And the longer you allow something to sit out, the more chance that you have of the degradation of the evidence, the trace evidence, and everything else start to disappear or get corrupted, you know. So you're running on a timeline. It's very crucial you get there as fast as you can, and it's extremely crucial that everything is left in situ. And what I mean by situ is as it was when the first, as possible, when the very first responder showed up. Everything has to be in situ. Then you know then the medical examiner has to get there right away, because this is a multiple case where you have multiple decedents, and you don't know how they died at the point. And I would like to stress that emphatically. No one other than the medical examiner, and even after the medical examiner has investigated, looked at the bodies, done everything they can tell you what happened. No one. And anyone who sits there and says they walk in, and they say, oh yeah, we got a dead child here that's 5 years old, or oh, we have this, oh, this is suicide, they need to shut up, because they're part of the problem, not part of the solution. Okay? They do not have the training, they do not have the education, they do not have the experience to make such a statement. And I really would like to emphasize this, only the medical examiner, no one else, can tell you when to move the bodies, can tell the police when they can start investigating, can say anything about what may or may not have happened at that scene. And that's only after all the evidence is in, the autopsies have been done, all the tests have come back, you know, trace evidence, toxicology, histology, entomology. I mean, all those tests that maybe need done, until they all come back, because that all is added into a forensic examiner's report, and only after that report is done can the medical examiner state this is what the evidence is pointing to. So if that was done, and when I'm reading this report, all that was done way before the medical examiner even showed up. And then for them to sit there, the medical examiner apparently was called sometime around 5, somewhere between 3 and 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Please correct me if I'm wrong. I don't remember the exact time. But then he doesn't show up until 11-something at night. So, and then the thing, he leaves at 4 o'clock in the morning. I mean, I don't know about you. I've never heard of that. So if there's any questions right now before I continue, that would be great.
Yeah, go ahead, Greg. Do you have anything?
No, please keep on going.
Okay, so, and then the fact of the amount of time that was taken by the medical examiner once they did show up is a joke. It's a serious joke. With this type of crime scene, and the amount of decedents involved and all the different things that are in play, there's absolutely no way in my professional mind I can ever see any examiner coming there at the time they did and then around 4 o'clock in the morning leaving. That is unheard of. That's just unheard of. I can't say anything other than that, because I will not ever get into speculation. I will not get into conjecture. So it's in my mind, it's no. Okay.
Now, Russell, I've got a question, Michael. With 3 decedents in a case like this, how long would it take for the case or the scene to be cleared and the professional cleaners to come in?
I would dare to say at a minimum of a day. The bare minimum of a day or 24 hours. I really cannot see it that the whole scene is secured. I'm talking about the scene. The police are never in control until I wish people would stop watching TV. The police are not in control. The only time they are in control is when the first responder gets there. He secures the house, makes sure that the perpetrators are not there. No one else's life is in danger. EMTs are not needed. Paramedics, they're not needed. But once that's been established, the crime scene, the entire crime scene, is the sole authority of the medical examiner, not the police. The police have no jurisdiction. They have no say-so at all.
Can they take photos?
They can't do squat. And that's reality. The only people that can come in and take pictures is not the police. It would be the investigators from the medical examiner's office, your CSI type people. And only when the medical examiner tells them to. Okay, in doing a crime scene, this is the other thing I found that was totally done with ineptness, is that when you have a crime scene like this, unbeknownst to everyone else, the body, or bodies in this case, is the very last thing you look at. You don't approach them. Everything's done in a grid fashion. You do your investigation in a grid fashion, and in this case, you would do it in a circular grid fashion. Okay, you start from the furthest point from where the bodies are at, and you do your investigation, and you work your investigation in a circular grid that will lead to the bodies. So you start from the outside, the police, the investigators, they look for everything on the outside, and you limit. It is very crucial that, and this is something I noticed, it's very crucial that you limit the amount of access to the crime scene. And that means if you're a policeman and you don't need to be there, you're not supposed to be there. You can be sitting outside or standing outside, secure the perimeter or whatever, but you do not have no one go into that crime scene. No one. You limit the amount of people that go into that crime scene, and if you have to have someone go into the crime scene, you always have to have a person that stands outside that takes the names of everyone who goes in and goes out, and everyone who goes in, they follow a very certain pathway that's already been pre-established. You do not walk around willy-nilly. It's a predetermined pathway that each one egresses and regresses. You go in, you go out the same way, and you limit the amount of things. And this is why the time frame is ridiculous, because it takes hours. In most cases that were even more simpler than this, it could take hours before you ever get to the body. So you look outside, you go inside, and you're taking pictures, and all that kind of good stuff. You're doing that, and finally, then and during this time, the only person that is allowed to even approach the decedents before any of this is finished is the medical examiner, because they control the scene, not the police, not the CSI techs, none of those people. The medical examiner has absolute authority. They go in, and they're the only ones that can walk up to that scene. They're not followed by policemen. They're not followed unless the medical examiner requests his techs to come in and do whatever because the medical examiner has absolute authority. Whatever the medical examiner wants, then those people come in. But only when the medical examiner is done with the body will he release the crime scene to the police. That's when the police come in, and then they can start doing their fingerprinting and their picture taking, because all the pictures of the scenes should have already been taken by the crime scene techs upon the orders of the medical examiner. And I didn't see that. I saw this thing was, according to what I read, it was rushed. And that's a huge understatement. It was rushed. And so if there's any other questions, because it's not something like TV. It's not a matter you go in and all of a sudden the case is solved, and 30 minutes later the crime scene's closed and the medical examiner has the body in the autopsy room and he's doing the autopsy already. That's not reality. That's TV. It takes hours. And from the time the medical examiner was supposedly have gotten there, only 4 hours? I mean, give me a break. No.
Now, also from a law enforcement perspective, the first press releases we saw was the same night was a press release saying bodies were found in a home and it's being investigated. The next night, I think it was this, Greg, suspicious activities. Suspicious. 3 bodies are found. On the second day, it was murder, double murder, suicide, most likely killed himself, and the public is not at threat, in danger of a killer on the loose. And the very next day, it was a double murder followed by a suicide, and tests will be done, and months will be taken, months before the forensics will be done. But really, that's the case. It was all basically wrapped up in a nice bow, 48 hours after the fact. Is that normal for that?
Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Like that?
The response are the news in this person's or this professional person's way of thinking was unprofessional and should never have happened. You cannot, within that short period of time, say, oh, we have a suicide, because that's irresponsible, because there is no way in the world, none, that you can walk in to a crime scene such as this and say, oh, it's a homicide suicide. No, that's a matter of, that shows me that there's a possible or plausible indication that it's being rushed or covered up. You can't. I'm sorry, that's just the way it is. Point blank. You cannot. If you were any person had any credibility, or you were worthy or mustard or whatever, I'm sorry, you should not. The medical examiner should have spoke up right away and went to the police and said, excuse me, you cannot put that information out there.
Now, a lot of people watching this case also think that perhaps it was small town cops not familiar with this. This Apple Valley is the city of population's over 50,000. It's a good sized city. It's a good, it's fairly good size with very good, from what I've heard, good detectives, good law enforcement, and very bright people on that staff. Now, later that year, when the investigation was concluded, the detective staff won the Law Enforcement of the Year award for the Apple Valley Police Department, and 2 people handling the case were the Officers of the Year for all their work they've done on this case. Would that be something that's plausible for the efforts like this to be rewarded?
No.
Or what's your thought?
It should have never happened. Why should someone get congratulated over a job that was completely inept? Procedure that was not followed. And the fact that you may be a good, this is not Redondo Beach, this is not La Jolla, this is not the Hamptons. It shouldn't happen this way anywhere. And to say that, oh, well, maybe they're small town, because I know about Apple Valley, I've lived in Minnesota, I've worked in Minneapolis before, so, I know about Minnesota. And I know where Apple Valley is, and I can see it as clear as day in my head, and there's no excuse for this. I'm sorry. To sit there and say, well, they didn't know, or maybe they didn't do this, or maybe they didn't do that. I'm going to be very blunt and say BS. And no. When it comes to forensics, for me, it's either you know what you're doing or you don't.
Yeah,
there is no in between.
And after looking at some of this, I've made this comment before, and I've often gotten chastised for it. I said there's really only two conclusions. The law enforcement was compromised here to do something that they didn't want, or they were just inept at the entire process. That's really all that I can see coming forth from the things that I've read and the pictures that I've seen in the police reports. And I don't believe that inept, but this was horrendously done. It only leads one to conclude that someone was compromised along the way here by higher ups somewhere.
I don't know about higher up, but I will have to say that you're not alone in that opinion. I mean, a blind man could look at this case and know that it was not done according to procedure. It was not. And the fact that, and I have to touch on a very, very serious point here that I think everyone is overlooking. Like I have stated before, everyone always wants to ask why. Why? And I learned this the hard way and studying and coming up and through what my experience and the things that I was involved in. The one question everybody wants to ask is why. That's the wrong question. The why is the given. The why, it's the how. The how is what's important. The how is going to tell you. The how will bring justification to the why. It's like people say, well, how can there be all these bad people in the world, blah, 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 blah. Well, why are you asking me that when you already know the answer? The why is because sin. If you believe in that sort of thing, it's sin. So the why is already answered. Now, if you really want to get down to brass tacks, then you have to look at the how. What happened with these people's lives? What happened? What were all the different myriad of variables that had to come together to bring this act into fruition? You find that out, then you will discover the why was apparent all along. So the why is not the question to be asking. It's the how. And one of the things in this case that points to me, and this is why it's so important to study the behavioral aspects of a case, not only the crime scene itself, but to delve deep into the victim's background, to study in every little nth degree of the person, leave no privacy at all. I mean, study everything, strip them bare to the bones about who they were, what they believed, where they went, why they went. I mean, what they ate, why did they eat it, when and where. I mean, this is what you have to do. You do a behavioral analysis, behavioral assessment of the victims. And if you can figure out the how, the why becomes very self-apparent. And with this case, if you're studying this case, and automatically, if you don't know any better, and you go along with the murder-suicide, which I think is the biggest joke in the world, the one thing that points to it not being that is you have to study from what I've seen, and according, not my opinion, but from the evidence, and if you study the people's background, it was staged. That's the only thing, the evidence, not my opinion, I want to stress that, but the evidence points to it being staged. And what I mean by that is I'm a person that I like to study about people's religious beliefs. I don't believe in half of it, but I really believe that if you can, since I love behavior, that's what I'm trained in. You must never throw away or discount anything. Just because someone believes something you don't doesn't mean you're right, they're wrong, blah, 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 blah. You have to take it all in. You have to be you have to be dispassionate about everything. And so studying this, I have been to the Middle East, and I spent some time in the Middle East, extensive time in the Middle East, and I know about Islam, I know about the Quran, I collect Bibles, and I collect holy books, what people consider holy books. And if you know anything about Islam, anything at all, you will know that this crime scene was staged. First of all, and I'm not talking about militant Islam. No, I'm talking about any moderate Muslim. Any moderate Muslim. If they ever found out, if this ever became public, the person or persons who did whatever they did would be on a death list. And that's reality. That's not trying to scare someone. That's because you heard of the incident in Europe where someone made a caricature of Muhammad. And look at the outrage that happened after that, as a result of that. Now come and take that and place that same, the how, not the why, but the how. You place that into the arena of this case. And there is only one question, there's only one outcome you can come to. It was staged. First of all, no one's going to take an infidel's blood and write Allah Akbar on the wall. No one. It's a criminal offense. I mean, I want to cry because the act of this is so heinous. And I want to emphasize, I do not believe in Islam. It's not my thing, but I have to respect their belief, and I cannot discount it in anything. So first of all, no one will do that. The other thing is, no one, I really got to emphasize this, would never rip pages out of a Quran and throw them around the bodies of infidels. That, I'm sorry, that's a criminal, that's a death offense. That is a death offense. So that's not going to happen. And the worst, the most heinous thing that whoever this person or persons did was to take an infidel's dead hand or arm and lay it on top of a Quran. That is worse than the caricature that someone drew of Muhammad. And look at the response that created. You have somebody take the dead hand of an infidel and lay it on top. First, you put the Quran on the ground, which is, oh my, you have, the average public have no idea how heinous this really is. And then you put the Quran on the ground, and then you lay his hand on top of it. No, I want to sit here and cry right now. And I don't believe in Islam. I have a Quran. I have a very nice Quran, inlaid in gold. I treat it just as well as any other religious book. But that is because out of respect. You never do that. And the moment you saw that, you don't need to look any further. If you know the how, you do not need to go any further in this investigation to know it was staged. And if you, like I say, if you know anything about Islamic faith, if you know anything about the Quran, the average person has no clue how important that book is. And no proper, in their mind, Islamic person would ever do that. And to defile that book with an infidel's dead hand is unconscionable. And that's all I got to say about that. It's just, it's heinous.
Yeah, I agree, Russell. That was held privately for, I think, 2 months before, I think it was March of 2015, before law enforcement even exposed that information to the families. And so that, and then it became public in January of 2016. And that was when that issue, when I call all that stuff the Muslim-related stuff that happened in the house of staging, for me personally, once I saw that, when that came to light, all my thoughts of it being staged went through the roof, because I knew for sure it was a poorly staged scene. It was a slam dunk once I saw that. I think the killers had a much better chance letting all that go, and it would have been more believable. But once they introduced all of these things, it was then to the point of overstaging the scene. And this was just a horrible, this was done by imbeciles. I mean, this was
those imbeciles, whether they know it or not, if the Muslim community ever found out who they were, I don't think their lives would be worth anything. Because that right there should tell you something very, very, very bad is wrong with this case.
Yep,
and with Muslims, when they make a statement, they don't take an infidel's blood and write it on the wall. This is Hollywood. You will look at this crime scene and it reeks of Hollywood. It's not done, ever. Not even once in any realm.
Now, on the documentary that came out, done by Eric Nelson, one of the final questions by the father of David Crowley, Dan Sr., says, you know, all we're left with is the why. I went through and read everything on the the hard drives and the journals, and I just can't come up with the why. And even Eric Nelson, while filming the documentary, says hopefully this will give people the answer to, potentially the why, because that's the one thing we're left with. Is that part of the distraction here, to get people looking at the why, do you think?
I want to re-stress, as long as you keep your attention on the why, you'll never move forward in this case.
Okay.
As long as we keep our attention on the why, you're not going to go nowhere. The why is already given. If you want to find a possible resolution to this, if there is one, if you just want to bring some solace to the victims of the families that are still living, then you have to look at the how, because the answer to this is in the how. The answer to this, you look at the crime scene photos, you look at the reports, the how is there. There is your answer. It is telling you everything you want to know. But the reason that is possibly that we're not getting nowhere is because everyone wants to go with the traditional notion of the why. And that is to fulfill some psychological need. You have people who are suffering great loss, and that's all they can see. And then other people want to do everything in their power to try to alleviate that. Well, I think we do a huge injustice to those people who are left behind by doing that. We look at the how. The people's signature. A signature is something that a criminal leaves behind that's very indicative of them and only them. Now, their signature could be something they left behind. It could be a forged note. It could be carvings on the body, the writing on the wall, whatever. Everything you need to know about who did this, not the why, but who, the how, is there. Everything. It's staring at us in the face. And the average person will never, ever, ever be able to outdo. They can't outdo this. They will sign their name to it. They will. There is no ands, ifs, or buts. They will.
Now, Russell, I know the current terminology, I think it's called a forensic behaviorist, but in the past, was that known as a person who put together like an FBI profile, a profile of the killers? Is that the same?
At the very beginning, we're talking in the early 1970s, it was known as profiling. But since then, that has been relegated to the land of TV. Okay, it is now called behavioral analysis.
Okay.
And behavioral analysis is more accurate, it's a better descriptor, because behavioral analysis shows not only are you profiling the individual, but you're also studying the behavioral aspect of an environment within a crime scene. So that, and when they figured this one out, they also figured out that if by studying a crime scene, if by studying the families, by their movements, by what their likes were, by what they did, where they went, why they went, what was the religious beliefs, why they held those beliefs, who contacted them, who wrote them, who did they write, all these things. By doing this type of analysis, they found that they could come more and more closer to the perpetrator, because the perpetrator is there. He's there. I mean, his signature is there. I mean, everything that you want to know about the perpetrator is there.
So what do you see there?
And so that's why it's called what? Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't hear you. What?
Oh, just saying. So if it's all there, what do you see? Do you see anything there that might help us kind of figure out who the perpetrator was?
Okay. What my suggestion would be is stop looking for the why. Okay. Stop looking for the why. Look at every aspect of this case. Pay attention to the people themselves, the victims. If you study the victims, you study their you study their habits, you study what their mail was, you study what they thought, what they believed, how well their relationships were with their family, their finances. I mean, everything. You study that, and you can get to intimately know the victims. You will see, there's a good chance that you will see the perpetrator. Because the perpetrator, no matter how good they are, they cannot hide that.
Now, Russell,
one thing is clear to me is this case, it seems to be made to look like something it's not. And that throws people off.
Correct. That's done in the form of a redirection to get people chasing their own tails, looking at other things. Now, in a case like this where there's an open investigation, for instance, on a case where they are actually law enforcement's looking for the killer. They're looking to try to find the bad guy. They'll bring in a person with, like, for instance, your background, and you'll put together an analysis of what type of person would be the perpetrator. Now, a case like this is closed. There's no need for someone like you. Would, for instance, the families contact a person with your background to say, we'd like to hire you to put together a profile of what we think, of what you think, who really did this, because we don't believe the official narrative? Do you ever get, is that common in your industry?
Yes. If I have to stress this, okay? And I don't mean to step on no one's toes, but yes, I am going to step on someone's toes, okay? If the law enforcement is truly interested in coming to understand, I'm not mentioning the truth because we're not here to find the truth. If the first of all, if the law enforcement agency and the medical examiner's office truly want to understand how to interpret the evidence in a very correct light, then yes, that would be a good thing to do. The one thing I don't believe is I don't believe in pseudoscience. I don't believe in calling in your crystal ball people. Okay, that's a joke. Pseudoscience has no place in a forensic environment. And so, but if you do have someone, and if you do, and it is not something that is uncommon, and if you do, you have to make sure that the person you have, one, has a training in the area by which you want investigated. It would be like if I was investigating some skeletons, and let's say I found a skeletonized remains, and I want them investigated, I would not bring in an anthropologist. No, I don't care if they had a doctorate degree. I would not. Now, I would bring a forensic anthropologist in. So you have to pick the right people who are going to investigate what you want, and they have to be trained in that area you want them to investigate. Because you've got a lot of good people out there. I believe there's enough evidence present already to warrant doubt. That I believe.
What would it take to get a case like this reopened, if at all possible, Russell?
Okay, this is where you're going to have a hard time. Okay, if there's no interest to begin with, the likelihood of it ever coming to fruition is very little, very slim. You have someone, either the medical examiner's office, the police, whoever, they're going to have to take an interest. If they have no interest, it's not, more than likely, it probably will not happen.
Now, how about the families, David and Kamel's parents? If they were to try to get this reopened, they are, by the way, if you're familiar with it or not, have both families have bought into the official narrative. So I don't see those stepping up to, push for a reinvestigation. But could they explore the option with a person like with your background to at least get some information, or could they get any further evidence if the case is already closed like this?
If they so chose. They're the ones that are going to have to choose. No matter what you do, there has to be interest. Whether it's from familial, whether it's from law enforcement, whether it's from the medical examiner's office, whether it's from the DA's office, whether it's from anybody, whether it's the Joe Blow that stands on the street and he's a transient. You have to have interest. If that interest does not exist, then it's more than likely not going to happen. But if the interest did exist, law enforcement cannot tell the family, they cannot hire someone who is a professional, who's trained in this area, who's in there both academically and has a legal purview. They can't. They can't. That's all there's to it. And if the case has already been adjudicated, then it becomes even harder. And if the law enforcement or the medical examiner puts in a lot of pressure for you to stop or for the family to stop, then someone needs to take a step back and ask, this is the only one time you need to ask why, is why are they doing that? Correct. Because it would be an indication that they did not want to come to find out what the real evidence is stating.
Now we've got a large group on our Facebook group called Justice for David Crowley and Family and it's nearly 2,000 members in this group. Even though we have no connection to the case, the members of the group, and we're not even family, could we gather up and do a fundraising campaign and hire a person like you to get a profile or an analysis of who more than likely was behind this?
If you ask the family, can we do this for you? Because in the end, when everything's said and done, if the family didn't want it, then law enforcement's going to say, I'm sorry, whatever you come up with, it don't mean nothing. That is the sad reality of the situation. You can sit there and spend all your time doing all the research, doing all the work, and if the family does not agree, they do not want to go forward, then any DA, any medical examiner, any law enforcement is going to go along with that because they're not going to put their necks out there.
But does that mean if they try to stand in our way, or does that mean that we would only have to go through the family?
If the family says no, then there's nothing you can do. You can go and do all the investigative stuff you want. Now, if you find criminal negligence, if you find evidence of criminal negligence, then you are responsible to, and you are liable for that evidence, and you hand that evidence in. Now, you cannot act on that evidence. You can get yourself into a lot of trouble. But if you find evidence that something really wasn't quite right and is backed up not by hearsay, not by the truth, but by evidence, then, and if the family doesn't want to listen, if the law enforcement doesn't want to listen, then you hand it in to the state's attorney or the attorney. If he doesn't want to listen, the only thing you can do is bring the evidence and you put it into the purview of the public.
Okay, now have you ever dealt with any case like that where this happened or where this type of thing was actually brought up?
No.
Have you ever heard of anything like that?
Yes. But this will happen. This is where you really, really have to pay attention. You have to dot all your I's. You got to cross all your T's. And if you have any armchair lawyers or space cowboys in your group or whatever, you want to leave them out. Because it will go nowhere. Because what they're looking at, and I have discussed this with other people, whenever you're dealing with a case, the evidence can never be attacked, not directly. The evidence is what it is. It's not biased. It doesn't believe in the truth. It has no self-serving agenda. It's not for one person or another. It is what it is. And that's what scares people about the evidence. So what they will do, instead of attacking the evidence, they will attack the credibility of the person giving that evidence or the science by which this person found that evidence. That's what they will do. So in this, it's great that a lot, and I don't want to shy away from anybody healthy, but when it comes down to the actual real thing and giving this real evidence, giving what you find to the proper authorities, you want to make sure that the person, the man, the woman, or whoever, they're top shelf. Because if you do anything else, they're not going to attack your evidence. They're going to attack the credibility of the person who is giving that evidence. And if the person whose credibility can be attacked, or the science by which that evidence was acquired is attacked, regardless of the evidence is true, whether it's right, whether it's whatever, it will be thrown out. It will be discarded.
Is there anything that the cops did wrong that might help us get them to reopen this case, like the bullet hole that they didn't find for 1 month?
I think the only way that maybe you can do that, because it will not be, and I hate to sound liberal when it comes to this, but it will not be in the best interest of your group to start alienating the police. But you do not step on around eggshells at the same time. So what you do is you get somebody in higher authority to get them to do what they should have normally done to begin with. So you take that information, you take your evidence, you cross all your T's, you dot all your I's, and you give it to a state's attorney.
State's attorney, okay.
And I'm telling you, a state's attorney, and if he finds any credibility in the evidence that you, and remember, not the truth and not your opinion, but the evidence in which you come up with, if he finds any credibility, he or she is the person that has the power to tell the police, guess what you're going to do, whether you like it or not.
You're going to reopen the case.
Yeah, and he or she has the power to do that. And there is no law enforcement agency in the state of Minnesota that's going to tell the state's attorney general no.
So we need a smoking gun.
Yes. And once there's enough circumstantial evidence. Now please hear that correctly. There is enough circumstantial evidence to warrant doubt. That's clear. But a state's attorney general is going to need more than that. But if you can get that, whatever you want to call it, smoking gun thing, he or she has the power, the ultimate power, to sit there and demand the police to reopen it.
So
the police
if
will
the
not say no.
Okay. So if the cops can't match the bullet that they say David killed himself with, the bullet that they didn't find for 1 month, would something like that warrant? Would that fall into this?
If you put that together with the fact of where the body positions were laid, the fact that and you put a lot, see, there's a lot of circumstantial evidence. And I think that if you put all that circumstantial evidence together, I think you have enough. Because there's the part where he's laying with his hands flown out. You can sit there and explain that all you want until the cows come home. But that does not, you can get a ballistic expert, that does not explain the position of the gun. I don't care what baloney anyone tells you about, oh, guns can do this or guns can do that after the trigger's pulled. I'm sorry, there's some things that are clean, cut, and dry, and projectiles, guns will only do a certain thing in a certain way if it's done in a certain way. You know, you cannot make them magically dance around a room. Okay? And then the fact that when the guy's laying on the ground and the wife's sweater is over his feet, please pay attention to what it is you're looking at. there are some things that cannot happen if everything happens the way the report says. It can't. It has to be done another way. And if you can show that that was being ignored, that even the possibility, you never want to use definitives. That's one of the advices I will give you. You never use definitives. No, you're setting yourself up for a heartache. But if you can show with inconsistency after inconsistency after inconsistency after inconsistency, which I do believe, I think there's enough circumstantial evidence of that. And if it's put out there in the public purview, then, if the state's attorney general doesn't want to deal with it, because you never know what someone's interest is in something, you can put this out there. And even the only person more stronger than the state's attorney general is the public. They are more stronger than any state's attorney general will ever be. And we know this as Americans as fact, because a president, any president who's at the top of the list, at the top of his game, can be brought down by the public. And so, it's a very, very powerful thing.
So I'm looking at the Attorney General there, Lori Swanson. So is that the person?
I don't know who the state's Attorney General is from Minnesota.
Yeah, her name is Lori Swanson. But so it sounds like that's...
If you bring it to her, you must know that you have got to have your best people, your top shelf people on it. You gotta check your information over and over and over again. Make sure everything's concise. Make sure everything is consistent. And you give that to them, because just pretend that you're giving some type of proposal or something to the President of the United States. You're not going to wing it. And if things are so clear that there is no way that you can ignore it, that's what you want.
Okay. And the only thing at that point that would stand in our way, let's say we get everything set up, right? The only thing that would stand in our way would be the family wall. Some say, sound like it would just take one side of the family to say, yeah, we don't want you to investigate in this.
The state attorney general has the power, because they have the responsibility to mete out justice according to the law. And if they find something that where the law has short-stepped on, where the law did not give justice to society or something like that, then what the family feels will be irrelevant and inconsequential, because they are, by their office, they are mandated.
So, Greg, it's irrelevant about the families if you go to the state attorney level.
Okay.
I didn't
hear
you.
Got it.
I just wanted to confirm, Russell, that it's even if the families do not agree, you can still take it to the state attorney and move it forward there and have them review
if the evidence is of such a nature that the state's attorney general warrants that crime, that the investigation be reopened, because there has been examples where, generally speaking, because of religious beliefs, because of social beliefs, because of taboos or whatever it is, there have been cases where decedents have not been autopsied, where they are where they're not cremated and all this stuff. But if the information shows that there was some kind of criminal intent or something like that, then that a crime actually that was committed, that somehow someone short-stepped and justice was not served, then what the individual family may believe or may think doesn't hold water. They can go over the family's head, they can cremate, they can do autopsies, they can do whatever. And in those cases, the family has nothing to say. So
how quickly can they cremate?
Oh, you can if especially if you have money, you can have someone cremated if you have money or if you are in the know. Within 24 hours of the body actually being sent to the coroner. It's quite fast. But you have to do it fast enough where you sidestep everything. Because before it is decided that a real crime had occurred, yes, the family can demand the body be cremated. But once it's been determined that a criminal act, that a crime did commit, and a felony was committed, and that felony led to the deaths of the decedents, then they can sit there and request all they want, and it's not going to happen. But now if you have an unscrupulous person, they can go ahead and sidestep that before anyone else can stop them and have the body cremated. So it's not a hard thing to do.
Well, now could they do that for all three bodies? Because
yes.
Only 2 of those 3 bodies were actually cremated. So is there a way that they could say, hey, I just want to make sure these 2 bodies are cremated?
It seems odd. I mean, if you are a forensic pathologist or you're just a regular medical examiner of any weight, that would seem, I would question that. Now, whether or not you can go against that legally, that's a different story. Because they cannot decide arbitrarily or unilaterally, well, I don't like the way you asked that, or I don't like your request, so I'm not going to let you do that. No, they can't do that. Even though they may think this is odd. This is why it's so important, and I like to stress that, it's so important to make sure everything's done right the first time. Because in forensics, there is no do-overs. You cannot go back and have a second chance. Now you can go and you cannot recreate the evidence. You cannot put everything back the way it was. That's just not the way it happens. But what you can do is you can work with the evidence, and you can work with how that was collected. You can work with the ineptability of however it was studied or investigated and stuff like that. So you're going on the legal aspect, but there is no do-overs in forensics. That's why it's extremely important everything be done painfully the way it should be done.
Russell, by going through the crime scene photos, were there any that jumped out at you in particular that you can remember that helped with your decision and your view of the case that others may want to be interested in by looking at here?
Yes, I would say the biggest things that is the Islamic stuff. I would have to say that and the picture of the bay window, and take a look at that picture, and you will see I think it was the medical examiner's van or the CSI van or whoever it was out front, and take a look at that picture and just imagine that picture in a dog being seen at that front window. Imagine how that would be. And after you imagine it, then go back and look at the picture. What you imagine, what should have been, isn't what you're seeing. So either someone's outright lying, or they're lying by what is that called? By you know, when you I'm at a loss right here, but you know, you lie by not telling.
Lying by omission.
Yes, you're lying by omission. Because if you read the account that is written in the police report and then take a look at that window, the two things could not have happened. Only one of those things could have happened. Both of them could not. So it's either the scene is wrong or the report is wrong. So there's that. There is the photograph of the man laying there with or the report of the man laying there with the wife's sweater over his feet. What should have happened, what happened, and what was written to happen are completely different, and that should not be. That should not be. Then I would question the veracity of whether or not the door was actually opened. You're
talking about the back door?
Yes.
Or the front door?
I would question the veracity of whether that door was actually opened or not.
When it was open or not during the killings, or?
Yeah. It just doesn't matter whether it was open or not. Doesn't matter who did or did not open. It's whether or not the door was open. Because how the dog is acting, how everything is supposed to react, and how the report is stating, and how someone's saying the dog looked, and then how someone's saying the dog didn't look, and then the fact that the door was open, so there's always a chance for the dog to get out. See, something's not right. It's either the crime scene is wrong or the report is wrong. And God forbid both of them be wrong.
Well, I mean, we do have photos of the back door open and closed, so that was another thing of why the police took photos of the rear slider both open and closed. But they did that with other doors, where they would show they take pictures of doors being open and doors being closed.
No.
They've done that with the 3 toilet seats. They have photos of the toilet seats open and the toilet seats closed.
And see, this is the problem that you run into. And here's the problem. You go in while everything's still in situ, and you take pictures once, and only once, of everything. You take pictures. You do not worry about the amount of pictures. You over-picture everything. And that should be it. Those are the pictures that should be turned in as evidence. You don't go back and take pictures again. I try to stress that to my students. And this is something people really got to get into their mind. There are no do-overs in forensics. There is no second chance. Everything's done right the first time. And it's those pictures and only those pictures that should be submitted as evidence. Now, if they're taking pictures of a toilet seat up, and then somebody goes back and takes a picture of a toilet seat down, there's something not right there. Because was the toilet seat up or was it down? It doesn't matter if it was up or was down. It's got to be either or. It can't be both.
But is there any reason for them to take those photos? Just to show what it looks like open and shut?
No. Because unfortunately, this is the other problem with TV. TV just does such a bad thing for this. Everything in situ, the very first time. Pictures are taken of everything. Now, the only time that I could see them closing the toilet seat and taking a picture of it open and then closing it to take a picture is if they found trace evidence or they found bodily fluid, they found blood, they found something that was on the back of the toilet seat. Then, during the first time, there should not be a huge time disparity between the pictures. Okay? And so then they would take the picture of the seat closed, because you have to close it because you have to get the pictures in situ. I mean, that's all there's to it. And and those pictures are taken before the techs come in and do their work. Once techs get there, there is no going in there and taking pictures again. There is no do-overs. Now, if someone did that and there's a disparity in the timeline between the picture was taken and the other picture was taken, and it's both being entered as official evidence, I would question that. I would have to ask, I can't accuse, but I would have to ask, what was the justification and why the time disparity? That's why I said in my open statements, it's very crucial, because the time, once that timeline starts, from the moment that police, that very first responder sees that there could have been a crime committed, you are on the clock. And time becomes a very valuable commodity. There is no do-overs.
Well, I want to thank you, Russell, for your time tonight, because I think this has been a very enlightening discussion. Greg, do you have any other further questions or anything else you can think of, Russell?
No.
Yeah, I don't have anything further. If you do, Greg, and if not, I think we can wrap it up. But this is very well done. I appreciate your time speaking with us tonight. I know it sounds corny, but this is why I live. I'm very passionate about what I do. I don't love it and I don't like it. That to me is tantamount to a hobby, and hobbies have no place in forensics. I'm passionate about this. So. Very good. Very good. Well, once again, appreciate your time. And can't thank you enough. That's really appreciated. It's awesome. All right, Greg, I think we can wrap up. You can shut off the recording, and what we'll do is publish this, and people can listen to it at their leisure here in the future. But thanks again for your time. We really appreciate your time, Russell.
Anytime, because this is what I live for.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Welcome, everyone. This is the broadcast for the David Crowley case, or the Justice for David Crowley and Family Facebook group. What we've got here tonight is Greg Fernandez Jr. on the line, Catherine Michelle on the line, and myself, Dan Hennon, here. And what we've got is this opened up here for this broadcast on a public forum here to be able to talk and chat and ask questions and have a discussion here, and as we get going, more people will join. Greg's going to be heading that up as far as monitoring the folks joining. But we'd like to start off the conversation tonight with a couple that knew actually David Crowley, his brother Dan, and they've just been following this case. It sounds like here for the last couple of weeks. They're from the neighboring city of Eagan. I'd like to get your guys' thoughts on how you stumbled upon the case, and what are your thoughts when you heard about the aftermath, and when did you know the family?
Yes, this is Jamie. Yeah, we knew the family back in the 90s. We went to the church with them. Grew up with our sons grew up together. We did some baseball together. Went to a few baseball games.
They moved to Owatonna.
And then they moved to Owatonna, and we lost track of them after they moved.
No, we got together a few times.
Yeah, we got together a few times, but yeah, the closeness kind of went away after they moved away. But we did stay in touch with them here and there. And then it was just 2 weeks ago that my son actually stumbled upon a video that showed at the end a trailer of the David's production, the Gray State, yeah. And then he sent it to us and said, "Is this the Crowleys that we knew?" And we watched it, and it was like, "Oh my God, it is." Yeah. So so from there, I was at work. My wife actually had spring break, so she just divulged into all this information that we just never knew about, and it floors us. I mean, it's just total by surprise.
We always thought we'd get together again in the future.
Yeah.
Now we know that Kate is gone.
Yeah.
And David.
Well, sorry you had to find out that way. It must have been a shock. We're very glad to have you on, because a lot of this really helps to fill in the blanks when we get people that have either been neighbors, family members, relatives, or what have you. Like you said, going to church and being on the baseball teams with and whatnot. It really helps because it helps fill in the blanks, not for what has happened per se, because we don't really know, but it can fill in the background as far as the family. And like you said, you had went to church and knew them in the 90s before this case, before they moved to Owatonna. Now, there's a lot of listeners, a lot of people following the case that aren't familiar with really the state of Minnesota. I am from Chaska myself, and this is Dan. I grew up and I lived when I had married and had two children, and was living in Apple Valley at the time. And so I was aware of the area because I had lived literally 4 blocks away from the Crowley residence. Not while they were there. I had since moved away, lived in Chaska, which is about a 30-minute drive. But a lot of the other familiar names or the topics of towns here comes into play is Owatonna, and that's where the family moved to. And that's, would you say, Jamie, is that about a 45-minute drive from the Apple Valley home, roughly?
From Apple Valley.
From Apple Valley.
Our house would be an hour.
Yeah, it was about 45 minutes from Apple Valley. Yeah, they moved basically right straight across from Cabela's off of 35.
Okay, so that's about a 45-minute drive. And the family themselves, I think the wife, Kate, was from White Bear Lake. Is that where the family was first when they were growing up? Before they moved to Owatonna, they were more in the Twin Cities here, the White Bear Lake area, I believe.
Yes, correct.
Okay, that's right. She graduated high school from there, and that's probably where you two knew the family, probably in some surroundings in that location as well.
Yeah, we were across the lake, actually, Matamidi.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yep.
Okay. Well, very interesting. And so what we could do, Greg, and I know Catherine too, for those of us who's followed this a while, myself, it's been over 4 years now. Greg, about 4 years. Catherine, I think 2 years maybe?
Yeah, about a year and a half.
A year and a half. And now Jamie and I'm assuming your wife is there, just jumped on this case 2 weeks ago, so it must be a shock. One of one of the things we found in the investigation going back is a lot of people wanted to know what caused the move to Owatonna and what came about, and maybe you can even shed some light on this. It was a church incident in high school that happened that with the fallout from that, from a youth camp or something in White Bear Lake, they ended up moving down south to Owatonna, which is a 45-minute drive away because of the alleged allegations that took place on a church camping trip with David's older brother, Danny Jr. And so we have not been able to get any confirmation except a cousin that came forward to say that's really what spurred this whole thing on, causing the family to move. It was my impression, I never knew them, Jamie and, I'm sorry, what's your wife, Jamie's wife?
Carla.
Carla, I didn't know the families myself. I just jumped onto this case afterwards. I wasn't even a fan of the programmer or anything. So we had a cousin that came forward and mentioned this, and they said really it caused a lot of turmoil there in the church. They had to leave, move to Owatonna, and then kind of restart there. And that was under her impression, which also caused I wouldn't say the marriage to fall apart, but really got it's not estranged. What's the word I'm looking for? It got to be tougher, and then they ended up getting divorced, Dan Sr. and Kate, after I think David Crowley graduated high school. I think they waited till he was 18 or something, and then they officially got divorced. And then Kate was actually living still in Owatonna, and that's where Dan Sr. lives to this day. So a lot of connections to Owatonna, but it was around that time in high school that they moved. Were you guys aware of anything that went on there at the church that caused this turbulence to come about?
Actually, absolutely not. We did not. The time frame of that whole thing doesn't match with the age of the kids when we were with them. Dan was working in Owatonna, and the travel from White Bear to Owatonna was just getting more and more. It just with more and more of, I guess, the population, it got longer and longer for travel time. And to the best of our knowledge of it, that really was the reason that we understood that they moved to Owatonna, which at the time was totally understandable because he worked, actually the glass company he worked in was in Faribault, and they moved to just off the highway in Owatonna, which basically gave him a 10-15 minute drive. And yeah, we had no idea whatsoever about the case in with the church and the allegations that were against Danny at camp. We heard about that just through the videos.
Are you sure that didn't happen in Owatonna?
Yeah.
Because he would have been too very young.
He was really
when they moved.
Yeah, they were really young when they were younger when they actually moved to Owatonna. So the timeline there doesn't.
Well, what year they moved to Owatonna? We cannot remember that year. If you have that, because their son's the same age as our son, so.
Okay, I can look that up. I've got the timeline, but this certainly does help because, like I said, we've got someone that came forward and then who later recanted. And some of the story that this person said made sense, and some of it didn't. But we did draw a lot of criticism from that because, we didn't know what to take from it. So this does really help.
It does not add up.
Yeah, the time frame doesn't add up at all as far as the age of the kids when they moved to Owatonna, and it would have been before. I'm guessing it would have been around before 2000, maybe 1999, 2000 years.
You graduated in 2002 from high school.
Right, and they were already in Owatonna. Yeah.
Okay. Well, all this is very, very helpful. I appreciate coming forward with this information. And then while I looked that up, what else did you know with the family? What are your thoughts on the younger sister Allison and Dan Sr. and Dan Jr. and Kate? And what were your thoughts when you found out that Kate had died?
Oh, I was devastated because, like I said, I thought we would get together in the future and catch up on things. So it's just heartbreaking. It's just
it's a lot to take in, and a lot to as a sponge to try to soak this information in because it's so much. And then when you start going through the articles that Greg has written and the videos that the three of us have done, and then the newspaper articles and the mainstream media that has covered this as well, it gets you pointed in a lot of different directions. So did you find yourself it's kind of hard to stay focused on where to really lead down rabbit hole?
Right. I feel like I'm everywhere. Maybe it was too soon to connect with you guys, but it's like, wow.
I'm glad you did. I'm very glad you did. This is good. Like I said, I'll pull up that timeline. And then I think the daughter, Allison, is now living in, I think she's in Baltimore, I think, and has recently gotten married. Her partner's name is, I think, Suzanne. So she's married. Mm-hmm. Dan Jr. is still here in the Twin Cities, and Dan Sr. is still in Owatonna.
Yeah, and mostly for us, I mean, Allison was still a young child. I mean,
they all were.
Yeah, they were all. Yeah,
we have 4 kids.
Yeah, we've got 4.
3, and they all hung out when we got together.
Yeah. So as far as when the kids themselves, yeah, they were still young when we ran into them and did stuff with them. And then the last time we did something was, I believe, 2006 with Andy's baseball. 2002. With Andy's baseball.
It was before graduation.
Yeah. So yeah, the kids were really, as far as we remember them, yeah, they were young. So as far as what Allison going off, we did not know about that. And Danny, what he does currently, we do not know. And
they were all home and not graduated from high school yet.
Yeah, so they were still all home. So yeah, it's been a while.
Okay, interesting. And what are your thoughts then of the official narrative as portrayed by law enforcement or the official narrative? I don't want to swing in any direction or not, but what are your first thoughts when you heard the conclusion of the official report?
No way, not possible.
Oh, really? Okay, so it did come off as very suspicious as far as how even relates to you guys who knew them in the past. It just didn't add up. Okay.
Yeah, not at all.
No, not the family we knew.
Yeah.
And I've just looked through so much now, though, but just even the photos and everything just doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense.
Yeah, well, there was certainly a lot of theories and conjecture, and we started that right off the bat. We faced a lot of that with folks saying that the CIA was involved, a hit team was involved, it was a professional hit, then some said that David actually did it. And what we've narrowed down, I think, with Greg and Catherine on the phone, like I said, we're not here to sell anyone on a theory, but the evidence has pointed us in the direction that, number one, David Crowley himself did not do this, and that's just based on evidence. And the question is, it does appear that 1 to 2 or more individuals were in the home and killed the family. Who is that? We don't know. It doesn't seem like a professional style hit, and that's why we've got this page set up and a group to be able to discuss some of this, so we don't come off as conspiracy theorists, so to say. And we're trying to focus just on the facts and the evidence only and the forensics of it, and that tells us that he didn't do this. The question is, who did? We also don't know that, and I think what I try to lead the group, and I think Catherine and Greg are very good with this as also, is the fact that we would like to get the case either reopened or classify David's death as a homicide instead of a suicide, or have cause of death at least be unknown, considered as an unknown officially in the police logs. Now, they refuse to reopen this case, but we think there's just enough evidence there to simply reopen it because the facts of the case don't line up with what actually happened. And we're not here to come in with different theories and scenarios of what did happen, but we can tell by the evidence obviously what did not happen. And it's safe to say that David Crowley did not kill his wife and child and himself because physically he couldn't have with the evidence that we've seen. So that's where we're at right now here 4 years later. Any thoughts on that aspect, Greg?
Just one question, because I've always been curious about their Christianity, and so they did go to church. Is that correct? And What type of church do they go to? Do you know?
Well,
At the time, it was Twin Cities Bible Church.
non-denominational.
Yeah, non-denominational church. It was Twin Cities Bible Church, which we were focused on living our lives according to biblical truths. And as far as the upbringing of our children, the same way, a Christian-based raising of kids. And we did a lot of the things with the church group. And as far as the church outings and stuff, we were all part of it. So yeah, as far as we knew them, and the kids, they were raised as the kind of a non-denominational, Christ-centered, Bible-believing family.
We had no idea about any charges at a church.
At a church, yeah.
Either they chose not to tell us or it didn't happen. And the way things looked, I would say it didn't happen.
Do you know if there's any way to help us get some evidence to say that it didn't happen? Maybe a pastor there or somebody there who can really help us just kind of kill that whole theory so we can just focus on... Go ahead.
Yeah, we got to figure out that timeline because to me it sounded like it happened in Owatonna, and we weren't a part of that church.
Oh, okay.
We're too young for anything like that to happen here.
Well, yeah. When we were there at TCBC, the kids were too young to be a part of him being Danny being a counselor there. So that's what we're thinking. It probably was a time after that, and we don't even know if it was this church.
And they never shared it.
Yeah, they did not share that with us at all.
My understanding, and that's a good point, Greg, because we do on each of these topics, we would like to either confirm or deny the allegations, just to at least move forward that it didn't happen, or if it did, move forward in that direction. Because a lot of the time spent on this page with the discussions and people commenting back and forth is spent on all this speculation. So, like you said, anything would help, either confirming or denying it. What was my impression here? It looks like they moved in. I don't have the move date. 2004 is when David graduated high school.
Okay, yeah,
and then Kate and Dan Sr. was divorced in 2005, and at this time they were already in Owatonna, living there. Now the article, and that may be rather than spend time tonight on that, it might be something that I could forward you, that actual allegation on that email that I've received from that, because she gives the times and dates, and it was not in Owatonna. It was in the previous location at the previous church, and Dan Jr. was not a counselor per se. He was in the youth group, but he was one of the group leaders as a teen or a preteen. I think he was 14 or 15 years old, and he had some camp kids beneath him, is how she mentioned it to him, that were maybe 8, 9, 10, or 11 of that age. So he wasn't a leader or he was just not a camp counselor, but he was a teen at the time when that happened. And she said no charges were brought, and the church hushed it because they ended up, I think the children, there was 2 defendants, I think, that were the victims, and they all agreed, the families, just to cover it up because the Crowley family was going to move and just leave it alone. So there wouldn't be anything official, and even if they did talk to the pastor, nothing was confirmed, nothing was official about that, because he or she, whoever that pastor was, I'm sure was not going to talk about it anyway, even if it did or didn't happen. But it was about, those are the time frames of the ages, if that makes sense. But what I'll do is after the show here, I'll send you that article, and you can vet it to see for authenticity, because if we can rule it out, then we can rule it out. And so the other question is, they were from a Baptist church. That's good. That is good information for everyone to be aware of listening on the call. Greg, Catherine, and myself are all Christian folks, Bible, fearing individuals ourselves, and that's one of the reasons we've got 2,600 members here. What I see is most of them are a Christian background or coming from a faith background to begin with, which has drawn them into this case. And I may be wrong on that too, but I do see a lot of members coming in from a faith-based whether it's even a Muslim background like the Kamels family or not, because it really got individuals involved because this is so different than what anything that they would have done in this family. And so that's I think that's fair to say. Do you guys agree with that? We seem to get a lot of, I think, Christian or faith-based members in our group that are following this case.
Oh yeah,
Catherine?
Yes, absolutely. I did have a question though for this couple. When you knew David, how old was he, and how was he as a child?
They're happy young kids. Our kids would go off and play. We would visit as adults. Nothing stood out as being any different than no.
It's just kids.
Happy.
I mean, yeah, there was.
We were a great family.
Yeah.
Lots of fun.
Yeah, never had any issues, and like I say, I mean, I'm sure every family has their issues, but yeah, there's nothing that stands out in the times that we were together. Absolutely not. I mean, the kids play together, right within the families. So
David was like a friendly kid. He was outgoing, or what?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Yeah, he would be right in playing with all of our kids, and then even in the groups at church, he was right there playing with everyone. So
the church covered this up well if it happened.
If it did. Yep.
Yeah, because see, usually when something like this type of murder that occurred in their home, whoever did this, it's usually like a long time coming. When people you hear sometimes where people say, "Oh, well, they just snapped." That's that's really not a good term to use, because it's usually been built up over years and years and years, and these are people who usually have issues from the time that they were children, and that's why I cannot see everything I've read about David. I can't see him as this kind of person, and so it's interesting to me to hear you guys speak of them as young children and how they were all happy.
Yeah, there's something that came into that situation that, I mean, I'm processing everything that I've just listened to in the last couple of weeks, and there's definitely something outside force that's come in there that I think you guys have nailed it, but how do we know for sure? I mean, I don't know.
Well,
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that. What was that?
I think you guys, at least with one of the things I listened to, can't at a federal level. There's like two ways it could have been at the federal level, and it really sounds like one of them's right.
Yeah, because I have taken this, and I've said this before, but I have asked several different police officers in many different states and even in different countries, because I just, throw it out there and just say, hey, here's a photo, I want to show it to you, here's the case, tell me what you think, without giving them any information. And everyone, without exception, have all said, well, that's a triple homicide. Mm-hmm. And they're like, They have no idea why they say this is, and they're doing that because these are people with years and years and years of homicide background, and when they're looking at the photo, and they're just like, yeah, no, this is a triple homicide.
The other thing, Jamie and Carla, that we have from looking at this for multiple years is I guess it's two ways. The pointing of the fingers at the Apple Valley police detectives there and the police department is, I think, twofold. Number one, it's deserving. Number one, the other thing is that by default, the reaction is, even if you are for, I myself am for law enforcement and I'm pro law enforcement, but I'm also very vocal if there is misgivings or something that are wrong or complicit, like with the recent Smollett case in Chicago. There's things like that that I'm anti, although the police did a good job on that case. It was the district attorney that decided to drop the charges. But the real issue I think the three of us have is twofold. Number one, the police went out of their way to make a public press release saying the public is safe.
And that was in a very short time, wasn't it?
Very early. I think the very next day they said that the public is not in danger, is I think the exact words. And we know now by forensic evidence, David did not do this, and obviously Kamel Irani didn't either. So the problem is we've got killers on the loose, which means that the public is in danger. And that is, in my mind and in my book, and I've got family and friends that are in law enforcement, is to come out and say that the public is not in danger is the height of hypocrisy. So that is the thing that really drives it home to me. Whether or not they did a good job on the detective work or not, they may have made a mistake. They may have missed some things here and there. But how dare they come out and say the public is safe when they're not? And the killers are indeed, to this very day, on the loose. And so that, I think, was what is more of the driving force for myself to keep this alive, to keep pushing for this, and the fact that a 5-year-old girl was killed along with an innocent wife as well. So those are the things that motivate me in particular. I'm not sure about the others, but whether we've got of the 2,600 members in our group, many are anti-police, anti-cop. Some are pro, and some are very pro law enforcement and cop. But we've really given the hard time to the Apple Valley Police detectives, and I do believe that is warranted because of the evidence of reading the police reports and such. So that's not really just pointing the finger and throwing them under the bus because we can. It's because the evidence points in that direction that they failed, and they failed miserably. So the only question now is, did they fail on purpose? Were they compromised? Did someone cover up, and were they active in the cover-up, or were they simply that inept? Now, the city of Apple Valley gets an average of 1 homicide per year, and now they're hit with 3 in one day. So it's safe to say they were over their heads. I'm also not saying that they're stumbling, bumbling imbeciles who don't know their job. They are intelligent individuals and worthy law enforcement cops. Now, that does not mean to say that they are veteran homicide detectives, is where the criticism comes in. And so just to get this record straight there, I do personally believe that they did not do a good job, regardless if it was compromised or not. Things were done that were just very elementary that were missed on many, many, many things.
Yeah, because a lot of years had gone by before they even had any homicides. At least, I can't remember. I did a video on it. Somewhere between 3 and 6 or 7 years, they had not had any homicides at all. And then all of a sudden, there's 3 people dead in their city, and that would be overwhelming for anybody. 3 to begin with, but when you have a department that in 13, 14 years only had maybe 5 murders, that's not a whole lot of experience.
Correct.
You
Greg, are others joining on the call? Or just listening?
I'm sorry, what was that, Dan?
I was asking Greg if he can give us a count so far of have we got a more handful of people on the call, whether on the internet or the phone itself?
Yeah, right now we have 15 people here.
Oh, perfect. Okay.
Yeah, and Carla, were you asking a question?
Well, I'm just wondering why they wouldn't be more willing to open it up again and just to admit mistakes, unless they're taking orders from above, where they can't.
Yeah, I just recently spoke with Detective Sergeant Gummert, and he just flat out said that he was told by the police chief they're just not going to open it. End of story. They wouldn't give a reason why. The answer is just no. And I told them, I said, because I sent them all of the proof that we had found about the multiple blunt force trauma to David's head, and stuff like this, just everything. And I'm like, okay, you have to see this, and you have to understand that this man was beat. So, this couldn't be a suicide, homicide, murder, suicide. And they just would never even answer. They're just like, nope, it will never be reopened. It's done. We're over with it. And I'm like, that's not right.
No.
Can I ask one question? Maybe two. First, have you both seen the documentary that came out called A Gray State? I think it came out in the end of 2017. And have you spoken to Dan Crowley Sr.? And is there any chance that you might reach out to him if you haven't spoken to him?
That's where we started watching that. Our son, go ahead.
Our son emailed it to us, and that's where I relayed earlier that he called us and just said, I just watched this trailer and it's of Dan Crowley, or David Crowley. Is that the David Crowley that we knew? And it's from the Netflix series. And then he sent us the link. We watched it, and it's like, that is absolutely them. And then from there, since like I say, it's only been 2 weeks. We have not reached out to Dan Sr. I would be very curious to do so. Where he's at now, I do not know. We know where their old house is, and obviously they are not there anymore. We stopped by a couple of times and left messages in their mailbox and never had any response.
We didn't know they had moved.
Yeah, and then they must have moved sometime before that. That was about 2000. Actually, that was 2005-ish or so.
They apparently divorced in 2005.
Yeah.
And that was a shock.
So they may have been already gone. So so I would be intrigued to definitely reach out to him and find out. Where do you begin? I would be at a loss of words, and
he might be afraid to talk. I don't know.
Yeah, you never know. I mean, you just look at. I look at his expression. While he was doing this documentary, and there was something behind it that maybe I'm reading into it, but there was something behind it that did not look like Dan Crowley.
Yeah, you're talking about the father.
Yeah.
I mean, just the look on his face just broke my heart. I mean, it just goes right through you. You're like, something's not right.
And if I was about Kate, and I'm sure others are afraid.
Yeah.
Did they ever give a reason? I mean, cause of death for Kate?
Other than natural causes, quote unquote?
I haven't been able to find anything on her, nothing. So I don't know. Hopefully somebody can help us with that, because that would be good to kind of, again, to just bring some closure to that, because it just seems like nobody wants to talk about it. And I can understand that under normal circumstances, but with all of the conspiracies and all of that stuff, it'd be nice if somebody could help us just kind of get some real data on it and just figure out what really did happen. Because that was, as soon as everybody heard that, I mean, what's the first thing that you're going to think of? Well, was there some foul play? Well, if there was foul play possibly involved in David's death, what are the chances that there might be foul play involved in this? And sometimes when we say that, then I know people twist those words and they go back to people who are in communication with Dan Crowley, Jr. and Sr., and probably other family members too, and twist that to say that we think that they killed Kate, and it gets into all of this crazy stuff. So we're just trying to get some factual data.
Back to Kate, it was not necessarily natural causes, but nature caused her to die. I think it was gastrointestinal issues due to many years of drinking and being a severe alcoholic is what it sounds like. That one night she just died. Now the question that we had from an investigative standpoint is what caused that death. She had bleeding out of the ears and the mouth or the nose and the mouth sitting there at her table, back room patio table outside. And she was on the main level of her, just outside on the grass. No fence, nothing around there. If someone did come in and do something to it, they could have easily fled. Now, her boyfriend at the time, first name of Curtis, that was dating her, was the one who couldn't, called and couldn't reach her. And at midnight, he had, I think, went there or called and found the body, and then police came and found everything. Now, he has never come forward and said anything, and the conjecture, I'll say, or speculation is that he either didn't have a lot of money or didn't have a big job or something, and he was being supported actually by Dan Sr. to some extent on a monthly payment or a monthly allowance or something. He was supporting. And so our question is, why didn't this Curtis come forward, at least to our group or to someone else, not necessarily the authorities, but just give his side of the story of what he thought happened. And the question is that he was in potential fear of losing that monthly payment or that funding, which I guess he probably would have lost anyway with Kate now being dead. And so he didn't want to step up because he was essentially, if he controlled or compromised by Dan Sr. So he just left the whole thing alone and never said one word. So we don't know if that's true or not. But then again, Kate was working. She had 2 jobs. She was working at a convenience store, a Quick Trip or something, and then she's working as a health professional, not a chiropractor, but a physical therapist or a massage therapist. No, that's not right either. I don't want to say the wrong thing, but she was working and had a couple licensures and certificates. So, she was an educated woman and was healthy. And so whether or not she had a drinking problem, it didn't impact her life. So for her to just wind up dead like that was very strange. Now, the only evidence that we had was that in the police report, the original 94-page police report from Apple Valley did say that when they notified the families, both the Alam family and the Crowley family bought it or agreed to it and thought it was reasonable. Kate Crowley herself was the only one who says, I don't think this could have happened the way it happened unless David jointly did with Comel, if anything. But so she's the only one that really, as we call it, she showed doubt. She expressed doubt that this thing went down as planned. And so if she's the only one in the police report of anyone that I read on the 94 pages that expressed any kind of doubt, and she's also conveniently the only one now dead. And so that brings more speculation on, was she going to talk? Was she going to expose something? And that's also what brought up the back to the family affairs. Was there something in the Crowley family from years back or decades back that was some hidden secret? Was there something going on there behind closed doors? We don't know. We do know Allison as an adult is gay. Dan Jr. as an adult is gay. The only person that's straight is David, and he's the one who's dead. So was there something going on there? And that would lead back once again to Dan Sr. If there was some speculation on potential family abuse, physical or sexual. It's very rare, and you guys could maybe attest to this being from Minnesota. I find that very strange. Most families that I know, if there's a family member, there might be one in the entire family that as an adult life is gay or comes out as gay or comes out of the closet. This particular family, 2 of the 3, and so that raised a red flag for me. I was one of those who speculated, whether right or wrong, but speculated that when there's 2 out of the 3 children as an adult come out as gay, closet, there's probably something that happened there years ago. And usually that's within a family or a family member or a relative of some kind of sexual misconduct. And so that's where the allegations went back then. Dan Sr. is single to this day. There was speculation that he is gay. Now, Kate was actively dating this Curtis individual, so it's safe to say that she was straight and David Crowley are straight. So in the entire family, the 2 that were straight that we know of as evidence are both 6 feet under. So there's some speculation that Drew, was she going to blow the whistle on something bigger, something much larger? Who knows what went on there in that family? But as we're all well aware, here in Minnesota, families hide things very well. The people that come out with these horrendous things are sometimes the most unlikely characters that surprise you the most of what's going on behind closed doors. But once again, that is entirely speculation on my part.
Yeah, the two being gay were another shock to us. No idea. Not the last time we saw them, were there any signs of that? And that, we're trying to figure out that timeline, early 2000s. But again, like you said, families can hide things, but we didn't see it.
And the same with the alcoholism. Never.
When did that?
Never did we. When we were all together, we never even drank socially together. So that in and of itself comes at a total shock to us too, that she was an alcoholic, and then able to hold two jobs. Well, again, that didn't add up for us either.
Yeah, we had the other speculation here that we could throw into the not speculation, but evidence is we have evidence that David Crowley himself did not drink that much, or when he did, it was once in a while, or even socially. But he wasn't having beers or shots every night at home here working on this project. He was focused on the project. I don't believe there's any beer in the fridge or in the garage, any alcohol of some sort. Comel was a dietitian, and both of them were very healthy eaters and exercisers, and so we can throw that. I don't want to throw that out the window, but I don't think that's a big factor. Allison, the daughter, we don't know. I'm not sure about her. Dan Jr., the older brother, has I think a couple of DWIs on his record and some marijuana, small charges, minor charges, but mainly his are traffic-related, speeding when we looked it up, not paying parking tickets, things like that. So he's got a pretty lengthy record, but a couple of driving under the influence under his belt. So there could have been. Now, Kate, I think, was drinking a lot, and she may have had just a high tolerance and could have been easily a high-functioning alcoholic because she did have two jobs and she was a healthy person. She wasn't down in depression and not getting up to work day to day. She was functioning, so that could have been. Now, we know early on it was her brother that was that police officer killed, Joe Bergeron, that you're probably familiar with. That was her brother that was killed on duty as a St. Paul police officer. Do you remember that case? I
just read about it through your Facebook. That was 5 years ago.
At the time, that was the largest, I believe that was the largest funeral procession of a law enforcement in the state of Minnesota ever had. They closed down highways for the amount of law enforcement and city officials to show support. He was in line of duty when a shooter came into I don't know if it's a pizza parlor or a cafe or something, and he was shot there while on duty. And so that was a big to-do, and that was a fairly large family that starts with a B, Bergeron. And so she was a maiden name Bergeron, and I think there was 8 or 9 kids in that family. And so her brother Joe was that very person. So if that would have led to something down the road, dealing with the aftermath of her, brother dying that way, but that is her connection to that. So a big name, and then it's her son who's now alleged to, commit this double murder suicide, and then she winds up dead, and it's her, her brother years ago that was killed. I don't know if it was 10 years ago or 15 years ago, but I think in the early 2000s that took place. So I think it's fair to say Kate Crowley more than likely was an alcoholic. Does that have anything to do with this case? I don't know. Probably not. Now we know that David recreationally smoked marijuana and maybe did some hallucinogens and maybe tried some absinthe and maybe tried some mushrooms. And that's very well could be the case. There's evidence and there's proof of that and hallucinogens in the documentary. Does that make him a murderer, or does that make him, kill the family? I think there's a lot of people out there that put two and two together and think that that's what happened, but those are the very same people that have not looked at the evidence that shows that could not have happened. So whether or not him and David and Kamel dabbled in recreational drugs, I think has nothing to do at all with this case from a forensics standpoint. Thoughts on that? Greg or Catherine?
Go ahead, Greg. You're always quiet.
Well, he might be on mute.
Am I on mute? I can't tell if I'm on mute or not.
Oh,
no, now we can hear you.
Of course, when I start cussing, I'm not on mute. Sorry, Dan, can you repeat that again?
I was just going to get your thoughts on the background of these individuals, the drugs and alcohol in the family. It was minor to some extent, but it was also major for Kate. But I don't know if any of it figured into any of these things happening. Someone stumbling upon this case, what I get, and you guys can probably talk to this too, is new members to this group will watch that documentary and say, "Oh, he was a nut job, and she was from the loony bin. That both were doing drugs, both were hallucinating. Of course, it happened." And so those are the types of members that I write off right away that obviously haven't done the research. And most of the ones that look at the documentary, like Jamie and Carla here, say they leave after watching that documentary scratching their heads by saying, "I don't know what it is, but something doesn't sit right. My gut does not tell me, something's wrong here." And so those are the folks that I take. I have trust and faith in because they seem to be the critical thinkers.
Yeah, I think definitely there's drugs. Okay, first of all, there weren't any drugs found in their system, so that's the first thing. So for anyone to claim that they were doing drugs or all of that stuff, there's really no proof of that. And there's they've never been caught with any drugs. There's never been anything. They had a little bit of weed in that house, but I mean, really, that is a small amount of weed. And if it came from Chris Peck, it's like if they were people who bought a lot of weed, they would have bought a much bigger set of weed, I guess, or but they didn't. It was a very small. So it just seemed like it was something that maybe David was using to kind of help him with his script as he's writing his script. There's no proof of anybody other than text messages and other than social media posts. There's no proof that they ever drank, really. I mean, if you really think about it. But all of that, to go from that to it just sounds like somebody who was reaching, somebody who was looking for anything to explain why David and Kamel did this or why just David did this, because we do have that pack theory where some people think that Kamel was involved in this too, and that they had this plan to kill themselves and to take their daughter with them. So they have to make them look crazy if they're going to go with that. And of course I'm actually shocked that there weren't any pills mentioned or anything like that. And again, there were pills found at the house. I don't know what they were. We never really found out, and they're not mentioned as far as I know. So I think all of that is just a big reach, and I never really gave it too much thought. And I think anyone that does, that's fine if they want to, but that by itself doesn't prove anything.
Yeah, I agree. And the thing about the marijuana anyway, it's like how many, being here in Colorado where it's legal, people are high 24/7 here, and I have yet to see somebody going on a murder spree. You know what I mean? And especially toward their own family members. I totally throw that off the table. I don't even think that is even a point of a period in the entire case.
Yeah, the other thing to look out for those going back in time and reading all of the old Facebook posts and whatnot, David Crowley himself did correspond back and forth with some people talking about the amount of alcohol he's drinking and, quote, getting drunk every night of the week and whatnot. This was in the Army back in 2008 or 2009 or something. Those I haven't been dealing in the past with, like a Robert Elian, for instance, will use those quotes and take out the time stamps on those and start pushing the envelope to different people that are not well versed in this case, and say, and he will say that here's the evidence in David's own words that he was getting drunk every night of the week. And so just keep in mind the timestamps or the dates on those types of things. They are accurate. He wrote them. But that was back in the U.S. Army days, and before he was even married. Now we know that he was eating healthy and working out and exercising, and these were not the the actions of him currently. So those, be careful of those when they take them out of context like that. Also with the weed, like Greg said, they were buying recreational amount use of weed, and as he also said, when those test results came back, there was no alcohol or drugs in any of the bodies. And we know that marijuana stays in the system roughly 30 days. And if the bodies were laying there for 3 weeks, they would certainly have marijuana in the system if they smoked it during or prior to the the killings, if they were high when this took place. So we can, I think that's safe, Catherine, like you said, we can rule that out because that's just a sidetrack distraction, is what I think. Go ahead.
Yeah. Yep.
I'd like to interject if I could.
Yes.
My name is Derek Soroka. I'm a staff sergeant in the United States Army. I've been following Catherine Michelle's videos on David Crowley's death and everything, and his family. I don't know if you guys have looked into the whole Freemason implication in his movie trailer, and if that's any type of clue or possibility to some type of cover-up, because I know there's a lot of Freemasons in the police force, and I don't know if they caught wind of what he was doing and, wanted to silence that and make it look like something else. Has anybody looked into that yet that you know of?
Greg, I'd like to have Greg answer that. He's looked into some of that.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, can you hear me?
Yep.
I feel like I'm having so many audio issues. Maybe, I don't know. Yeah, I've definitely looked into that, and I think there is something to it. I do believe there are connections, whether, depending on your view on Freemasons and all of that, right, and how deep all of that stuff goes. But it's definitely something worth thinking about, and it would make sense if David was part of something, why everybody is so quiet, because that's what they do, right? They take care of their own business. It's a lot easier for them to take themselves out. There's no evidence that I find that David was a Mason, and maybe Jamie and Carla can help and see if maybe Dan Crowley Sr. had any Masonic ties or, just whatever. But I do find it odd that after David's death, then all of a sudden we're starting to see some of the Gray State team showing up in the Mason gear and all of that stuff. So I definitely think it's something worth looking at. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
because
yeah, go ahead.
I know that there's. What was I going to say? Sorry, I had so much planned, and I was trying not to interrupt with you guys. Plus, I jumped in late. But
it's all good. We're going to be here for a long time. It's all good.
I research Freemasonry like crazy. I know I've talked to some people that were in, and I'm sure they're not all bad and everything. It's not a horrible organization, but it does foster a bad thing. Even within the military, we have a problem with it. The police definitely do. And it seemed like his movie implicated them, perhaps with the guillotine at the end, maybe a key to the Noahide laws, which is a big Zionistic thing being pushed, that Trump party acknowledged and everything. However, know that his trailer and everything was altered from what Alex Jones ended up putting out on the Netflix or whoever it was. Like, totally revamped his trailer and took that out, I believe. So,
Well,
it seems
that was,
like if...
yeah, that's two separate things, right? Because the movie that David made, or the trailer, that was never made. So we don't know if David's plans were to keep the Mason and to keep all of that in, or it kind of sounded like to me like by the end, by 2014, he was going in a different way, in a more spiritual way, from what I gather. But
okay.
That's an opinion.
All right, well, that's all I had to think about. And I'm just looking up for fellow veterans. I don't like seeing guys go down if they're trying to send a message, and especially at this last murder, we need to find some clarification on that. So,
and I agree with you. I don't mean to interrupt you, but I spent a lot of time working as an EMT, and I was volunteer for the Red Cross, and I did all of my volunteer in Army hospitals. And at the time I was married to a soldier, and who was, in the Desert Shield, Desert Storm War, and all that other stuff. And I really take our soldiers, I will protect them, especially if they're innocent. And thank you for your service, by the way. Thank you so much. I truly appreciate the fact that you're, in our military and protecting our country. But to the fact that it just seems like they're taking David's military career and his service and using it against him and using that as an excuse to blame him for this crime, and that did not sit well with me at all. David had a conscience. He had a heart. In fact, he told them he wasn't going to shoot anybody anymore. So they punished him by, putting him, I think, in a mail room or something like that. So that is not the someone who behaves like that, who has that kind of a heart, is not the type of person who's going to then quote unquote snap and kill everybody.
Right. I totally agree. A lot of military personnel get blamed whenever there's a situation we find ourselves in, and they immediately go to PTSD, was he deployed, and just start counting off excuses as to why they're just mentally ill, and then that's the excuse.
Right,
exactly
and that's
what they did.
It's frustrating. I really hate it when they do that, because it's, and
Yeah.
yes, those who have been to war, do suffer some PTSD, but it's not to the extent to where I have ever seen them go off and kill their families. If they're going to kill anybody, it's usually themselves, and they leave their families behind. This whole, he snapped because he killed somebody over there in Iraq or Iran, wherever he was, and now he couldn't deal with it, so he's going to kill his wife and child? I'm like, come on, people, think about what you're saying.
He was way too level-headed making the movie like he was.
Yes.
He was driven. There was no, as stressed out as he might have got, he was too goal-oriented to go the route that they say he did.
I agree.
I agree. 100%.
And I think, too, just to chime in, this is Dan. The other thing that was strange with this case is that of all of the excuses that did come out, it came out that he had PTSD. Then they said that he was mentally ill. Then it was domestic violence then he was a druggie, then he was a drug addict, then it was domestic. His record, the deaths are actually fall under the umbrella in the state of Minnesota here as domestic violence deaths. They're still recorded, and that's the other thing that we would want to get changed if they were to say that the deaths here was indeterminate as far as what happened, because to get those pulled out, because right now Comel and Ranney are homicide victims of domestic violence, which is certainly not the case, but the number of excuses that came out as all the things that he had was depression, despondent, suicidal. You know, they threw everything at the board that would stick, and just hoping that something would stick, and that's a shame because there's military folks out there that see that. I'm very active in some domestic violence chapters here in Minnesota. That bugs me to the core to see him going down that road. And he certainly wasn't mentally ill or a drug abuser, and no PTSD. He may have had PTSD, but that certainly didn't cause this. And so they hung him out to dry and threw him under the bus, and along with any other reason they could find. That's what I think was the very interesting thing that raised my antenna. It wasn't just one or two things. They threw everything, and that was odd. I mean, even the families, both sides of the family agreed with the whole thing. Not right away, though, but they all agreed with it. And that, I think, if that was a loved one of my family, I'd say, okay, that now you're crossing the line. And they didn't do that. So it was very odd, the entire situation. But going back to the Freemason, let me interject one more thing, Greg. I think what he was asking was in particular, was David Crowley a Freemason? I think the answer there is no. He was exposing Freemason along with Illuminati and things like that, with the Bohemian Grove and the Owl, and I think he was using the video with the Masons killing, with the apron and all of that symbolism, as a shot to expose them. Now, the people in his group, the Gray State Project, I think there's a handful of those members that we do know were involved in Freemasonry. Whether or not David knew it or not, some of those were Masons. And then what he also mentioned was the police force. And so I think the other thing that he was getting at there, which we didn't address, is I agree. I've got family and friends in law enforcement, and the Freemasonry is really huge in that, and they do cover, because it is a fraternity, and they're going to cover up not only the thin blue line of the law enforcement because of their Freemason background. So is that the reason that either the police department covered it up because they found out he was anti-Freemasonry? I think that's a fair question. Or I'm not sure if he was asking if the police were involved in commissioning the crime to kill him because of his views on that. And maybe the staff sergeant, I'm not sure what her name was, could elaborate on that, because it alluded to me that maybe you were alluding to maybe they were involved in the conspiracy to kill him, or maybe just the cover-up because of the Freemasonry views. David himself certainly was not, though. Is that what you're getting at?
Right. This is Derek, the staff sergeant. Yes.
Okay.
That's what I was referring to. That I understood that David was not a Freemason, but he was implicating them with what he had going on, and that they may have been trying to silence that. They being possibly police, or like you said, the other Gray State members.
Gotcha. Now, Greg, what's your response on that? Because he was going after those guys, and if those guys, I think Mason Hendricks already was a Mason, or was it Sean Wright, or which of these individuals were attending meetings and whatnot and posting about it on their Facebook page?
Well, Sean Wright was tagged in a few posts, I think, at a Masonic wedding, and then I think I saw a photo of Danny Mason involved in that after David's death.
Yeah, and that's very interesting.
Well, and David definitely did say in an interview that, his movie was not, it was meant to put other people in jail. So he was he had something he was going to bring out to the public.
Yeah,
And I know Autumn. We have Autumn on the line, and she's wanting to ask a question. Are you there, Autumn? She's having problems, I think.
I was having audio. I don't know. Having some audio.
And while we get Autumn on, I think Jamie and Carla are still on the line. There's one last thing I did want to point out back to Kate. She had the issue with the will, her missing will when she died. There was legal paperwork going back and forth saying that that her will was missing, actually missing, and then they either couldn't find it or they did end up finding it. But there was some other suspicious activity with the actual law firm that she used. Could not find the original will that she had, and we've got documentation of that as well. So it's another thing to add to the irregularities. Let's call it that. All right, go ahead. Is she going to come on?
Okay, let's see. She said she tried unmuting. Can you talk now, Autumn?
Hello?
Yeah, there you go.
Hi. I just wanted to say, as a survivor of domestic violence who was in a relationship with someone who is oddly shows a lot of similarities to the case, being in the liberty movement, and I can tell you firsthand that David did not kill his wife and daughter. He was very protective. That is not how, like I said, I'm a survivor. I know how they act after studying it for a very long time of what I had gone through. And he is not that kind of character, not that personality in any kind of way. He is very protective over his loved ones. Him breaking away from certain people, he acts like a victim himself in the end, just to be clear on that, because we're often blamed as being suspicious when we do things like that, and that was the scenario where they're trying to put that over him, or even Kamel for that matter, and that's when you're being targeted. And I can tell you, and it's really funny, Greg, that you said that they protect their own. That was the exact words of when I was trying to come out about a lot of things that were going on and the corruption that was happening in this very state. And they warned me about the things that I was saying and who I was going to go to, because they protect their own here, and I better watch my back. So I just wanted to say that.
Yeah,
I agree with you, Autumn. You know.
Yep, that's true. They do protect their own.
Yeah, and I want to add to that about the fact that David just does not fit the profile of a domestic abuse person. I too, like you, am a survivor of that situation, and the people who were violent toward me, I mean, they never. It's a whole different set. It's a whole different personality. And when I saw the videos of David and how he was very protective of his family, and one time when Eric Sayward, just bumped into him supposedly at a park on the 4th of July, and the camera guy saying, "Hey, I want to go meet your daughter," and David positions his body between that man and his family. That is not somebody who is an abuser. He was like going, wait a second here. That was you could tell he was so uncomfortable with what that guy was saying. He was protecting his family from a distance.
And you know what's funny? Eric Sayward, he struck me as an abuser right from the get-go. I looked up his background, and sure enough, he is an abuser.
Yes. Yeah.
And you seriously, you really get a sixth sense after being in that kind of situation of who is like that and who is not. And Eric said he didn't have to utter one word. I just saw his picture, his demeanor, and then when I watched the video, I thought exactly what you did. Yeah.
Yeah.
Agreed. And I wanted to interject something else. I know it's kind of off topic. It's on the same topic, but I mean, it's more, it's been racking my brain for weeks now of the positions of the bodies and how has anybody ever thought of like how a mafia works? Because Freemasons work in the same way. They send a message in the symbols and the signs, and there's signs all over it. And everybody keeps talking about how sloppy it was. But in my mind, I'm thinking and looking at it like it's not sloppy. They're sending a message. And the message was David was in the crucifix position. Kamel was shamed on her face with no head, no hands. And the daughter, but when they were laid, and you can tell that Rania was moved. She was obviously moved, and not to say that no, they weren't all placed there, or they looked like they were all placed there, but she was moved to a significant position to look like a pyramid with David at the top. I just was curious if anybody has thought of that, or maybe.
That's very interesting. I don't think we've looked into that as a group that in depth, but
no,
I like it. That's very interesting. Thank you.
Well, and I thought about that in the positions and stuff, and that's when I very first saw the photo. I'm telling you, I literally gasped, and I'm like, oh my God, something's not right here. And but then when I saw the sketch from one of the police officers, which actually shows Rania between her mom's legs, so that one of the officers had to move that her little body. But then I'm like, that's where my frustration, or I really think it was totally unethical. Why would they move her and then take that photo? That is
why was it messed with at all? It's almost as if they wanted it to be blamed on the police force so that it didn't look that way, but it is. Everything in that scene, it looks like, okay, I know it's not a gang, but they all have, even the Catholic Church, they have their own way of marking a hit. That was in my, I've been looking into this stuff for a very long time. And
it's interesting that you bring
like
up
a hit, and they're showing it in the symbols of how they laid out the scene.
Yeah, and I'm glad that you brought up the fact of it being, the mob. I've only had one other person mention that to me, and it was a police officer. And in fact, they stated they're like going, I can't remember where this officer is from. I've talked to so many. If I remember, I'll let you know. But they're looking at the photo and they're just like going, was this a mob hit? And I'm like, I don't think so. I don't know why, but they're just like, this just doesn't look right. If I were you, I would leave this alone.
Well, yeah, and I don't even necessarily mean mob. They all work that way. Every secret society, they have a way of setting their own symbols and marking. Like, I won't bring up a certain name, but I will just say doorknobs, and maybe you'll catch my drift. But that's one way of marking a hit.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? By a certain group, individuals, family, what have you.
Yeah.
I just thought that was eerie.
Yeah, and I've never been able to place, just from the moment I saw the photo, it's like, I can't even describe. It was the eeriest, weirdest feeling that has never left me. But it was not, and that's what I'm like when I had to really look into this case, because I'm like going, something evil is afoot. That's all I know.
And nothing makes sense. Do we even really truly know that David had a shot to the head, or was like? Yes,
there is an exit wound that was still left in the part of his skull that remained. They were able to find the exit wound.
I couldn't find it in the autopsy if they even tried to test if any of this stuff was done post-mortem.
Yeah, and that's something we don't know because we don't have access to the full medical examiner's report. And, we have no idea. We don't, and that's what's frustrating. They didn't test for any gunpowder residue, and they're not telling us, was, like you said, was this post-mortem, was this perimortem, when were they shot? They tell us nothing.
And the blood splatter. Only the blood splatter. That was the other question. I mean, I don't know if that's a question more than a statement, but if you're shot in the head, it's maximum velocity, correct?
Yes, it's high velocity.
And if you're hit in the head, it's medium, right?
Correct.
Okay.
And the blood spatter patterns, at least the ones that I have seen, are all medium velocity. I have not seen any high velocity that corresponds with a gunshot wound, let alone 4 gunshots to the head.
Right.
It's totally missing.
Yeah. Where's all the blood?
Yeah.
I mean, it's really gross to have that statement, but I mean, wouldn't that be a question for the scene? Like, why would they think that, I mean, I'm not a police officer, but I would question, where's all the blood? I mean, you breathe the most from your head, if you actually, you know what I mean, or from the stomach, at least from the little that I know.
Yes.
There would be more blood.
Yeah. I agree, and they just, they refuse to give any answers to any of that.
Oh, I don't imagine they will. Like you said, they protect their own. And I was also curious too. Is anybody in here aware of what they call Rule 100? I know they practice it in Minnesota.
What is that? I don't know what that is.
Mm-mm.
Where they're not allowed to have like local low registering police officers are not they're not allowed to be hired at low ranking officers unless they're below 100 on their IQ.
Interesting.
I know that
I'm
sounds
not
really
aware of that
silly,
either.
but it's a thing. I know it sounds silly, but it is a thing. It's called Rule 100. Because I just thought how, like, I lived up north. I've lived in the cities. I've lived down now in southern Minnesota, and everywhere I've been in Minnesota, I swear, like they and this is no offense. There are many good people on the force that I've met everywhere, but when I heard, especially up north, there was a guy who had already tried, to kill his ex-wife, and he was being allowed on the force. And he was known around town as being one of, people thought he was retarded because he was just so dim, to have it be politely. But then someone told me about Rule 100, and that's why they do that, because they don't want anybody that's more intelligent to be able to, I don't know.
That's the frustrating thing to me, is because when I spoke with Sergeant Detective Gummert, he's a very smart man. He was very intelligent, and he did not come across as anyone slow or anything like that. But that's interesting. I'll have to look into that some more.
But he's
I don't mean to cut you off, but Donna has some questions.
Hello.
Donna, are you there?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi.
Hi.
Yeah.
Hi, Donna.
Hi, guys. Thanks so much for all you do. It's amazing. Very honored to be part of this exciting group. I wanted to ask about Judy, right? I'm wondering if she more or less set the bar for the entire investigation, because we all know her nature. She's really willing to get involved and absorbed and to explain things in the way she understands it. And I'm wondering if it kind of started that way with the police and everything that followed, that it was believed from the beginning that David murdered his family and then himself, and then right from there on, right to the autopsy, that everybody was convinced that's what it was. So there was no extra involvement in pursuing this case.
Well, she was definitely the first person to ever mention murder or a suicide, the first person to ever mention the dog eating these bodies.
Right.
So she did set that stage. Now, whether she did that on purpose or whether she's just, that's how great she really is, I don't know. But I mean, it all started there. It doesn't matter if it was intentional or if it's a coincidence. It all started there. I think there's no doubt. And that's what made it weird when Colin was talking about the mannequins, because that really threw everything off. Was like what? What are you talking about here? I mean, how do you look in that window and see that? But and then Judy, that's not what Judy said. But then when she was questioned about it, I think later on she did say, and I think, Donna, you were the one who sent me those links. Thank you for that, for those timestamps, because it's hard for me to go back and listen to that talk that Judy and I did. So I definitely appreciate that. But I think she did say that at first she also thought that. She also thought that they weren't real bodies. She makes it clear to say that Colin saw the gun, but she didn't see that gun either. I don't know. So, I can see all sides of it. I do think it's weird, but there's no doubt that she was the first one that mentioned that, and obviously, dispatch is going to tell the cops that are going there. It's all in their reports, so that's where it all starts. I don't know.
Right. It just seems to me that she's following us on this case so closely. And that gives me that impression that her personality that comes across very strong, that she's very convincing or wants to be convincing. And, just said this is what it probably is, and that's where the police and the whole case went to. Because really, it's almost like you said, the police decided this when they came there. When they first arrived, this was double murder suicide, right?
Well, I think it took them 24 hours, but within 24 hours.
Right, but things like the edge of that chair with all that blood, why would they not check something like that?
I agree. They didn't check enough of the blood. And Greg and I are going to go back and forth on this one. He's going with the 24 hours, and I'm going to keep the captain to his little quote in the newspaper where it said within 2 hours. It's like, they never retracted that. But anyway, in a very short amount of time, they decided it was a double murder suicide. But you're right. There's blood that should have been tested. There are passive blood droppings in the kitchen close to the dishwasher and on the dishwasher that I spoke with someone about that, a police officer, or maybe that one was the blood spatter analyst. I can't remember. Oh, see, I have to start taking notes on people I talk to. But anyway, they said that blood was more than likely it came from the perpetrator and not the victims. And so it was never tested as far as we know.
Wow.
Catherine, can you send me that? Because I want to see that quote. I want to see where he said that.
Yeah, it's in the newspaper. I will definitely send it to you.
Okay.
Can I ask just one more thing?
Sure.
I'm confused about the comings and goings right after the murders. I just don't really get it. Where Chris Peck comes in, and I just don't get it.
You don't get why they were in the house on January 19th?
No, I don't get the order of how it happened. The cleaners were there and they weren't there. I don't know. I don't understand. The bodies were found. Then the next day, somebody had come in and claimed they're looking for exercise equipment, and then they found the bullet hole in the ceiling.
Yeah, there was a 911 call, and that 911 call came in January 19th. And I had assumed that the cleaners were there, but obviously they weren't there at that time, which is weird because the cleaners are there a day later, on January 20th, I believe, when they find a bullet that rolls out of a carpet. So maybe they were off and on cleaning, and people knew when they were cleaning and when they weren't going to actually be there, and they knew when to go in there and for what. I don't know why they were there. They should not have been there. At that point, they should have all been suspects. And really, the main thing is because their stories did not match, their stories do not line up. They're saying that Chris Klein is who we're talking about. Chris Klein says that he was in the house with Dan Crowley Sr. and Dan Crowley Jr., and when the police asked Dan Crowley Sr., he says no, that he was not there, and the police never follow up on it, and they had no intention of ever following up on it. And I think that pretty much tells us the way that this investigation was going. I think once the higher ups say, okay, this is the story, everybody else has to get in line. All of the other cops, all of those other detectives, they better get in line or else there's going to be trouble. And that's the way that I took that. So if that happened within 2 hours, definitely that's even worse than I thought.
I just sent you the link showing you the article. Yeah, the article states, despite the grisly scene, investigators concluded within 2 hours that David Crowley was the one who pulled the trigger of the .40 caliber Springfield handgun found next to his body.
Jeez. Crazy.
And that's so unprofessional, it's not even funny.
That's unheard of.
Yes.
Because the other thing, okay, we'll compare that to when the first report came out. I need to look. Let's look that one up. See, when did the first media press release come out? Because I know the second one is the one that said that it was definitely, they were treating it as a murder-suicide. But the first one said that it was just suspicious deaths. Oh, that's interesting. I'm gonna look
So why
one.
would they take a full year before closing the case, but not analyzing everything that's significant? Like, why would they close it a whole year later? Is that mandatory, or?
I think they had so much stuff to, just my view on it, but I think they had so much stuff to go through. And I think if they would have actually done their job, and if certain investigators would have been able to do their job thoroughly and properly, I think it actually would have taken longer.
Right. Yeah.
So the first press release came out at 3:30 p.m. on January 17th. See, then they got the call at 12:56. So this would be right around the time. That's the problem, I think, is even those timelines don't match up because they're telling the media, if I'm reading this right, Catherine, they're telling the media that within 1, 2, 3, yeah, I guess, that's really earlier. It's I don't know. It's things like that. I think they just throw sand in our eyes sometimes just to make it difficult for real researchers and hope that we just give up. And just give up and just move on and don't worry about it. Life is good. And Mason Hendricks actually told me that at some point. And it was like, just go out, just go and enjoy life. Life is great. This and that. Like, life is not great. If a 5-year-old child can be murdered, can be killed, and nobody cares. You guys are all this family, all these friends. They don't care. They obviously don't care, or else they would have put more effort, more time into this. They'd be right here with us right now, and at this point, this case would not be closed. We would have this case changed.
Agreed. And that's, like you said, that's something I find really hard to understand. A child, their niece, their granddaughter, their supposed friend's child that their children played with, and they're all content to turn their back and walk away. And I do not understand it.
It's terrible. It's frustrating.
Can I throw a question in here really quick from Robin? Okay, she wanted me to ask, and this is probably something Dan will have to answer. She said she wanted to know about the money, the $50,000, and she was wondering if anybody had looked into or thought about, or is it a possibility that that money could have been pulled out, maybe, I don't know, if the money was pulled out for and was going to be used as a ransom, a payment.
Boy, good question. I don't think we've ever looked at it that way that I'm aware of. It could have been discussed in the group, but I haven't looked into that as a potential ransom at all. We can't rule it out. We certainly can't rule it out.
Yeah, and that was interesting.
The timing is the most is a key thing there, because it took place in October, which would indicate, regardless of what it was used for, there's premeditation in the entire scenario. And that's really when it gets bad. If we've got premeditation in this situation, which I think there was, but it eliminates the, someone snapped or someone came in to assault David or question him and then flew off the handle and ended up killing him. That's what we need to get down to, was this a premeditated thing, or was this just off the handle? And the evidence that we have so far, I believe, suggests that everything was premeditated. Whether it was a ransom or not, there was the fact that money was pulled out in the month of October. Bodies were supposedly killed in December. That's a 2-month time frame that people were maneuvering and getting things prepped for all of this, including members of David's own family. And so that's where it really goes down a nasty, rabbit hole. But it could have been. I don't know how that would have played out, but it's worth looking into.
Yeah, because they would have had to have known way in advance they were going to need a ransom. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
The other question that was asked just a few minutes ago was the timing of things, and I just want to clarify a couple of things. One is the question, we're wondering if people were in and out of the house while the cleaners were still on the job, and we should clarify it that way. Not if they were there at the particular time of that day, but if the cleaners were there. Typically a case like this would be 2 to 3 days or up to a week to clean. Regardless of once they start or open the scene to clean, it's under my understanding that is quarantined or cordoned off until they're completely done and they exit the premises. Not for that day, but when they close up shop and leave. And in between that window, no one, including detectives, I think, can enter that scene at all. And so that's our first problem. We know that they were there. The bodies were there on Saturday the 17th is when the bodies were discovered. Nothing happened the 18th on that Sunday. And then 19th, I think, is when the cleaners came on the 19th, the morning of the 19th, or even the evening of the 18th. The problem is we've got Chris Klein and others in their house on the 19th that's been proven from the 911 call. And then the cleaners, I think, left on the 20th. So that has never been explained satisfactorily by anyone, because, and others can chime in here too, but when a professional cleaning crew of cleaning up a biohazard scene like that, I don't think even family members can come and interject that scene and even come into the scene while they're there. Now, they may come and go during the day, but once they're actually done and finalized and closed that scene, I think it's then officially that's released then to the public or released to the police then to open it up to make it, available. But those guys should not have been there. Now, everyone that we've called out publicly that has answered us asking that question, they all said that we were never in the house while the cleaners were in process of cleaning. Or in other words, during that 3-day window, we were never in that home. We were only in the home after the cleaners were officially closed out and done. So there's a discrepancy there. There's a discrepancy there because they can't be in the house during it, but they have on record say that they were there. So that's a question. Now, the exercise equipment is a good point. I think they came and backed up a pickup truck to get exercise equipment out in that same week, but later on. That wasn't part of the 19th. That was a separate time to pick up the exercise equipment. The first time they were there, I think, was to start packing or cleaning up or start, quote, organizing some things in the house, which still wouldn't make sense after a triple homicide, that they'd be there 3 days later before the memorial, the obituary was written, anything was even done. They're there organizing, the house. That doesn't make sense. That to me is a lie. That cannot be. Now, when they said later on that week that they were there retrieving exercise equipment, they said that, this was Mason Hendricks, they said that because they said that the police had told them that there's crazies out there, including this group of conspiracy people, and they're kind of wacky nut jobs. You may want to get anything of any value out of that home because there's some creepy people going to come and steal it. And so
Testing 1 2, testing 1 2 3, test 1 2 1 2 1 2, testing 1 2 3, testing 1 2 and 3. Hopefully everyone can hear me okay. One, two, three, 1 2 3, 1 2 3, 1 2 and 3. Figured we'd discuss a little bit about David Crowley's Gray State script. Hope everyone can hear me okay. And we are live. Today is, what is today, the 25th or the 26th? I don't even know. 26th. Today is Sunday, April 26, 2020. And I'm just going to leave this message really quickly on YouTube. And figured we go through David Crowley's script, the May 12th script. Might be fun, right? Let me just make sure everybody can hear me okay. All of you out there in YouTube land, hope you're having a good Sunday. Seems like my audio is a little low. Let me go ahead and try to boost that. Hey there, Sojourner. Can hear well? Awesome. Thanks for joining me here. I'm just going to break in to this live or replay stream, which I normally do a replay stream, and I'll probably take this part that we're going to cover right now and come back and edit down this one part here, but I'm just going to leave a message in the Justice for David Crowley and Family Facebook group. If anybody would like to join in the chat, I want them to be able to. So, just give me 1 second here. Breaking in to go live here to discuss David Crowley's Gray State script. Come on in. Oh, it'd probably help if I left the link. Sorry. It's been that type of day. It's about 12:30 p.m. here, and I'm just going through. Let me see if this will share. Hopefully that'll work. Just want to read through some of this from David Crowley's script here. I think it's a really good script, so we'll see how far, time permitting, see how far I can get through this script. I don't know if any of you have read it. I'm not sure if any of you are a part of the Justice for David Crowley and Family Facebook group. I hope you are. If you're not, please consider joining. We got 3,300 members. That's very, very awesome. Really impressive stuff. I think we had about 80 people just in the last couple days, worldwide too. And I know a lot of it is related to this coronavirus thing. So it's very interesting, the lasting impression, the long-lasting impression that David Crowley has had 5 years after his death. And I don't know about you, but I do not believe David Crowley is guilty based on all the documentation that we have. And there are several places you can get all the documentation. One of the places that you can go to is my website, thegraystage.wordpress.com. First thing you'll see is a link to my book where you can read the book. You click on that. If you click on this image here, once you go there, then you can download the book free. If you would like a physical copy, you can go right here to purchase a physical copy. And the get signed thing is not working right now, but if you would like to get a signed book for whatever reason, you can message me that, and I will make that happen. I think with all of this coronavirus garbage, I don't know when I would be able to send those out, but I have had a few people who wanted the signed copy. So yes, we are live. So we are not live in the group. We're just live here on YouTube. What I've done is I've broken into my regular replay stream just so I could go live here. It's just easier. I figure instead of stopping the stream and starting a whole new stream, I figure I'll just break in here, and then later on I can just edit this part into its own video and post onto YouTube. So just wanted to do that for a few minutes. We'll see how much time we got to go here. Sojourner says, I downloaded the book, hadn't started reading yet, but watching all of the videos here. Awesome. Well, thank you for that. I really appreciate that. And there are a lot of videos. And I think that's one thing that I often forget is that, there are still a lot of people that have never heard about David Crowley case. And for the ones that have, there are a lot of people who don't really who haven't had time really to go through all of the data and everything that will help them come to their own conclusion about what they think happened with David Crowley. That's very important. Don't let anybody try to tell you what happened. You will be able to see what happened and what didn't happen, more likely. But yes, Dank, we are live right now. There's 7 people in the chat room, so I want to thank everybody there. It's possible we might get some more people filtering in here as well, and I will try to stay live for as long as I can. Again, time permitting. We will see how far I can get. But I've been itching to discuss David Crowley's script, and so I just cannot hold back any longer. So I apologize if you haven't read the script, if you don't want to be spoiled and everything. You probably don't want to listen to this or watch this. But I'm just leaving another message on my Facebook Facebook page, The Gray Stage. I do have a page on Facebook called The Gray Stage. And so I'm just leaving the same message there. Live right now, talking about David Crowley's script. So there are 2 that we have, and it's not 100% clear which one comes first, but if you go to thegraystage.wordpress.com and scroll down to the bottom, you'll see all of the documents, and see all the documents that we have, and you'll be able to just download those right now. So there are 2 scripts. There is one that is dated and one that isn't. So my personal feeling is that the one that is dated is the one that came after version 6. So I think version 6 was made first, and then The Gray State script revision dated 5/12/15, I think that is the one that came out later, and really that should be 5/12/14. So I don't know. That was probably me just getting the date wrong, maybe. I'm not sure. I'll have to check that. So I'm just going to go back to the live stream. But if you guys have any questions or anything, we can always talk about that too. It's just I've just been itching to kind of go over this script. So the one I'm going to focus on is the Gray State script revision 5/12/15. So I'm just going to go down here and download that. This is 126 pages. I believe this is the one that got David his deal. That's what I believe. That's what I think. So the date here, May 12th, 2014. Gray State, written by David Crowley. It's got his address there. You can see copyright 2014, David Crowley. Scene 1. Let me see if I can make this a little bit bigger here. And I wonder if I can even... Oh, look at that. What do you know? What do you know? I don't know. Oh, okay, it won't let me go any bigger on that, so I'll probably get out of that view. Firefox. Usually like Firefox, but not working out well for me right now. Okay, so let me just scroll down here. Fade in, scene 1, exterior Afghanistan Valley, sunrise. A lone Taliban insurgent, turban and slung AK, silhouetted against the morning sky. He leads a column of fighters discreetly down the mountain pass into the valley, titled Tora Bora, Afghanistan, 8 weeks after 9/11. And I thought that was an interesting... I mean, this is the way the script really starts. It takes you right into it. Right into it. It's very important to note that Danny Mason's character is not in this script. So I was looking for how his character would play a role in this script, and come to find he's not even in here. He's written out already by May 12, 2014. He's gone. So we start in Afghanistan. We're in Tora Bora, 8 weeks after 9/11. 1,000 yards away in a dug-in observation post, Special Forces Staff Sergeant Daniel Walker. This is our main character here. Daniel Walker watches them through a spotting scope. So they're going after Osama bin Laden. And for those of you that know about how quickly, after 9/11, how quickly the focus turned from going after Osama bin Laden, and then all of a sudden it goes into Saddam Hussein. So I think for a lot of us, that was, it was like, well, what's the tie between Osama bin Laden and Saddam Hussein? Why are we going after this guy? If Osama bin Laden pulled off 9/11, why isn't the focus on him? And so that's that was the first thing that stuck out to me with this script here. Remember, David served in Afghanistan. He served in Iraq too. I think he served in Iraq first. I could be wrong on that. But between 2005 and 2009 is when he served, if my memory serves me correctly. So we're taken right into it, right into Afghanistan. And the team leader, Eddie Knight, rolls over. Is it him? Watching intently through the scope, Daniel spots the flash of a face. Confirmed. So they have spotted Osama bin Laden in scene 1. Lots of good stuff here that we're seeing already. They have confirmed. They have him. They have Osama bin Laden. And as we know how all this turns out, well, we lost him. Sorry. Confirmed. Air Force JTAC operator Stack looks up from his maps. Now, Stack is going to play a very important role in this script here, too. So, let me not get too far ahead of myself. AC-130 on station, just give the word. Knight passes Daniel the radio while he settles behind an infrared target illuminator. Daniel, Missionary 6, Karma 3, we have PID on Geronimo. Geronimo is a code word for Osama bin Laden, plus 15-foot mobiles. They'll be in Pakistan by breakfast, and we know that Osama bin Laden does, according to the official theory, he does end up escaping into Pakistan. They'll be in Pakistan by breakfast, requesting clearance for bird call over. So a lot of this, a lot of that for me is like, I have no idea what these guys are talking about. It's all military terms. I'm assuming this is all accurate military terms. People who have served, who still serve, or who have researched a lot of that stuff probably know how accurate this stuff that he's talking about is. But, picture yourself watching this on a movie and you're just like, okay, I know who Osama bin Laden. I don't know any of these other characters. I don't know Daniel. I don't know Stack. I don't know, them, but I know Osama bin Laden. So you know what is happening here. The first scene, they're going after Osama bin Laden, who is in Afghanistan, and by breakfast will be in Pakistan. They know this. All right, exterior mountain camp continuous. Delta Commander Mike Bowen strides intently through the mountain base camp. American sniper forces and Afghani army walking together. Very important too. He takes the radio. Bowen, into the mic. Karma 3, go team internal. Behind him, short, pushy female CIA bitch stands between Bowen's team sergeant and allied Afghan militia. Now, the CIA bitch, this is an interesting one because it's a weird name, when you're trying to, it tells you everything that you need to know about this person, really. But at the same time, after this, she's never seen again. So that to me was like, well, this was a character that I was expecting, you kind of expect in the first scene, in the last scene, everything kind of comes together. And this is one of the gaps, I think, in David's script. And there are several. But I thought that this was one of the gaps that was kind of missing. There was no payoff for this CIA bitch. Kind of weird. But, let's see. Iraq was Desert Storm. That's right. Dank also says DS 2.0 had to test in the new 5G. Sojourner says, I'm a vet. It means positive ID. Interesting. Okay. POID. Got it. Or PID. Thank you for that. Alright, Masterson, bullshit. They surrendered. Get them out of our way. So, they saying Osama bin Laden have surrendered? It's a little confused there. Still a little confused on that. But the purpose of these first few scenes are just like boom, boom, boom. It's supposed to take you right into it. Things that we already know. Some of the most depressing things that we've seen since 2001. September 11th, Osama bin Laden, Afghanistan, Tora Bora. We know what happened there. There's a great book called Jawbreaker that focuses on Tora Bora. I thought that was really good. Okay, so Masterson and the CIA bitch are kind of going at it, and the CIA bitch says, we have to honor treaties stuck by tribal leaders. Get out of that truck. Major Bowen, pull your team in. This mission is over. So they have a positive ID on Osama bin Laden, and the CIA is telling them to get out, to pull out. Huge statement right there. For a lot of people, it might just go over their head, but for anybody that has researched September 11th, Osama bin Laden, it's like, wow, this is pretty close, pretty accurate to what they say really happened here. So I'm gonna just keep continuing to read. The Afghan rebels point their AKs threateningly at the American. Bowen turns away and keys his throat mic as CIA bitch goes back to hand flipping for peace. Bowen, Karma 3, Missionary 6, we're getting fucked from above. Do you have eyes on Intercut? Phone conversation. The last insurgent lingers outside the cave. Daniel, yes. Bowen says, burn him. Hands and voices still, but hearts racing, eyes locked on the distant cave entrance. Daniel, keys a target illuminator. And can someone maybe help me out with that, with the target illuminator, what that is too? It'd be interesting. I guess just a very nice target. Are we talking about like a infrared, like a predator type heat-seeking target thing. I was just curious about that. Stack over radio, Mailman 21, target is painted, send it. So a lot of this stuff, is like I don't understand what they're really talking about. To me, just the overall is just, well, they're getting him. They've got Osama bin Laden. Now they're being told to pull back. Roger firing 40, Mike. The thumbs of explosions reach the camp. CIA bitch turns around, listens, and then glares at Bowen, who stares calmly back in a hard poker face. She whirls back to her chopper. Spin 'em up, let's go. So, looks like they defied the CIA person, and that's the thing. Did they get Osama bin Laden? I was a little confused there until we get to the next scene here. Exterior Valley, sunrise. Daniel's team has packed and is already moving down the mountainside. Interior cave day. Dust is still settling as the team moves into the clearing near the cave. There are a lot of bodies, but no sign of Geronimo. No sign of Osama bin Laden. Daniel spots movement, pulls Stack into the ground, just as ambush, gunfire, incoming RPG, boom. The smoke clears. Knight groans. One of his legs has been blown off. Daniel, dazed, coughing, gets to his feet. The Taliban come at them through the trees. Okay. Interior helicopter day. CIA bitch yells over the rotor roar, her finger wagging in Bowen's face. They came in over the cave. Below them, Stack carries Daniel back to the clearing. CIA bitch and her security guys hop off the bird. She starts her yelling as the chopper goes back into a hover. Stack slides in, rendering aid as CIA bitch hustles over. Stack, did we get him, Dan? CIA bitch pushes Stack to the side. Get away from him. You're all getting court-martialed. So again, it's like a stand-down order, and they said, nope, we're not standing down. We're getting him. We're going after him. That's the way that I kind of looked at it. Painting it with a laser or the like. It's optics as in scope. Okay. Alright. Good to know. She looks up, hand signals to the pilot, pick up this one, and that's it. So, there we go. Title credits. Okay, so then we get the title credits, and here's the montage. So it's kind of, I don't know, people who saw the 2012 trailer, I think this is where I was looking for anything similar between the 2012 trailer and this script here. This is one of the few things, I think, in that 2012 trailer that is even remotely similar to what we see. So, title credits, news clip montage. News 2001. After a chase through the Tora Bora Mountains by U.S. Special Forces, it appears that Osama bin Laden, the 911 mastermind, has escaped into Pakistan. News. Without an obvious goal, U.S. military presence in the Middle East has escalated into Iraq War, dead children, depleted uranium defects. Powerful stuff here. Newspaper clippings, record, Henry Kissinger quote, depopulation should be the highest priority of U.S. foreign policy towards the third world. The depopulation, I think, is a big reference to what we're seeing right now with this whole coronavirus thing and all that. And I do think that's part of it, part of what we're going through. Sweaty preacher to his congregation. War, famine, collapse, pray Christians, judgment is at hand, and there is nothing you can do to stop it. This is a big question, too, that I had because I was trying to find references of David Crowley being a Christian, and it wasn't that easy, but it is there. He is quoted saying that he is a Christian. He's a little hesitant at some of his quotes about Christianity, and so that bothered me because you as a Christian you should be proud of that, and I felt like he was kind of holding back, and maybe people were even telling him he should hold back. It's going to hurt his film, it's going to hurt his project if it's too Christian. And I think that, if true, I think that was wrong on his part. He should have went more towards it, because a lot of that stuff, I think, I think he would have had some really good views on. But just saying. Dank is saying that Kim Jong-un is dead. Wow, really? I'm really curious to see what that means, because I remember they were saying Kim Jong-un had a brain tumor or something like that, or he was in a vegetative state. I thought it was weird when Donald Trump was asked last week. Donald Trump was asked about Kim Jong-un, and he said he didn't want to talk about it. He probably knew then. All right, getting back to this script here. Let's see. So the preacher, world leader, and it is interesting that it's a Christian preacher. It could have been anybody. It could have just been something, but he's specifically talking to the Christians. Judgment is at hand, and there is nothing you can do to stop it. So it's almost like a defeatist preacher. I've been to some of those churches, so yeah, I don't know. And I think they went to a Lutheran church. I think David was brought up in a Lutheran church. I know one of the conference calls that you heard, if you were watching the replay, was we spoke with a couple who actually went to church with David's parents, and there was some good stuff there. I think that was conference call number 5. Conference call number 5, or 5 or 6, I think. Yeah, botched heart surgery. Okay. Sojourner says, this means nothing is in the way for bringing in the NWO, all that David tried to share with us. And he's still sharing it with us. And I think that's a very valid, very valuable point, is that it is worth it. He took a chance. He didn't have to make a movie about this. He was a talented filmmaker. He went to film school. If you've seen his short films and other projects that he's done, he had a lot of talent. He didn't need to do this. And there's two schools of thoughts that I keep hearing. Is that one is that, well, he did it because that's where the money is. He wanted to cash in on suckers. And then the other one is, that he actually sacrificed some of his opportunities, some of his doors closed because of what we are reading right now. And maybe the truth is somewhere in the middle. So, let's see. World leaders laughing with crowds of cheering sycophants, waving political campaign signs of Uri's Wasik, an old tough politician. This is a very important character here. This is the antagonist. So that name will be very important in caps. Indie media confronting Kissinger with cameras before being pushed out by security. It's probably, was that We Are Change, maybe? I remember something like that happening with one of the Rothschilds, but no, Bigny Brzezinski with Luke Rudkowski. So it's kind of a play off that, but maybe there are some footage of Henry Kissinger, same thing happening. I wouldn't doubt it. GNN News, that's pretty interesting. Instead of CNN News. Now that is in the trailer too. So GNN News is one of the other things that made it into David's 2014 script. Remember, the date of the script is very important because it's right before David meets with Michael Entertainment Group, which used to have a Facebook page, and now that is completely gone. So if we were to look up Michael Entertainment Group, let's see what happens. But I'm not sure, it's like after all this, I don't know, there were two Mikes, Mike Bozio and Michael O'Donnell. So they did have, looks like they still have the Facebook, but they had a website. So I don't know whatever happened with it, but I guess it just got taken down. Well, maybe this is it here. Michael Brothers, that's different. But the Michael Entertainment Group, these were the guys who David was working with to make that. This is them, because I noticed the logo here. But David was working with them, and they were going to budget a film for $30 million. That was their goal. That was their plan. That's what they figured that it would cost, according to the president of MEG, Michael Entertainment Group, according to Michael Bozio. So you can see they're still somewhat active here. That's cool. Glad to hear that. But he would be one, Michael Bozio would be a good one to talk with at some point. They did a lot of things, and it's just very interesting. The interview, if you haven't seen it, that Dan Hinnon did with Michael Bozio is definitely worth watching. It's about maybe 30 minutes, 40 minutes or so. Yeah, Global News Network, GNN, that's exactly what it is. Commonly known as so Sojourn says G News Network, commonly known as GNN, is a Pakistani 24-hour news and current affairs channel based in Lahore, Pakistan. Good to know. I did not know that. That's interesting. I wonder if David purposely did it like that, kind of a play on CNN. How would you compare CNN to G News Network? Is it all fake news over there too? Let me go back here. Okay, so GNN News is reporting Osama bin Laden finally killed in 2011. So it gives us kind of a time period of where we're at here. First seen is obviously in 2001, or 10 years later here. They've got Osama. Obama is in. The world is great, right? Jay Leno, late night comedian Jay Leno, and then before anyone could see it, they dumped the body into the ocean. Yeah, that was another weird thing too. I did not watch any of the movies about Osama bin Laden, SEAL Team 6, anything like that. You know, I couldn't do it. I just thought it was just all gonna be garbage. So then it goes to worldwide rioting. 2011. Rioting. News clips. 2011. Helicopter full of Navy SEALs responsible for death of Osama bin Laden shot down. All KIA. Killed in action. Very odd. Dead men tell no tales, right? Okay. Let's see. News. The U.S. Special Forces community has begun to voice its distrust in its leaders. News. Today, the President announced expansion of powers granted the National Security Division, an agency critics are calling a privatized army. News. The United States, Russia, and China attempt peaceful negotiations with North Korea. The United States, Russia, and China attempt peace negotiations after North Korea begins a barrage of artillery against Seoul. News. A general. The only way we can cull North Korea is the nuclear option. News. Mandatory. News. Mandatory RFID clinics and gun registration laws passed. Here we go. RFID clinics. Now we see that in the 2012 trailer. That's definitely there. Gun registration laws passed. We know that they've been trying to do that, and in some cases they are. Some of the local law enforcement, at least in the California area, are fighting it, and I know in other states they are too. So it's good to hear. I think in Houston too. I forget where else, but I remember reading a couple things where guns were deemed essential, and they are, especially during this time. If you don't have one, get one. Get one. Technological implication that the news is being fed into everyone's smartphone and TV. That's an interesting one. David was often on his smartphone. He did not have a TV at his home. But all of a sudden, I believe after November, there's no activity. People are calling David, but he's not answering. And again, all of that can be found in the documents on my website. You can always go to the home page, scroll down to the bottom, and you can find those phone records. They should be in here somewhere. So I got all 4 of the phone records. There are 4 in total. David's old number, Kamel's old number, David's new number, and Kamel's new number. So you can see the people that are calling him, and there's not a lot of response on David's side. So take that for what you will. Okay, now we're getting into Wasik, the antagonist. Wasik, a tall, thin, sinister man in a suit in a 1970s TV show interview. That kind of gives you an idea how old this guy is in the current time, in the present day. Wasik, in the next century, nations as we know it will be obsolete. All states will recognize a single global authority. We will have a new world order, either by consent or conquest. We know that that's been the key tagline of Gray State for years. Definitely another reference in the 2012 trailer that is there. Alright. Exterior in Minneapolis, morning. This is another good place to stop right here, just to kind of say that David's script is focused heavily, mostly all of it is, in Minnesota, in that state, in the Twin Cities area. But when Michael Entertainment got involved, one of the last things, when David met with Michael Entertainment in September of 2014, they felt that it needed to be more of a national level. So instead of it being a state issue, they wanted David's project to be more on a national level, which I do not agree with, but that's okay. You know, I'm not in Hollywood. I don't know anything about it. Which made me think, yeah, David did kind of go dark in those last times. He was still communicating with people. His wife was still communicating with people. She was still meeting with friends. It's not like they were sheltered in the home, which is what people would want you to think, but there's evidence that shows that that's not true. The financial records, too, we can also look at those and kind of see, you know, what their purchases are and when their purchases were. But they're moving around. The daughter's still going to school up until December 19th, 2014. The bodies are found January 17th, 2015. So, you know, there's not that much of a time where they're just like sheltered in their home and nobody can leave, nobody can do anything. That's just simply not true when you look at the actual documentation. Alright, exterior Minneapolis morning, a black National Security Division helicopter thumps over the city neighborhood. So we're in the police state. Riots are happening. We're literally in it. And this guy named Daniel Walker, he is a cop involved in all this. Alright, interior Daniel's house, bedroom, morning. Daniel Walker wakes up and looks to the window. The thumping noise recedes. He reaches over. She's gone. His cell phone buzzes on the nightstand. He smiles when he sees who it is. It was probably whoever was with him last night. Daniel, hey, no, just getting up. Laughs, yeah. He sits up. The sheets fall from his body. So he wakes up to the sound of the helicopter humming, kind of like how he would when he was back in Afghanistan. To me, it's like I can visualize all of this, the way that it's written, and you know, it's very easy to visualize all this stuff. We don't really know who he is in Minnesota yet, but that will come. I think a lot of the missing stuff that will be missing is the visuals to show that we are already in lockdown at this point. The police state in Minneapolis is already here. People have accepted it. People are fighting it, but we're in it right now. So let's keep reading on. He sits up. The sheets fall from his body. He is in his 30s, fit and strong. An ugly scar runs up the right side of his back, up his neck. So that's probably what happened in the Tora Bora issue. He stretches his right shoulder actively. It feels great, a lot better. He laughs again at something she says. His room is full of unopened boxes, bare walls. I don't have to be there till 9, so can I see you later? She accepts. Victory. Series of shots again. Lots of montage. Everything is moving very, very fast. Very fast. And really, the whole script moves very fast, but especially in these first scenes. And a movie like this is one that it forces you to go back, watch it a couple of times. You'll miss a few things. You'll learn new things the more that you go back and watch it. So I think that's very interesting. Is there proof that they are indeed deceased? Well, I mean, they have the bodies, they have the autopsies, so I would say so. Series of shots. Thump, 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 thump. Daniel sprints the last mile on the treadmill. Daniel showers. A smart meter reading his water usage blinks a green light and the water shuts off. Bathroom later. Sparse, clean. Daniel buttons a Minneapolis Police Department dress uniform. So he's a cop in Minneapolis. The collar covering the scar on his neck. Yeah, it's a very good, quick, easy way to get you caught up to let you know who this guy is, and what happened to him and where he's at right now. Interior Security Office Day. Fat security slob drinks coffee, moves camera controls, watching Dan leave the building and enter the parking lot. This is very similar to a scene in the Gray State 2012 trailer too, where there's a guy sitting there with his coffee and he's looking at a bunch of screens and watching all these people. This is a complete police state, a controlled environment. Cameras are everywhere. They're running people's lives. Like they said, they're in your smartphones. The government is in your smartphones. They're on your TV. You know, they're inside of all that. It is a complete lockdown in many ways. Exterior city parking lot day. Gunshots and distant sirens. Just another war zone. Daniel walks to his car. A big black WASIC symbol has been spray painted over his 911 Truth bumper sticker. I thought that was a very important thing too, because one of the things that I wanted to know was David Crowley's view on September 11th. And I think this again gives us a nice clear shot to see what his view on September 11th was, and how he was definitely looking into the 911 Truth thing, I would say, right? So that's another interesting point there. And we know that in his office bedroom, David Crowley's office bedroom, we know what was found on one of his lists that he checked off was WTC-7. And I thought that was very critical, because World Trade Center 7 is 911 Truth. I mean, it basically, for even for people who don't want to believe anything about 911, Building 7 fell. I think a 47-story building fell on September 11th. It was across the street from the Twin Towers. Fell later that same day at free fall speed in 6 seconds, and no plane hit it. So that's a big one for me. Let's see, he looks at it for a second and sees the security fence was cut and most of the cars have been vandalized. He tries to thumb the paint off. Nope. So now he's going to have to drive around with a 911 Truth bumper sticker that has been spray painted with WASIC, the WASIC symbol. And I'm not sure what the WASIC symbol is. I'd be curious to see. We can guess. It's probably that triangle that is in the 2012 trailer. I don't know. I don't know what it is, but probably something really creepy. Alright, so he looks at it for a second, sees the security fence was cut, and most of the cars have been vandalized. He tries to thumb the paint off. Nope. Exterior City Road Day. Daniel drives past a drab shopping district. No dollars accepted signs. Lots of vacancies. Oh, I mean, that's one of the clear things that we're seeing right now. I mean, a lot of stores, at least where I'm at, they don't want to touch cash. They don't want to touch anything from anybody with the coronavirus and the vacancies. That's very clear too with what we're seeing now. Stores closing, 22 million people just in the USA out of jobs. That doesn't include the people that have had their hours cut, their wages cut. It's crazy. So that's pretty accurate to what is going on now. Coincidence? I'll let you decide that one. One car over, a little girl looks at him through a clean Prius backseat window. Very interesting right there. Clean. You know, this girl is definitely growing up in the system, in this new world. sees the symbol on his car. She smiles. So she sees the WASEC symbol. She smiles, points at the WASEC campaign sticker on her own car. Very interesting. It's a nice little spot there. I can imagine who that little girl would have been in the movie. Interior, police headquarters, conference room, day. Senior police officers sitting at a table. All are staring at Daniel. The chief shuffles reports. Captain, Officer Daniel Walker, from your testimony, Sergeant Dunlop taunted the subject until he failed to respond to verbal commands. He provoked the behavior he needed to justify a shooting. Very interesting right there. There is a military term that I learned about called recon by fire. And it's where you basically go and you shoot at things until somebody shoots back. And then you have the justification to go in there and basically murder everyone. It's really sick stuff. Police photo on the table. Suspect face down, dead, hands tied, half dead, half a head. That's another creepy thing right there when we think about David Crowley, half a head. Face was not down, but hands were not tied as far as we know. Hands are missing, so at least one of them. Both of his wife's hands were quote-unquote missing. Most of her head was gone. And the daughter's arm was missing. And a fractured rib that people have said suggests that Ranya's arm might have been ripped out. The chief, Jesus. Eyes a news clipping. Police execute traffic offender in Minneapolis. So police are just, flexing their corrupt, and this scene kind of shows that this Daniel guy isn't. He sighs, studies Daniel. Walker, don't you think a police officer has a right to self-defense? Dunlop, mouthful of gauze. He had a knife. So the guy's tied up, and he ends up shot and dead. Half of his head is gone, but he had a knife. So, how'd he get a knife if his hands were tied? Some interesting stuff there. There was a knife found at the David Crowley crime scene as well. A knife was open, and somebody had it. And it also looks like self-defense. The chief, shut up. The chief stares. Daniel, yes sir, I just think that professional police officers are equipped to deal with escalating threats with deference to the overall preservation of human life. Kind of a very balanced statement. Very balanced cop is what this character is. So I thought that was very interesting as well. Dank in the chat room is saying WTC 7 is the key. If you can understand what happened here, then all the rest of this is a no-brainer. Very interesting. Especially when you consider what was in World Trade Center 7, right? And I think looking at Barry Jennings, what Barry Jennings and Michael Hess, what they said about World Trade Center 7 gives us even more clues. But when Barry Jennings is talking about walking over bodies, I thought that was very interesting as well. Okay, getting back to this. The captain, in response to Daniel's balanced approach to what a police officer should be. Captain, did you decide this before or after you bounced your partner's face off the guardrail? So, in response to what this Dunlop officer did to a traffic offender, Daniel takes it upon himself to punch the other officer. So he's going to get in trouble. Interior, Police HQ, lobby, day. Daniel walks out, loosening his collar. An old man is telling the younger cops a joke. He gets a big laugh. This is retired police chief Eric Walker, Daniel's father. Another very important character in this, Daniel's father. Very important here. Eric turns to him, reads his expression. That bad, huh? Come on, hero. Buy you breakfast. Interior, exterior, fast food restaurant, day. A diner, not crowded. Daniel and Eric sit by the window. Eric, Danny, I can help you get the job, but I can't help you keep it. Daniel, I can't help it. Eric, Well, your testimony will get him some PTO and eventually move to some federal bureaucracy with fewer duties and higher salary. You know, in the 40 years a gun rode my hip, I never thought to use it. Very important statement right there. There's going to be a payoff to that. And somebody who likes to read scripts, I'm looking for the payoff. Everything that I'm seeing here, everything that I'm reading, everything that is happening here, there needs to be a payoff to it. There needs to be a reason for every line of dialogue, for every scene, for everything that everybody does. And in this script, and maybe in a lot of scripts, that's not always the case. But that quote right there from Daniel's father is a big one that will come back in a very good way, in a very powerful, positive way. Daniel, you never had to. I'll get the tip. Daniel crumples his wrapper and gets up, drops a wrinkled bill. Eric, Dan, you should stay a while. Mallory's coming. She wanted to see you. Dan puts on a tan beanie from his army days. Daniel, I got shifts. See you, Pops. Opens the door to flurries. A snowstorm is coming in. Daniel moves through the whiteness to his car. An errantly braking car slides to a stop in front of him. Driving is his 16-year-old sister, Mallory. She rolls down her window and pulls up beamy. Daniel, they gave you a license? Mallory, well, aim small, miss small. Daniel, that's not how you should. Mallory, so you'll take me to range? Indoor, 300 meter? Law enforcement only? That's range. That range. Daniel, shouldn't you be in school? I wanted to see you. Mallory, Daniel, come here. They bump foreheads. He suddenly smears his old army beanie on her face and walks away, leaving her holding it. Mallory, Danny, gross. Daniel, shouldn't be out here without a hat, Mal. You might get sick. Storm's coming. We have now been introduced to Daniel, to his father, to his sister. We know what he's doing. He's a cop, and storm is coming in more than one ways. Series of shots. The snowstorm is getting thicker with no sign of stopping. Daniel dealing with people on his shift. The issues are economic, dollar collapse, gas and food shortages, and of course, abuse. Very powerful here too, because this is where you could kind of take out the collapse, the dollar collapse, which we haven't seen right now. But if you take that out of this script, put in this coronavirus, and it's almost word for word what is happening, what is going to happen, and what we're going to see here. Interior Police Headquarters, locker room, night. Daniel takes off his uniform, putting the coat in his locker. Officer pokes his head into the room, spots him. Officer, Walker. Back on the clock, shift brief in 5. Dunlop brushes past him, unbuttoning his uniform, chuckling. Daniel pauses, then pulls his uniform back on. Interior, Mall of America, later. Mallory is out with group of friends at the mall, buying ice cream with RFID digital currency. Everybody's on their phones, texting and chatting happily. She and a boy from her class, Preston, totally pretend they didn't just get busted checking each other out. Interior, and that's a big one right there. That you got to have this RFID digital currency to buy anything, and it's just everybody's used to it. So at this point, we don't know how long it's been like this, but we know that this is the new currency. The New World Order is here in the script. We're already in it. We're locked in it. And you think, at least I'm thinking when I first read this, I'm thinking, well, it can't get any worse than this, but it does. Interior, police cruiser, night. Daniel drives a squad car. His new night shift partner, Rand, that's an interesting one too. It always reminded me of Rand Paul, or the Rand Corporation, whatever. A lot of different things you could go with that. Maybe we're reading too much into it, but his new night shift partner, Rand, jaw flaps from the commander's seat. Rand, where are you coming from? 4th? 4th is bad too, but they wouldn't start a rookie out on 5th. They're talking about precincts, areas, whatever. Daniel wipes his eyes, exhausted. Daniel, is that where all the bad shit happens? Rand, yeah, you get cooking, drug running, prostitution sometimes. 5th District is a mess. I got a theory. Pay attention. Last year, these insider city planners got together and had blight declared on posh North Minneapolis neighborhoods with declining property values. Blight. And then, like magic, they use massive city funds to buy it up cheap and turn it all into fucking chain stores and paint by number apartments. And then, like the Holy Exodus from Egypt, another important reference, Egypt, evicted welfare leeches by the thousand funnel into low-income housing projects built in white suburbs. It's like they're trying to start a race war. I mean, you must have seen it by now. It's all happening in 4th too. Helicopter buzzes overhead. That's important there because we see that here too. You know, it's what they do. They they basically bring all of this crime into a city, into a certain area, to where it's just slum, it's a ghetto, and then they buy it up, kick everybody out, and they rebuild it. It's a pretty nasty real estate trick. Helicopter buzzes overhead. Bang. Glass shards rain down from the building's windows. Rand. Oh my God. Daniel flips the lights and accelerates. Exterior. Ground zero. Here we go. This is the false flag coming up. Ground zero night. They pull up where a group of victims flee the building covered in dust, similar to September 11th. Call it in, says Rand. Rand goes to help. Rand. You've been in an accident. If you can walk, I need you to clear the area. Keep moving. So he's telling these victims that. Officer, there are men in there with bombs. Another September 11th reference. A bomb in the building. Bombs going off here. But it gets worse. Daniel works the radio. People on the ground run in panic. Daniel, dispatch, Unit 7. He's not transmitting. He turns up the volume. The radios aren't working, just like September 11th. And radio, and conduct immediate cordon operations in your area. Repeat, lockdown sequence 3 is in effect. So remember what lockdown sequence 3 is for later. I think that will come up too. All right. Loud sirens coming. Black Government National Security Division vehicles sporing the EWE logo. I don't know what the EWE logo. Not sure what that is. EWE. Interesting. Rand goes to flag them down. They zoom by without stopping. An odd creaking noise. The building starts to fall. Another September 11th reference. It crashes, scatters tons of concrete debris. Rand is crushed. Rand gets crushed in the fall of this building. A collapse, which is hard to believe again, but here we go. Radio continued. Repeat. Lockdown sequence 3 is in effect. Lockdown sequence 3 is lockdown. It's exactly. I mean, it is. Super duper lockdown. Basically, series of shots. Radio chatter. Domestic terrorist bombers in the area. Police blocking roads. Panic is beginning. All right, and I think this is a great place where I'm going to stop here and continue. This will be page 13. So just remember that one. We'll come back at some point here. But radio chatter, domestic terrorist bombers in the area. Who are these domestic terrorist bombers? I'll let you figure that one out. All right, everyone. Thank you so much. God bless you all. And I will try to maybe come back either today or come back at some later point and keep reading this, but unfortunately that's all the time today, most likely, unless something happens. That's all the time today I'll have for this. But God bless you all. We'll keep you posted with any news, anything that goes on, and we'll be back. Until next time, I'll go back into the replay.
Mason said, I believe his words were gym equipment, exercise equipment, and televisions or TVs, anything worth value. So what we did, and this is where it gets to be kind of comical, what we did is go back and look at all of the crime scene photos in the house that were taken by police the day the bodies were found. There's not a TV in that house. There is no exercise equipment in that house. There's no gym equipment in that house. There may have been small things that we may have missed by looking at it, dumbbells, weights, small things. But anything that small would not have required a pickup truck, and Mason Hendricks says we had to use a pickup truck to load this all up. There was no workout equipment in the home. That begs the next question. Mason now is telling us misinformation or disinformation. It gets back to the dog water bowls and food bowls. There are none in the house. So why wouldn't a dog have a water or a food dish? Why would there be no workout equipment, and why no TVs? Well, David and Kamel, I don't think, had or owned a TV because they were awake. They knew what was going on. They weren't going to, fall for that. But the workout equipment, that was a reason to get into that house, to take it out. The question is, and where they backed themselves into a corner, is that there was no workout equipment to begin with.
What did they really take? Yeah, if I'm curious about what they really took.
Well, that's the question. They were there looking for other things, I think, and taking other things, and firing a potential weapon into the ceiling on the 19th, and then just call out the police to say that they missed it. Why would family members know what police missed or did not miss? That's the other mistake they made.
Yeah.
They knew police missed a hole in the ceiling. Well, these guys would not have known what the police missed or did not miss. Family would have been aware of what the police were suspecting happened, but they would have said, there's no way, they can't believe they missed this bullet hole. These individuals would not have known that there was a bullet hole to be missed. So I believe that is enough evidence to suggest that they fired it on the 19th. That's why they needed to get in the house.
Yeah, see, and I agree with you, Dan. That was such a huge red flag to have them call the police and say, oh, by the way, there's a bullet hole here. That's like, okay, how do you know they didn't already know about that or didn't know about it? But, yeah. And Taylor has
a big red flag.
Taylor, what's your question? Are you still there?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm here.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
It's more or less not a question.
Okay.
So, Greg had gotten me to go on Google Maps and actually look at the placement of the Crowley house along with a couple of the neighbors. I have here Brett Millay, I think it is. Anne Marie Hickson, Alan Olson, Teresa Shepard, and Mark Torelson. Now, Brett Millay was at 1048 Ramsdale Drive, or Ramsdale. He said that he's seen David closing the blinds in the dark. I guess it was nighttime when he had seen it. But in my mind, and just by looking at the placement of Brett's house and David's house, there's no, excuse my language, there's no fucking way he could see it at all.
Yeah, he said, Brett, not to interrupt you, but Brett Millay was saying that he stared at David. He lived directly across the street from him and stared at David. They had looked at each other for a long time, and then somebody started to close their curtains, and one of them turned around and walked away. But yeah, so the position of the houses is not such that Brett Millay is across the street from David?
Well, he's across the street, but he's not directly straight on across the street. He's more about I'd say a 90 to 120 degree angle to his house there, and all of his windows are basically, in my mind, too small to see. They're all too small to be able to see even into David's big window. Plus, there's quite a few trees that are in the way of the view. The only way that I could think he would have any kind of view in it would be that David has LEDs in his ceiling light. And obviously that's probably not possible. So, I just don't think it's plausible to be able to think that he would actually be able to see David, especially in the dark.
Yeah, this is around sometime between 6 p.m. and 9 p.m. on Christmas Eve. And Brett told the police that he made eye contact with David. and then, or he didn't specifically say he made eye contact, but he does say that from where he was standing in his house, he could see David standing, and somehow they were able to see each other. And then Brett closes his shades, and he says David walks away. Well, the way that it's written makes you think that Brett closed his shades first, and then David walked away. But obviously that's not possible because it's from Brett's point. But then, then I asked Taylor to look up and see where Brett was living, what the front windows are, and if you look at all of those front windows, it's not impossible, but it's very difficult to think that Brett could actually see David, and vice versa.
Definitely.
Maybe one saw the other. Maybe he saw David, and maybe he thought David was looking at him, and David wasn't. But it's really hard to think that they both saw each other, had that moment, and then turned and walked back. And the other weird thing was that when the police went back to talk with Brett, that they reported that he wasn't there. So there's questions about that too.
Yeah.
But looking at those windows, it's really hard for me. Like, where would David have to be standing, and where would Brett have to be standing in order for this to even happen? And when you look at the map, like I said, it's not impossible, but it's kind of odd.
And Greg even has the video that I'm sure he can forward to you guys, Catherine and Dan. But even aside from the fact of, like, the positions of where they would be standing, even in my mind, I have a pretty big window in my place, and if I look out the window and there was a house across the street, there's no way, with two big trees in the way and the angle of the houses, there's absolutely no freaking way you'd be able to see past that. It's just this one tree stump that keeps hitting me, and it's not, I don't know, it's just not rubbing me the right way, and I don't think it's plausible.
Is it possible because it was snow? You have to remember, it was snowing then, so obviously there's nothing on those trees by the tree trunks. Maybe that's...
You know what? I'm looking at the map too. I just now pulled it up, and you are correct. Directly across the street from David's window is the yard. Everybody else is like kitty corner. So.
Yeah.
And that's not even Brett's house right there, across the street, which is what I thought it was at first, but it's not.
No, Brett's house is to the left. His is to the left on, like, the corner, the little bend there. His is there.
His is closer to where David's mailbox is, actually, right?
Yeah, his driveway is at 1048. But
yeah, you're right. There's no way for him to see.
No, and even like, when you look at Google Maps, obviously it's all summertime, but even if you look at the pictures on the page, I found one of David's front yard and the one across the street. Even in the winter, you wouldn't be able to see past that tree because it's too grown up too far, and all the branches spark out after about the window height.
Yeah.
Yeah, so, that's interesting. I'm glad you brought that up.
Yeah, so that doesn't rub me right. And then, me and Greg kind of got into it, and we were thinking, okay, well, what about the rest of the neighbors? So I went and I looked up Anne-Marie Hickston, which is at 1052, which I'm pretty sure is to the right of Brett Millay, if I'm not mistaken. Pretty sure. Anyway, she's more likely to have seen something than he was, because due to the closer proximity of the house, and along with, like, the clearer vision that she had, because she didn't have as many trees in front of her house, and David only had that one. No, I don't even think he had no, maybe he did, but it was like farther down the property. She had a direct line of sight, as far as I can remember. She had a direct line of sight to his big bay front window. So as far as I know, she would be more likely of a person to be able to see in his window, but I don't think she ever really made a statement on what she had seen, because I don't think she really seen much.
I'm pulling that up right now to see what Anne-Marie Hickston says.
Because, I know looking at her place, she had more of like a I guess she had like somewhat bigger windows, not very much bigger as far as I can remember, but
yeah, she's the one who said that there was she indicated that she noticed that there was a certain light or a candle that has come on every day since Christmas, and that's in page 13 of the Apple Valley Police report, if anybody wants to go check that
out. And then that also brings me on to Alan Olson, which he is the neighbor that heard the shots, the 3 shots. I don't remember what night it was.
Well, he wasn't sure either. He didn't know.
So, in my mind, there is absolutely, and I even have it written here on my sheet, there is absolutely no way he could see anything. Fence and trees blocking vision of anything that could be plausible. So, basically, when you look at Alan Olson, I think he's behind David's house, so he's at 1074 Lowell Drive.
Yes.
I think he's to the right-hand side. If I'm not mistaken, he's to the right. So, because of the fences and because of the trees are well sprung out. Like, they're high and the branches come out. Like, they're like a regular huge tree that you would see. This is the tree that's in the back of David's house. Plus, like, I'm pretty sure his windows are not big enough to be able to, like, see a lot.
Well, he's the one that just heard it, right? So he's the one that heard three rapid fire shots. But if you look at the distance from where his house is compared to where David's house is, if he heard 3 rapid fire shots, a lot of the other neighbors should have too, right?
Exactly. Another thing I have with that is if you hear 3 gunshots in such a rural neighborhood that's like this, I would think that you would call the police and make a statement, right? Or just tell them at least to give them a heads up that something's happening, or
yes.
Is that just me?
No, they even asked him that at some point, because I think he said that he didn't call. No, actually no. Teresa Shepard. So Teresa Shepard is the other one who lived on Lowell Drive.
1066. Yeah, 1066.
And she's the one who saw the rear slider open when she came home from vacation around December 23rd, meaning that rear slider had been open for a long time.
Yeah, I have her down here too.
And that's on Apple Valley Police Reports, page 56, if anybody wants to look at that. I think it's definitely worth looking at. It's worth looking at all of these neighbors. Some heard stuff, some saw stuff, but, even hearing 3 rapid-fire shots where we're talking about Alan Olson, and he could not say exactly when it was, but he pretty much said that it was around Christmas Day, and it was definitely before New Year's Eve. Now, Olson was home from 1 p.m. on December 24th, 2014 through 1 p.m. on Christmas Day. So it's possible it was sometime around then. It's just weird that he says it was definitely before the New Year's Eve. Now, what's also interesting is we're only getting the summary of what is said to the Apple Valley Police. We're not getting what Olson says. We're not getting what Shepard says. We're not getting what they really say. And I think Dan Hinnon has actually asked for some of those recordings, if I remember correctly, but it would be good to have a strategy to try to... I know we can't get those recordings, but why couldn't we get the transcripts of those recordings similar to the 911 call?
Exactly.
So we need a good game plan for that too, I think.
Now, bringing me back to Teresa Shepard, she's at 1066. I think she's left of... Yeah. Anyway, I have... like you said, Greg, she did see the back slider open. In my opinion, obviously this is all speculation, I don't think she could have seen the door completely open. Like, I think it was a little I think it was too close for her to be able to see anything, but maybe I don't know. It could be possible, but I feel like her vision could be distorted due to the fencing that David had in the backyard. Plus, it would have had to have been the right time of day for her to be able to see anything useful. Because I guess I don't know. I'm trying to think about a good way to explain it. If I try, like, I don't remember what kind of fence David had. I think he had the chain link, right? Anyway, there was a fence in David's backyard, and
it was a fence, but it was a chain link fence, yeah. And those fences are very, very small. It looks like everybody can see everybody else's backyard, which to me that would not work for me. I like having my high fence.
Yeah, me too. But I don't know. To me, I feel like it would have to be the right time of day for her to be able to actually see anything. But it could be plausible. It is possible. That's just my opinion on looking at Google Maps and whatever. Like, and it's obviously not extremely correct because it's I'm not there.
Right.
Yeah, and we don't know what she did, even if it was dark and if she turned on her porch light, you can still see, because when I turn on my back deck light, I can see my neighbor's backyard. Yeah. So yeah, we don't have enough information from her to really determine the whole scenario.
Exactly. And then that brings me to Mark Torkelson. I don't know how to say it. This is the father and the daughter, and they live at 1070, which is directly behind the Crowley house. Yes. Now, from the police report, I had taken like a quote out of the report from him, and I guess this is his daughter saying that they had basically spoken to the homeowner, which said that the residents of 1051 Ramsdale Drive had been dark since around Christmas, and that they hadn't seen the occupants in a long time, other than the room in the back of the house, and the lights on the back of the neighbor's house would shine into her room if they were on. She said that anyone at the house since the weekend before Christmas, school break, which started 12/19/15, she said she believed that the daughter had started school and that the mom was a stay-at-home mom. Said she had never heard the couple fight and that she used to see the husband running around the neighborhood. Lastly, said the mother talked about having her babysit the daughter, but she said that she didn't think he liked her and whatever. So basically, to make it make any sense to me, and let me just go off topic, these police reports, their spelling sucks. Like, I had such a hard problem. Like, I took it, I copied and pasted it onto Google Docs, and I had to literally go through it to make sure that everything was spelled properly so I could read it myself.
Well, that's because you're a Canadian. That's why. That's what's going on there.
Hey, I'm offended,
just kidding.
Okay?
I'm just kidding. You know I'm kidding.
But
they also got a date wrong because remember he said 2015, 12/19/2015, when really he did mean 12/19/2014.
Yeah. So basically what they're saying, in my opinion, is like the daughter had seen their backlight shining on, like, in her window, but said that she hadn't seen it since before Christmas break, which was the 12/19, so it was obviously December 19th.
Right.
So that would pretty much mean that they basically went completely dark in the house and didn't have any lights on, wasn't letting the dog out the back, whatever. And to me, that does not sound right, because just motherly instincts. I mean, if you think about the way that Kamel was with Raina, I would not want my daughter sitting in the dark.
Maybe they were in the basement. I don't know.
Maybe, but I don't know. Being in the basement all freaking day and all freaking night, that I don't know. That doesn't. I don't
it's
know.
not normal.
No,
to be a
it
hostage situation at that point. But.
No, it doesn't sound right. Anyway, another thing I wanted to bring up aside from all of the neighbors and stuff like that was the hand sign. Now, looking at the pictures on the group, I don't remember what number it was, but there was a picture of the tree. I think you sent it to me, Greg. There was a picture of the tree, and you can see David's hand in the side. Now, I was looking at it, and I was looking specifically at his hand, and something to me, it doesn't look right to me, because if you look at his hand, it's literally in like a, I don't even know.
You're talking about BCA 4777, which shows David's left hand on the ground in a weird spot where his, what would that be?
His index finger and his thumb are touching, but then his 3 fingers are upwards.
Now, you bring up a good thing right there, and I hate to really, bring this up right now, but is that consistent for the people who have seen the image of the 3 bodies? Is David's hand in that photo consistent with how David's hand is in the image of the 3 bodies? Because they should match, and I have not looked at that yet to make sure that they do match.
Run that by me again.
So if you look at image BCA 4777 and you look at David Crowley's left hand, and if you compare that to the one image that we have that shows all of the 3 bodies in the living room, can you see David's hand? I believe you can see David's hand in that photo too.
It's
and
in the
do they match?
Right.
Oh, I see.
It should
now,
be.
If you look at his hand, just kind of to go back, just to quickly make the point. Sorry, Greg, I didn't mean.
That's okay. No, I was interrupting you. That's all I wanted to say. That's it.
Now, I took it upon, obviously myself, and I looked up kind of any kind of offensive hand signs to certain religions or something amongst that, and I looked up specifically the Muslim, what would be offensive in their religion itself. And it actually turns out that this hand sign is actually very, very offensive in the Muslim religion, because it does mean it's basically the sign of the devil. It's having your fingers like that. It's 666. Technically, in the Muslim religion, they believe that this is very not. I don't know how to explain that. I don't know. It's more or less like they find it offensive because it means something that is very Satanistic to them, I guess, if that's even a freaking word. But I had noticed that when me and Greg and I were talking, and I don't know, I thought that the hand placement was kind of weird, along with the writing on the wall.
Well, and I want to address that here really quick. I've seen a lot of dead bodies. I lost count, and I have never seen a hand in that position that goes in that position naturally after death, ever.
Exactly.
And so that hand to me was positioned after his death, and how they got that to stay, they're good. Whoever did it did a good job. I don't know how they did that, but that is not a natural hand position for someone who has died. And Greg, I just looked at the photo, and yes, they do match.
Okay.
Okay, thank you for that, because I didn't want to go have to look at it.
Yeah.
No, my thing about the hand is like usually when you have a hand when you have hands, like when somebody has died, or especially the way that they say that David's passed away, your hands do not, just like you said, Catherine, your hands do not land like that. There is no way.
No.
Now, I think to me, that's kind of compelling evidence.
Yeah.
Because that kind of tells me that someone had basically written on the wall, open the, how do you say it, Quran, the Muslim technical Bible. I don't know how to say it properly, but
the Quran.
Yeah, having that open, especially in between all their bodies, and along with the writing on the wall, plus the writing on the notepad. That kind of, I don't know, that rubs me the wrong way, because I don't think anybody lands like that, and then especially after writing that on the wall, writing it on the notepad, and then having the Quran open on the floor with with certain pages ripped out. I don't know. To me, it just sounds completely.
I think it's also where the pages were found too, because there was some pages found on the other side of Kamel. So it wasn't like the pages were all just ripped in one place. The pages were pretty much scattered out throughout the whole living room floor, if you really look at it, which again is also odd too.
And that kind of brings me back to my theory of, I'm pretty sure somebody was trying to piss off Kamel's father or something, leaving some kind of mark to say, hey, I was here, you know who I am, but you're not going to tell anybody because you're afraid that you're going to be next, kind of thing.
Yep.
Okay, I want to bring Autumn back. She had another question, if that's okay.
Yep.
Autumn, are you still with us?
I'm here.
Okay.
I don't know if they're good questions, but I guess there are two. Sorry. If anybody noticed in the master bedroom, there's a lot of movement with the vacuum and them going back into the attic, which leads back to what we were talking about before. Mm-hmm. There's wires going up into the attic, and from what I could tell from looking at the photos, it doesn't lead to like a Wi-Fi or anything like that. And David strikes me as somebody who would be prepared. He obviously wasn't everywhere else in his life, so why wouldn't he have a camera? And maybe that would be why they went back into the attic. And I have one more. Why did the police go through such trouble to take photos of the Skechers that were by the front door, of the markings on the bottom, of their markings on their shoes, without taking markings of all the leading paths? And there's quite a few in the backyard, leading out of the backyard. There's a lot of tracks back there. But they didn't take any photos of the track, at least that we know of.
Sure.
I had that same question. That definitely strikes me odd. It's like, I would understand why they would take photos of the bottom of their shoes to rule out who was walking where, but then where are the photos of the tracks in the snow? Hello?
Right. Where do they lead?
And as far as the camera, a lot of us, we were just talking about that recently. It's, we've all said the same thing. Was there a camera inside the house, and did somebody take it? I don't think we really know. Do you, Dan or Greg, know anything about that?
Nothing verifiable that I've found. I don't know. I think Dan might say that it's maybe not as common as, as like the cameras that are out now. I have to remember this was back in 2014, so.
Yeah. Is Dan still on the line?
Yeah, I think he's, go ahead, Dan.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm not that I'm aware of about that. Sorry, I was on mute.
Okay.
I wanted to say too, my ex he owned, and well, before that he managed and then owned his own crime scene cleanup business. And Dan is right on. No one is allowed in or out of that until they are finished. So I just wanted to add that and clarify what he said.
Good, thank you.
Okay.
Good to know.
I guess that was all.
Okay, thank you for your
interesting.
question.
Very good.
Thank you.
That was great. So who do we got next? Who else has something here that they want to share, they want to say, or add, contribute?
If you guys don't mind, this is Derek again from the Army. Just want to let you guys know that when I go back to meet my soldiers this month, or in next month, sorry, I'm going to let them know all about this case and the stuff that you guys have brought up. And I wanted to say God bless to all of you for all the work you have done, not only to the family, the Crowley family, and everybody involved with that, but also for all the veterans, all the military, you, Catherine, with the EMT. I know that's a hard job. Me being in the Army, multiple deployments, I don't want to be EMT. No, thank you.
Yeah, and it was hard being an EMT on the Army base. I don't know if you guys remember, but at Fort Bragg, they had a plane crash on the tarmac into a C-5. And then we also had the 82nd Airborne, who the whole division, they went and did a jump at a wind shear, threw them all to the ground. But the worst one was the guys who were burnt from the plane crash on the tarmac. And yeah, it's a rough job. But I'm telling you, you soldiers, I have so much respect for you, and thank you again so much for your service. And tell your guys thank you too. I really appreciate it.
Will do. And if there's anything you guys need from me or anything that we can do on our end, let me know. I'm going to spread the word as far as I can and do research too, and I'll let you know if I find out anything.
Derek, I have one question. I don't know if you can help with this, but is there any, how, if we wanted to find something more about David's past, about his service, about stuff like that, do we have any chance of getting any of that data that might help us understand his service or anything like that, or am I just wasting my time looking for it?
That's going to be very hard to find. If we can find somebody from his unit that he went with, that's the best we can do, because we can't access his military files. That's unless we can get with a family member that may have hard copies of it. We won't be able to get any online access to it.
Gotcha.
Derek, we do have his DD 214 record on the Facebook page, but that's about the extent of it. Have you looked at that? I'd like to get your input.
I have not seen it. But what we could do with that, if I can find out his unit, we can contact the unit, see if there's a Facebook page that they have. We have Facebook pages too in the Army, so and see if there's any veterans there that served with him, and then we can start cracking the code on that.
That's a great idea.
I think there is. I think someone did find the Facebook page and showed some posts and links to it, but this could have been a year or two back. But his unit, there was, I believe, a Facebook page.
Okay. All right, well, it's getting super late on my side of the country, so you guys have a good night, and I wish you all well.
Thank you, Derek.
God bless, and thank you for everything.
That was good. That's very good stuff to have an individual like that on a call like this, because it really shed a lot of light. It's getting late here myself too. I've got one more question or comment, and then I think I'm going to jump off the call and have you guys discuss it. But it has come up several times, and for the new members, the Facebook posts that were deleted on David Crowley's personal Facebook page is a huge issue and a huge red flag, and there is a lot of I guess speculation around that. I just wanted to comment on some things I was thinking about today before the call. His personal Facebook page had comments deleted after the bodies were found. Now, his laptop would have been in the possession at that time of the Dakota County Electronic Crimes Unit. And David, much like I think a lot of
us keep our primary computer just logged into our Facebook account. I don't think we log out and log in each time. So if he had it up, whoever accessed the computer going into the Facebook could have had access to do so. Now, I'm not implying that the Dakota County Crimes Unit did the deleting, but I'm also not ruling them out. Now, there was no one else who had access to David's accounts that we know of. Now, we know that there was a password list that was left out. And so we know that police would have had access to that password list, but no one else. Now, we're led to believe from hearing from Sean Wright and Mason Hendricks that anyone could have gotten into any of his accounts because the password list was in the crime scene photos and anyone could have seen that. Well, the crime scene photos became public once we got that back from the FOIA request, which was, I believe, a year later, or after the investigation became final. So their claim that someone could have just used that password list to hack his account is not correct because that wasn't public until the year 2016.
And it had already been deleted by then, correct?
It was already deleted. So someone did the deleting in between time. So I also think it's fair to say whoever was in there committing the crimes or the murders, who I think set that password list out on purpose, probably took a screenshot of it or a photo with their camera and then left, and it's just, and was able to play that card to say, well, obviously other people could have gotten in there to do that. The point I'm trying to make is no one had access to that information. So if David's computer was logged in on his laptop, it may have been logged in also automatically on his cell phone or his smartphone and potentially that Microsoft Surface Pro. Now, all of those three things were in the possession of the law enforcement. So someone on another computer somewhere else would have had to log in using David Crowley's credentials, which I call hacking. Someone else would have had to log in to delete those posts on his personal Facebook page. So regardless of how things could have happened, I still believe if we rule out that it was the Dakota County Crimes Electronic Unit, and perhaps they're the ones who deleted it, that now leads back to a police cover-up. But let's assume that they didn't and they were honest and forthright. Someone still hacked in to do that deletion. If I was a Apple Valley Police detective or investigator, would have then seen this information that we widely shared that the posts were deleted and gone back to Facebook, and you were able at that point to get the IP address of the actual time, date, and location of those posts being deleted and go back to that IP address of actually who did the deleting. Now, they never followed up on that, and I do believe it's too late to get at that stuff now, but there was also speculation that once the computer came back, Dan Crowley Sr. gave it to Mason Hendricks to tinker around with, and he did the deleting. Well, I think we have to rule that out because the computer didn't come back for months later from the Electronic Crimes Unit into the possession of the Crowley family. These posts were deleted the very next month, I think sometime in February 2015. So once again, what we've got is a series of misinformation and disinformation. Mason Hendricks or Dan Crowley Sr. or Jr. could not have deleted it once they got the laptop back in their possession because that would have taken months to review and get back. These posts were deleted in February, and the old line that they could have seen it from the password list that was all over the internet and images from the crime scene photos didn't come out till January of 2016. So we have to keep these things in consideration that these could not have possibly happened. Someone had to have hacked into his account to delete those comments, or the Crime Scene Investigation Unit in Dakota County did it themselves. That is the only two scenarios that are even possible for the deleted Facebook posts. That's how important that one key is to this whole thing. Thoughts?
Yeah, and Dan, before you go too, can you also talk a little bit about the PI for those who are new?
Yes, I will cover that as well. We did. I did personally hire a private investigator using my own funds to look into this case, and he is going to take, this individual's in Pennsylvania, several months to review, come to his own conclusion, do his analysis. Right now he's looking into the lab reports, and he's already gone through the police reports several times. Then he's going to get into some of the other scenarios of the forensics and the reports and everything else. And then he's going to draw his own conclusion and then present a report. So I am going to provide another update on April 15th of where this individual is in his research. Now, once this investigation is done on his part, he's a pretty well-known individual who's specialized in homicide cases, cold cases, and multiple death investigations. He is going to issue a report to give to me and to our team here that is public information. We are free at that point to take it to the media or take it to law enforcement, and he has no qualms about doing that. It's once we paid the fee to retain his services, that report is going to be public information, and he'll stand behind it. The other reason that I selected him going forward to do this job is that his job and relationship with us never ends. After the report is issued, he will be able to answer at any time going forward any new information or any questions relating to the case anytime we ask questions to, whether it's 5 years down the road or 6 months down the road or 10 years down the road. He is going to consider this case his baby going forward, even once the case is done. So I had set up a GoFundMe also out there. There's a campaign to reimburse myself to help defray some of the cost. That's out there on the Facebook page as well. But that's the update. I am looking forward to it, whatever it is. I and our team here is not steering him in any direction. In fact, I have never even contacted him over the phone yet. I have emailed several times and retained his services through some faxes and emails with the contract and whatnot, but I've never even spoken to this individual. So I want to keep him as, I don't want to steer this person in any direction at all. So I want to get
right,
it honest.
and that's how and that's how he would want it too. He doesn't want anybody's opinion. He wants to read facts.
Yep. And that's so I'm excited about that, just because I told him out of the gate that we're looking for the truth on what really happened here. We're not looking to benefit or hinder anybody or point any fingers as far as speculation or theories. We want the facts and the facts only, wherever that may lead us. And so that's it. I'm going to do another update on April 15th when I hear back from him. But that is it at this point. He had a couple of questions. The image of the bodies. He did contact me saying, "Where did I receive that photo, and is it authentic?" was the only two things he asked, and I thought that was very telling. Remember, we received that photo as part of a BCA FOIA request from the Bureau of Criminal Apprehension. Many say that photo should have come redacted. There's no way they would have released a photo like that graphic photo. So there's speculation.
Yeah, I think it was an accident. Yeah.
And so there is speculation that it was either released unredacted as a miss, as someone that they just missed doing their job, or it was done on purpose by a white hat in the organization, or in other words, a good guy trying to get the real story out. But he thought that was very interesting that was released. Now, he also asked if it was authentic, which I didn't share with anyone yet until just right now. Maybe that was his, just wondering where we got that photo from all by itself, because he knew. Anyway, the antenna, his radar went off when he got that photo, because he asked me right away, "Where did you get that from, and do you think it's authentic?" And said, "Here it is, page 45 in the BCA report. This is what we got via a FOIA request. That's all I can answer. I'm assuming it's authentic." So that's what he said. The rest, he's busy doing his looking at the analysis, and he did the full police report. He's read 3 times and has taken notes, and now he's looking at the lab analysis and the forensics on the lab, various lab work.
Well, good. Thank you so much, Dan.
That's awesome. Yeah.
Yeah, that's interesting stuff. So I'd like to get your guys' thoughts on the whole Facebook deleting here before I take off, because that is I was just thinking about that today, because that really points really into two directions. Someone got in to hack it. David didn't seem the type of person to me that would be just giving out his password to his closest friends and co-workers on the project. So someone got in and did that, which also leads me to believe that it was another possible mistake by those perpetrators who did it and took a picture or wrote down the post when they knowingly left that password list there behind on the desk when they left. It may have been the same person or persons who also has images of the crime scene on their smartphone. The other strange thing, and I'm alluding to Sean Wright on those accounts. Sean Wright made a comment to Greg Fernandez that I'd like to reiterate. Back when this first happened, he said to Greg, "I was probably the last person to see David alive." Mm-hmm. Now, why would you make a comment like that? I was probably the last person to see David Crowley alive. And I think if everyone just takes a step back and let that sink in, the magnitude of that comment. Number one, it's nothing that you would ever say. You either know you were the last person or you weren't. I don't see the word probably coming into play. But I will leave you all with that. All right, I got to jump off.
Thanks, Dan.
Love you,
guys. Have a good one.
You too.
I'd like to just kind of, or is there anybody else that wants to say anything?
Yes,
please?
Autumn had one more thing to say.
Yeah, before my phone dies. It's actually from December 23rd, 2014 at 10:07 p.m., Minneapolis, Minnesota, from Danny August Mason. It says, and quoted in quotations, it says, "Where do you think you're going? Nobody's leaving. Nobody's out on this fun, old-fashioned family Christmas. No, no," and exclamation point. "We're all in this together. There's a full-blown, four-arm holiday emergency here. We're going to press on, and we're going to have the happiest Christmas since Ben Crosby tap danced with Danny effing K. And when Santa squeezes his fat, white, down the chimney tonight, he's going to find the jolliest bunch of a-holes this side of the nut house." Just thought I'd add that. That is December 23rd, 2014, 10:07 p.m.
And that's where? That's on who? On David?
That's Danny August Mason. It's deleted now, by the way. And I took the screenshot when he is at some kind of theater thing, but he's got devil horns and a red face for his Facebook profile photo. Can
you either post that in the group or send that to somebody who can post that in the group? I'm not sure. Not sure that I've seen this.
I took a lot of photos before they deleted a lot of stuff after everybody started questioning everything. So.
Yeah, I would love to see that too.
Yeah, if there's any way you could help us get that out to the public, that would be great. I think I might have heard of this. I don't think I've seen. I don't know. Maybe once, but I don't know.
It made my skin crawl. So
just hearing you talk about it makes my skin crawl.
Yeah, just reading that, it's like, whoa, that's not okay. And well, my email address.
Like he's having fun with buddies doing something really sinister.
Right. Right.
And who are the buddies that are involved? And I thought that's something also that's been deleted, but I didn't get a screenshot of. David's brother and Danny were very close, and I thought I just mentioned that. Very close.
David's brother and Danny Mason.
Yes. In fact, there was talk beforehand about them alluding to have some kind of, I don't know, there was comments made about his girlfriend being what they call a beard, and Danny and him having a very close relationship. I thought
Interesting. Yeah, I haven't heard that either. It seems like, yeah, there was a lot that was kind of just taken.
Deleted.
Yeah, and just, Catherine, I think you had another point to make,
Yeah.
but I wanted to make sure. Go ahead.
No, yeah, I was going to ask Autumn if she could email me those. And my email address is just Catherine_Michelle@hotmail. And if you don't mind emailing me that and sharing what you have, that would be great. And then if you can't post to the group, let me know, and then I'll post it to the group.
Yeah, my Facebook page is kind of watched by my ex, so I kind of don't do much anymore. So but I can definitely email.
Okay, great. Yeah, go ahead, and then if you don't mind, then I can post that, and I won't mention your name.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that.
You are welcome.
Yeah, because in this in the big PDF file that Dan got, it was a BCA 485. It's a 485-page PDF, and a lot of David's social media is in there. It's possible that the stuff that Derek is looking for is in there too, maybe. But there was a few interesting things in there in David's social media that the police had. One thing that they had, for some reason, was a shot, was like a profile picture of Sean Wright. And they had some weird things like that in there that just kind of seemed out of place. They had the post that was taken out. It's in the big 485-page document. So I was also wondering about that. If the police knew that somebody was in there taking posts out of David Crowley's account, why are we not hearing more about that? Where are those police reports? Where are those documents that show where they talked to Sean Wright? Because we know that they did talk to Sean Wright. We know that they also talked to Hendricks. They talked to him too. At least, if that's what he said. Well, if they talked to him, there should be some data on that too. And on both of these guys, there's nothing. There's no mention. So in those 94 pages that we first got, it's curious who is mentioned, who is talked to, and who is not mentioned, and who is not talked to. I just found that very strange that some of this, a lot of this seems to go back to Sean Wright for whatever reason, whether he injected himself into this, or whether it goes deeper. His involvement in the whole thing is very strange. Very strange, and it's something that the police, I believe, the BCA 485 pages show that they were looking at Sean Wright. That's what I believe.
Yeah, that could be. And, I find it interesting, too, the same thing. Why is there zero mention of any of David's so-called friends in any of the reports? I didn't read anything from other than... was it Mitch Heil?
There was Mitch Heil, Danny August Mason, Chris Peck.
Chris I think
Cohen.
I read something from Mitch Heil in the reports, but not from not from Danny August Mason. I didn't read anything from Mason Hendricks. I didn't read anything from Sean Wright.
Nothing from Hendricks but there was from Danny August Mason though.
Okay.
Yeah. And that's really the most. Some of that stuff is like, if anybody, and I'm not accusing Danny Mason of anything. I've wanted to debate Danny Mason, and I'm still open to that. But if there's anybody in this whole thing that has motive, or that has reason that the police should have been looking for motive, it's probably him. It's probably Danny August Mason.
Yeah, Danny and Sean, both of them had motive. And again, I'm not accusing. That's just a fact. When it comes to $30 million and then prison time, that's a pretty strong motive.
Yeah, and they've never done anything to help us understand why that's not true. Nothing. It's always been, all of their actions have just led to it's almost like they want us to think that there is something there.
Yeah. And and going back to the posts that were deleted, like Dan said, I don't think that would be something that the police officers would do. That just doesn't, to me, that is not even an option. So only leaves the only other option left is whoever did it had access to those passwords. They saw them, and as soon as they left, and when it finally broke, they went into the thing and they started deleting, but they only deleted certain things. There is no other explanation.
And there is a history of these people doing this, because when the Gray State, when the Justice for David Crowley of Gray State page first started, it was created by a guy named Thomas Lapp. Thomas Lapp was trying to help these guys because the whole Gray State team and all of these people were making it seem like they were going to find out what really happened here. And Thomas Lapp gave them administrator rights, and they started deleting things. They started taking things out of that page. Wow. And then Thomas Lapp told Dan Hennon, hey, you got to be careful. Then they came after Dan Hennon, and they wanted access to this group, and they wanted to make sure that the real story got out, but they didn't have any real story. Then I mean, it goes on and on and on with the Hagman and Hagman thing too, where they were all these people were set to have a big conference call, and Dan Hennon can talk about this. He's talked about this many times, but they were all set to have this conference call to figure out how, what their next step was. And then all of a sudden, the conference call's off, everybody's going dark, nobody's talking about it, and it's just a bunch of sellouts. Just a bunch of sellouts, a bunch of cowards is what I call them. They're all cowards.
Yeah. Yeah, and in all my conversations with Sean Wright, too, where he's always like, I know, you have to trust me, and if I tell you he did it, then he did it, and
he's
just
got
like
it all figured
he said to you, and I told him, I said, well, prove it to me. I'm open. If, from what I have found, David's not guilty. And I told him, I was like, if you have something, show it to me, and I will gladly change my mind, and I will gladly then go and openly, publicly say, here's the proof. But yet it never shows up, and it never comes.
No. It's right around the corner, but never here.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. All right. Do we have anybody else who wants to share their views or anything else they want to say? We're here.
Well, how much time do we have?
As much time as you need.
So this is back at Jamie. Just some things that we've been listening to. Kind of looking back at what Donna was talking about, the neighbor Judy. I believe we heard in one of the YouTube threads that her son actually worked for Homeland Security. So it's possible that because he did that, there's a possibility that she had, some extra lingo as far as wording and that kind of stuff. A possibility that we thought of. Another thing to shoot in here, as far as that bullet, that hole that they found, I believe, again, that was something that was said that, David's DNA was found on it because ultimately, he loaded it, but the nuclear DNA was not on it as far as, blood being found on it.
Well, let me clarify that real quick. Nuclear DNA comes from anything other than blood. Only new blood cells, brand new blood cells, as they're coming from the bone marrow and the thighs, have nuclear DNA, but the rest of the blood cells do not. So the nuclear DNA is probably from, like you said, when he loaded the gun. They, in the report, do state no blood was found on the bullet. So yes, you're correct.
Okay.
So they don't have a bullet at for David?
Not that we've seen.
That's what we've heard throughout the whole thing. And then just another aspect of the whole concept of the gray state and what we've as a Christian, as a Christ follower that David was and that we are, this was something, this video really does show, in a belief, many people have tried, Hollywood has made the end times as the, world may see it. End times reality, according to the book of Revelation, is what he was showing.
Yes.
Revelation from the Bible.
Right, from the Bible. And, you know, as far as what he was presenting is his view of what he believes, and as, you know, as a Christian, what he was revealing that. And these are, you know, things that it's not, you know, it may be, they may think nobody knows about this stuff. You know, as far as what we see is, you know, just even, I believe, the symbol on their shirt of the gray state, the triangle, is of Freemasons. You know, that the Illuminati and yep, the all-seeing eye and all that. You know, you know, we're not blind to these things. We know it. We know that it's out there. You know, I believe that the public in general may be unaware of it, or just naive of it, or just not playing it off as not real. But if you do your studies, I believe you will find out that, you know, this is something that is true and has been going on for many years throughout our history. Is, you know, so as far as what his documentary and the movie was going to be about, you know, we can see it was definitely his depiction of end times before you know, what martial law comes in place, a one world government, and his view of, you know, after in Revelation the rapture occurs, what's going to happen then. And again, Hollywood has depicted it, you know, all the stuff that's going to go on, but that's Hollywood. David, I believe, knew, you know,
the
who was behind. Yep.
Yeah, he had done a lot of research on all that stuff, and he even stated in one of his interviews that that the movie really did have like a spiritual aspect to it, and he's, you know, kind of to let people know that, hey, this not what is coming, but what you're already in the middle of and you don't even know it.
Exactly. Yep. It is. It's something that, and as we've seen, you know, it's called TV programming for a reason. Yeah. Turn your TVs off. You know, don't get them out of the house. Right. Don't turn them on. They can turn and see you. You know, there is that capability. Yes. But I think people are unaware of that. So yeah, as far as what we know, what we believe, we're right in line with David. You know, there's not, you know, we know these things are going to happen. He was bringing it out into a movie, into a reality, you know, and wanted to keep it as a fiction movie, movie release. But yeah, we know that, you know, anyone who reads Revelation and understands what is about to happen, we're at that times. I mean, you know, and his belief, I believe, was right there, and he knew what was happening. He knows how the army, or actually all armed forces, the government, how they can manipulate their recruits. Yes, sir. How high, sir? You know, all that stuff, and it comes into play when everything comes, you know, down to the wire. Who's going to be on their side and who is not. If you're going to be on your side, great, you're part of us. If you're not, things will happen. Enough said for that. But
amen to that. Yeah.
Yep. So, you know, it's one of those things that we, you know, we're, like I say, we're 2 weeks into this, and the knowledge that we've just been going through and trying to get into our minds and digest, I guess is what you would call it, is just phenomenal. And for, you know, we thank you all of you guys for in-depth research that you've, you know, put towards this matter, and it's very enlightening to us.
The timeline was amazing that Dan Heenan read off, because I thought I had to sit down and put it all together.
Oh my goodness!
And I found that, and I went, oh
yeah,
there it is.
Oh yes, yeah. That's amazing.
That was, yeah, we sat and listened to that, and it's like, you know, this was fact, this was fiction. You know, this is what we know. This is what we, yeah. These are the allegations. Yeah. So that in and of itself was just fabulous to hear an actual timeline of how things came down, and he put it in that order, and that was fabulous to hear. So yeah, we give him just a multitude of thanks for that. But and also all you guys here, yeah, in and of it, that of itself, that's thank you all for the in-depth studies you've all done, and
yeah,
we
it
hope
was what he was making was taken right from the Bible.
Yeah, it really was.
But he didn't want everyone to hear it that way because they won't watch it.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. So he was, trying to do it in a way that people would listen to the message.
Mm-hmm.
But it involves the government. It involves those above him. So.
Yeah, and when he made the comment to Sean Wright that, because Sean's like, hey, you're going to throw me in jail if you put this out. And David's like, no, it's not. You're okay. It's not meant to put you in jail. It's meant to put others in jail. And I think right then and there, David put the target on him without even realizing it.
Yeah.
Right. I know I read it, but I don't know who put it out there about that he had actually said in November that I'm not suicidal. If I end up dead, I didn't do it.
Yes. He says I am not suicidal. If I end up, yes.
Where did that come from? One of his.
I think that came from Sean Wright, didn't it? I mean, because I've been looking for that. So if you guys have something on that, I'd love to.
I will dig it out then, and because I'll find it.
Yeah, the only thing that I know of is that Hagman and Hagman, and I always forget. It's a news show, and one of them had, after David died, he came out and said that David told me that I was not prone to suicide, because they got into it about, hey, aren't you worried about talking about all this stuff? They're going to come after you, and that's what he told him. And this, I believe, Hagman and Hagman is like a Canadian show. It's a pretty well-known show that one of the hosts, they're two brothers, I think, and one of them really took to David and came out as soon as this happened and was like, there's no way David did this. He's one of the only ones in the alternative media, in the media in general, that actually came out and said David is not guilty and that David was not prone to suicide. But Hagman Sr., okay.
Well, on that note, aren't you guys a little concerned for yourselves?
No, because we have God. I have Jesus Christ. I don't fear anything. I go wherever He leads me.
And I need to. I know where I'm going to go when I do. But I after that documentary, when we watched it, we found out in the evening, on a Sunday evening, and I just had nightmares, and I just woke up. There is something totally wrong, and that's just a documentary. That's before digging into anything.
Right.
And it's just. Ugh.
And I want to add to that too. I agree with Greg. I have a strong faith in God, and I truly believe He led me to this case. And the way I look at it is, if it's my time, only God can determine when I'm allowed to go. So if it's my time and somebody takes me out because of this, it was God's planning and it was His will. So I'm okay with that. I'm okay with anything that God decides for my life. And so I will fear no man. I just won't.
Let's keep doing that. That's courage, yeah.
Keep you strengthened and empower you to find the truth one way or another, whether it whether it be on this side of eternity or the next.
Amen.
And we can all look forward to that day, and we feel that it, personally, we feel it's coming very soon with all the things that are happening over in Israel right now. We don't believe that it's anything that's happening here in the United States. It's what's happening over in Israel right now. And that's what we focus our time and devotions on right now. We see what's happening over there because that's where it all starts, and Israel is our focus, and that's where God's people are, and that's they're flocking back to their country as daily. Well, that's a good sign. We know the signs of end times, so we're there. So
true.
All right.
Donna, did you have a question?
Yes, Catherine. I wanted to know about the David's skull and the blunt force trauma that we can see in the skull. Was that ever mentioned in the autopsy?
No, it's not mentioned at all, and I really find that a little disconcerting because it's obvious. You know, when I was looking at that photo, and you know, I'm like going, something's wrong with this. Something's wrong with this. So I emailed it to my coroner friend, and I said, okay, something about this picture's not sitting right with me. I'm missing it. What am I missing? But this isn't right. And they wrote back right away. They're like going, are you kidding? This is blunt force trauma. And then we started talking about it. I'm like, and then they started to show me. They go, here's bruising, here's trauma, here's a hit, here's an impact, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, oh my goodness, why is that not even mentioned? The only thing the autopsy report states is that there is bruising when they pulled back the skin from the skull piece, but they're not saying if it's the skull piece that has the exit wound or is it the extra skull piece. They were very vague in the report, but they did state that they saw bruising. But that is it. They mention nothing of the blunt force trauma, but it's clearly obvious.
Yeah. When I seen that picture, I thought of paleo chewing, on the flesh, and maybe it left marks, right? But yeah, you can see it's indented.
Yes, and then when you look to it at the skin, then this is another thing that I told Sergeant Gummert. I'm like going, look at that skin. I sent it to him and I circled it. I said, it's straight. You see straight lines. That does not occur from someone pulling it, does not occur from a dog chewing on it. That was cut. When you're by process of elimination, there's only one way to get a straight line, and that's with a knife or something sharp. And with a knife being at the scene with all three of their blood on it, and they just totally disregarded the knife altogether.
Right, and then the teeth, like the jawline where it was very smooth. It did look cut.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. I agree. Yeah. And the thing with the jaw, because that's what I thought too. I'm like going, okay, to me it looks cut or sawed off or something. But the coroner friend of mine, they did state that how the jaw and the skull is put together, that if blunt force trauma occurs, that it can break away clean like that in that area. But I told them, I was like, well, okay, I'd have to see that because I've never seen that before. But they said they had. But still, they said that was not done by a dog. They were emphatic about that. They're like, no way did a dog do this.
Right. Okay. Yeah, I just wanted to ask you about that because, I don't know, that skull is very concerning, right?
Yes. I mean, that right there tells you everything. And that's what I told Sergeant Gummert. I go, right there is your proof that David was a victim of murder. How can you just walk away from this? And he would not answer the question.
I mean, we know that was David's skull?
Yes, it was located to the left of David's leg, and in the reports it says that
may be experiencing temporary audio issues. Our teams are working to resolve this as quickly as possible.
Wow, I just heard a message. Are you guys still there?
Yep.
Okay. It was to the left of David's leg, and in the reports it states that the bones by each body were collected with and put with that body. And so since that skull fragment was nowhere near Kamel, it was right next to David, you have to assume that it went with David. And it's a large piece. And the piece of skull that they fit, in the autopsy reports it states there's a good-sized piece of skull. And when you measure that skull fragment, it's exactly the same size as the one that they took that was put with his body, found at the scene next to his body, and it articulates with the remaining part of his skull. So I'm like, you guys, this is his skull. So how can you see this, know this, and then still blame this man for murder and suicide? And they just will not answer the question. They just refuse.
Wow. I just think there's a lot of information held back, and that's why we're all so confused. I really do. I mean, there's so much more to this that we don't know.
Yeah.
But they've given us everything. If you ask them, they'll tell you. We've given you everything that proves David Crowley is guilty. That right there shows that there's nothing.
You know,
Right.
there's policy, procedures, and things they got to follow or are following, and
They should follow truth.
they don't have to give us everything, and they
No,
won't.
no, but they don't have to lie either. They cannot lie to us either. So they can't tell us that we've given you everything and then not give us everything. You know,
Right.
so that, and nobody said, we never said give us everything.
Mhm.
But from what they're saying, you have everything you need to know that proves that David Crowley is guilty beyond a shadow of a doubt, and it's not there. There's nothing there. So
Yeah.
if they have, and if they do have anything else, where is it, and what is it? Because it would contradict a lot of what a lot of other people are saying, which would also lead to another type of a cover-up, even after the fact.
Yes, exactly. And,
In my opinion.
you know, when you start reading their reports and you start questioning them about what they said, like, for instance, the skull piece, Kamel's left hand, they're saying that the dog ate all of the missing body parts. Her left hand is under her abdomen. So how did the dog get to that? It couldn't. It's impossible. And so they don't explain how the left hand went missing. Her head, when they first came in, there was a blanket that was rolled up and put in her head position, so the first officers who entered didn't even know her head was missing. They just said they couldn't see it. They only saw a blanket. When they moved that rolled up blanket is when they discovered her head was gone as well as David's. So it's like the dog didn't roll that blanket up and put it there. Who did?
Well, I don't understand about Raina. Like, her head was intact.
Yes.
Why?
Yeah, if the dog was going to be eating something, it would choose the easier thing. And 2 adult skulls versus a child, yeah.
Well,
No,
it is credited. Sorry to interrupt you, Donna.
I just meant the damage.
Right.
To Raina wasn't nearly as bad.
Well, her whole arm was gone. She's the only one who has a missing arm.
Yeah, that.
And a fractured rib.
And a fractured rib, which makes no sense, especially
Yeah,
where the
that
rib is
really-
at, right?
That's bad. Yeah, I don't know.
And it's like, okay, if they have answers to these things, if they're hiding those, there's no reason to hide those. Only if you want to fuel more speculation. If your goal is to create as many conspiracy theories as possible, to trick people, to fool people, to not give people the actual truth, then that's a bad goal, and that's not a goal that the taxpayers, that the public should be paying for. First of all,
Right.
A lot of people should be fired. That's my view. A lot of people should be fired. But even if they're not, I will settle for them just saying, you know what, our conclusion was wrong. And I know it's never going to happen, right? Ask any police officer.
Yeah, every police officer I've talked to said the
like
same
they'd
thing.
laugh at
Just
you.
won't happen.
Yeah, but there's a first time for everything.
Right? I have hope.
You know what really helps, and that's media.
Yeah.
Recognition, you know, and not
But
to
they've
sound...
hurt this case so much.
Well, you know,
So much, in so many ways.
these cases get opened up and public wants to know about it, and it's always the young, attractive couples. It really is.
I know.
mean,
Yeah.
I mean, if this was opened up and people really found out, it would be very, very interesting. And
Yeah.
I got a question for you. How long do they hold on to evidence for?
That's a good question. I think they hold on to it for a long time. I think they actually put it in some type of storage facility. Not only do they take photos of their evidence and keep it locked away like on a computer storage system, but I think they have to actually keep the physical evidence as well.
Yeah,
Indefinitely.
they have a lot of the swabs and a lot of that stuff they have on a CD. So a lot
Okay,
of that is
yeah,
there.
so Dana is saying that not if the case is closed, they won't hold on to it. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe that's something we need to find out for sure.
Yeah, actually, that's a good idea because the BCA should be able to answer that. How long do they keep this stuff? And they're on YouTube making their own videos too, so they're acting like they've done a great job, but this is a big case here, and they did not do a good job as far as just where the conclusion led them. But
Yeah,
I guess,
I
of course, in the end, it's not them who comes to the conclusion, right? So it's understanding the whole process of each department, what they do. So it's not like, I mean, when you really look at it, it began with the Apple Valley Police, and they got the final say, right?
Right.
Unfortunately. Well, not if we can help it.
I really believe that they were overwhelmed, and Judy was there feeding them information, and that just made it all, just kind of closed it all up that way. Made it easier
yeah,
for them.
because something like this, like you said, I totally agree, completely overwhelming, and they were not experienced enough to handle it. And if they have somebody who can say, hey, well, yeah, this guy's kind of loopy, and he wasn't keeping himself clean, and he had a mohawk, and, it could be suicide. Well, I mean, of course that's going to make it easier. They're going to go, oh, phew, now we don't have to do this because, man, where would we start? And so, but then once they made that conclusion, they dug their heels in and refused to back down. And that's where I think the problem lies. It's like, not condemning them, but everyone's human, even police officers. People make mistakes, even police officers. So you should be human enough to say, oops, let's take a second look. But they won't even do that.
Yeah. I don't know. I really think this mental health and stigma is really what closed things,
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I think what closed things is that the family didn't step up and say, you know what, wait a minute, there's something wrong here. And if we would have seen more of that, like there was no reason, there was no resistance except for people like us who didn't know them, and that was it. Then that's not going to be the case. This guy has a big family. Both of his sides are huge families. At some point, somebody in their family is going to start having these same questions if they're not already having them, and they could be a very big help. Which, unfortunately, for them and for the it puts them in a tough spot. It makes them vulnerable, and it could put them on a list where they're people that are being watched, to make sure that they don't join this group, to make sure that they don't communicate with us. And I've seen that stuff. I've seen it happen.
And that's what it feels like. Like, I would think the alums would be really encouraged to find out. Like, what a horrible, horrible way for things to end. I
would think Kamel's mom, I think, would be the best in that family right now. She'd be our biggest ally. I don't understand why she's not, unless she's being shielded from us, which is probably happening.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's probably why there's so many fake things out there.
Yeah, because if my sister or my daughter or anybody, even a friend, was murdered the way Kamel was, I would definitely want to know. I would not just accept anything. In the moment something didn't look right, I would be all over that. But I don't know if it's because they're in such shock from the deaths.
I think they're out there. They're watching. They're listening. They're looking at everything. I think they are out there, and I think one day they will help.
Well, I feel so bad. I can't even imagine. I don't even want to imagine what they've had. Either family has had to deal with.
Yeah, and it's grisly.
It is.
Yeah. Oh. Well, I'm going to sign off, and thank you so much for everything you guys do, and I look forward to getting this case open.
Us too. Thank you for joining.
Oh, thank you guys.
Speaking of that, Catherine, do you have anything? I know somebody had asked about the petition, where the petition is at.
The petition is still up, and it's now sitting here, let me just double check.
It's still growing.
Right. Yeah, it's still up and collecting signatures. We are at 1,068 signatures right now, So, which is really good. And so other people know, I am still contacting all of the legal departments, everybody I can think of, and I do include the petition along with it, so that it is being used, just so people know. It's being sent out to the legal offices.
That's awesome. All right, anybody else? Anybody who has not talked yet that wants to share any views? Anybody has any other views? Or else I will play my guitar here for the next 30 minutes. No, I'm just kidding. Believe me, you don't want to hear that.
Yeah. So I think that's it.
All right.
Yeah, it's getting late here too, so I'm so grateful to everybody who joined and asked questions. Thank you, everyone.
Excellent. All right, until we meet again, until next time, everybody keep up the great work, and thank you all for your great research. Make sure you check out those documents, research it for yourself, and encourage others to research it for themselves. See you next time.
Thank you.
Hello, this is Dan Hennon along with Greg, Catherine, and Sophia. Today is April 22nd, and we've got an update for the Crowley case relating to the phone records. Now, the phone records we've gotten via a FOIA request in the past, and that has all helped, and that's been very interesting. But the new thing that has come to light is when looking at David Crowley's personal account that he had, his cell phone account, and we need to remember that Anjum Alam had been paying for David Crowley's phone number, but in October of 2014, due to some rift, Anjum Alam canceled the number, so David went out and got his own, created a brand new account. And so what we've got here, what Catherine and Sophia have discovered along with Greg's help, is the fact that after the bodies were discovered, is that the warrants were issued, the search warrants to go into the cell phone, AT&T cell phone records for David Crowley, and at that point his account was in a suspend mode, suspended because of the bodies were dead. Now recently we have activity on that account that it was never shut down or never closed. And what we've got on the screenshot here is that as of this day, I mean, we're talking April of 2019, that David Crowley's account is still active. That cell phone account is still active. I don't know what cell phone number, for instance, or what 10-digit cell phone number is being used, because I do believe, Sophia, you can help me out, but they can recycle the numbers if they're not used for a while. They can reissue them to someone else. But the account number itself would not be something that would be recycled. And in fact, when we pull it up, it still shows that David Crowley's name is on that account. And it's currently being paid on a monthly basis. So,
yes, it's
yeah, what can you say about that, Sophia?
Well, when I went in and talked with one of the reps, he told me that the phone number had been recycled, but the account number was still active. Now, on the 18th, which was Thursday, the account had been suspended on March 21st, 2019. And it was suspended for non-payment. But when I went back to a different store on April 19th on Friday, the account had been paid and it was active again. And he pulled up a screen where it showed payments all the way for the past year, back to March 2018. That was as far back as he could go in the store. And I mean, it's kind of important to find out why his account is still active and who has 2 phone lines on that account. Why do they still have them? Who's making the payments? And I mean, it's still active because as of the 19th, it was still active.
Yeah, because that's a lot of money to put into an account. You know, $184 every month for 4 years.
Mm-hmm.
That's a lot.
Absolutely, it adds up.
Mhm.
And I was, needless to say, I was kind of shocked when I came across that information. I was not expecting that answer. I had gone in because of codes that we were researching. All 4 of us were researching, and just questions in regards to those codes, and come to find out that the account was still active and being used. That was just a little shocking, to say the least.
Yeah, when you called and told me that, it's like I sent Dan an email right away, and I'm like, we need to talk. It's like, what's going on here? Okay, this is not right. Something's off with this.
And that's and you mentioned $184 per month. If that was active this whole time, 4 years, that's 48 months. That total is $8,832 that someone is using, unless it's just a random person that created an account called David Crowley. I don't buy that. But
no.
And like I said, it's not going to be recycled. Do you think that that account went dormant for some time after the killings and then someone just reactivated? But if they did, why would they use the name David Crowley?
Well, and again, like you said, Dan, it is the same exact account number, so they're not going to recycle an account.
Yeah, the old phone number pulled up with his name, but that account number is absolutely the same. It wouldn't change. It wouldn't be recycled, but it's all there.
And when I've been searching the phone numbers, the 4890 comes up, and even on anybody can do a Google search on that and pops up as David Crowley. And then when I pull up Kamel's phone number with the 0072, it says nothing can be found. So I found that interesting.
Yeah, and it shows if you look onto even the subscriber financial liability for AT&T, and it does show the date here, customer since 10/21/2014. This is when David Crowley called AT&T and set up his own account to get his own cell phone number after Mr. Alam canceled his. And so at the end of October, less than 2 months, roughly 2 months around allegedly the deaths, he did get his brand new account set up, assigned a new account number, and was paying the bills and everything else. And then after the bodies are found, you would think that that account would go dormant, and as part of the, I don't know if you'd call it, as part of the estate, for instance, would be shut down. Who's ever handling the account, the estate would be shutting down these accounts. And it does look like a couple months ago, whoever was doing it had forgotten to pay a month or two. And I think sometimes it takes maybe 3 months for it to actually get suspended or shut off. And so someone skipped a couple months, and now they've paid it again. So it is actually, this is what we're talking about is a current cell phone account with 2, Sophia, was it 2 lines connected to this?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so that would be, if we're talking, $90 an account, 2 accounts, $180 bill every single month, that's $8,000. Who's paying that bill? Who's using it? And why in God's name is David Crowley's name on that account?
Yeah, and Sophia, didn't you find the account was actually in something called David T. Crowley LLC?
That's what the gentleman at the store told me, and I don't see it on the screen. The shots that I was able to get, the 2 photos. I don't have the actual page that shows that though.
But I mean, that's okay because you had verbal proof, or someone verbally spoke to you and said that this account is registered under a David Crowley LLC.
Yes.
Not a Dan, not anything like that, but David, correct?
Yes, it had David's name. and it still has David's name with the LLC after it.
And one thing to note here for this episode, we know that Mr. Lam also gave the car or cars to to Kamel, and then David got one or Kamel, and they ended up changing the ownership. So at the time of death, I think both of those cars were still in Kamel's name officially, with titles in the state of Minnesota, and that one car then stayed, I guess, allegedly with Dan Crowley Sr. So he went through the effort to change the title and the insurance over to his own name there with that one car, but some may assume that this is Dan Sr. may have taken over this account, or Dan Jr. David's brother or his father. But you would think the first thing you'd want to do is either shut the account down altogether, because those two individuals already had their own cell phone service and cell phone accounts. They wouldn't have a need to be piggybacking off David's, but even if you did keep it, I would guess that you'd want the name changed off of David's. But
yeah, I mean, because legally, I'm not sure they can actually keep an account open in someone else's name. I mean, that then becomes, a tax liability, and so, it's crazy.
Get the lines, well, to be able to do any type of work on that account, whether it's to get a different phone or to call in with concerns, you need a passcode. You cannot get anywhere, whether on the phone or if you go into the store. They look up the account. They can give you information in regards to who has that account, but that's it. You can't go any further. So if I was to go in and say, I would like to pay this bill, I don't have a passcode.
Is there a mailing address on that account? Did they show you a mailing address?
No.
So they're probably getting
he couldn't get into it.
Paperless bills, so it must be going to a email address. The monthly bill.
Yeah, and it's right there. It's like David is financially responsible, but the contact email is Kamel.
Well, it's certainly an interesting thing, and I'm glad we're getting this out there, because once we said again that it doesn't matter what the phone number is, it's the account has been active since David set it up in October of 2014. It's gone through a couple of times. It seems that it has been suspended, but the account is still there, and it's currently, as of today, in an active status, generating a monthly bill that someone is paying. And so that's a question, I think, and once we get this video out there, if anyone in this background or in this industry could comment below, because I can't think of a situation where you'd still be wanting to use that phone or use that line, or that account, I should say.
Yep, I agree.
Greg, what do you have any thoughts, Greg, on why an account would be in the name of David Crowley, under the business name David Crowley LLC?
No, it doesn't make sense. No.
Yeah. And it would be interesting to see who's actually paying that bill. So if you know of anything, please leave your comment below, because that's an expensive bill with two lines beneath it. And wow, I don't know, but hopefully we'll trigger something that someone could comment below.
And just so everybody knows, Sophia and I are going through the phone records with a fine-tooth comb, and we will have some extremely interesting information for you regarding that as well in the near future.
Yeah, that'll be interesting to get out, because those phone records came out, and some of those files, those PDF files, are quite large, and we've been putting together some of these spreadsheets, and finding some very interesting things. So that'll be coming out once that gets wrapped up. But we wanted to get this information out there right away with this account number, because this is odd, because this is an ongoing account that is live, active, and being paid for by someone to this day on a monthly basis.
Yeah, a dead family's cell phone account is open 4 years later, and yeah, still active and still being paid. There's something wrong there.
Yeah.
Absolutely. That was not
It's
the response I was expecting to get when I went
No.
at all.
I mean, and this has been turned off. So it was turned off at least by 2/18/2015, according to this file right here, and then all of a sudden the bill is paid, and I mean, look at where the bill is paid to. This is where they're billing it. You would have to live here in order to change that billing address. I don't understand.
You would have to have his personal information to be able to get that account started back up again. So if it's not David, who is doing it? Is it fraud? You have to ask that question. This person is dead. His account is active. What's going on?
This account shouldn't. I don't see any reason why this account should be active at all.
Yeah, and those for watching on the screen there, it's an account that ends in a 247. That is the actual account number at AT&T, and the owner of that account is David Crowley. So I would agree with Sophia that this seems to be something fraudulent in some sort. Very strange would be the low end of things. It could be fraudulent.
Yes.
Who knows?
Yes, it was not the answer I was expecting. It was not the response, but it was still active. You can imagine my shock. Poor guy. But yeah.
All right. Well, that's all that.
Something that needs to be looked in.
That's all that I had. Did you have anything else, Catherine, to mention, or Greg, or Sophia?
No.
No, I just want to reiterate what you have already stated, and hope everyone understands the point we are making is that the account of a dead family is active and still being paid. Who's doing it? Is it fraud? Is it the family who's kept it open but has decided, which I don't see how they legally do it, but it's something to seriously think about. This family died 4 years later, their accounts are still being paid, and it is still open, which should not be. So like Dan said, if anyone out there has any good explanation for this, please let us know.
Very good.
Thank you, Catherine.
All right. So please leave your comments below with any suggestions, and we'll get this posted out there on YouTube, and feel free to share it. Thank you for listening.
Hi, everyone. This is Catherine Michelle, and I'm here with Greg Fernandez Jr. and Sophia, and we are here to discuss more about the telephone records of David and Kamel, as well as the search warrants and items that were removed from the home. Tonight we're going to start off with the phone records, and we're going to start with David's because this is still a little confusing. And if anyone out there works for or has worked for a mobile phone company and can make sure that we're understanding what we're reading, please leave comments, jump in, send us emails or whatever. The main point that we're finding out here with David's records is, as we know, he made his last phone call on November 18th. And that one I still find suspicious because the only other call before that was November 3rd. So between the 3rd and the 18th, there was nothing else done. I'm trying to pull up my records here so we can all be on the same page.
Okay.
I have one laptop open and the other laptop open, and for whatever reason, one doesn't want to cooperate with me. Okay, that's his text log. Now let me go to his phone records. Yeah, okay. So what are the interesting things that you have found and have noticed, Sophia?
Well, I was looking at cell location, which is on the help me out here, the right far right side.
Yep.
And I noticed that after a specific date, it doesn't ever change, and the coordinates don't change, which means that he never left the area for that one cell tower, and it was pinging even after they passed away. So that would have to be near his neighborhood where his phone was. So I'm looking at, I guess, the 18th when he supposedly made that last phone call. After that, the location never changes, which would be November 18th, November 20th, on down. He never takes his phone out of the house. If we go by the narrative, the story, they talk about how Camille and David were seen at Rainey's school the last day of school in December. He didn't take his cell phone there because it never left that neighborhood, or it never left the area where the cell tower was.
But these are just calls, though, right? These are just where the cell location was, not necessarily.
Well, the text message is awesome. It doesn't change after a specific date.
Which is, yeah, that's really interesting that the phone would remain right there. Because you're right, anybody who's going to be calling or texting, it's still going to be pinging off of that, the location of where it's at. And if it remains, obviously we're going to assume, and it is an assumption, but it's a pretty good assumption, the phone was left in the house because that's where the police found it the entire time. And so the pinging for the text messages and the calls that were coming in, even in January, that cell location is exactly the same as what it was before when he was making his phone calls, correct?
Yes, it is. And it's narrowed down to Minnesota and Apple Valley, but I wasn't able to get the exact location because for some reason my Google Earth was just not working for me in regards to that. But everything that I have learned in regards to cell phone and pinging, anytime, like as you said, anytime a text message comes in or a phone call comes in, it will ping off of that cell tower. And that's exactly what the police in their search warrants requested. They wanted the information of where these phones were at because they were looking to see if a murder was planned. I mean, it says it right there in the search warrants. The wording, and I'll go get it.
Well, that's interesting. I haven't read the search warrants yet, so I'm way behind on that, but that is definitely some interesting wording.
I'm trying to find the exact area data store.
Do you know what page?
Cell tower dump. Registered with AT&T towers in a certain location at a certain time. AT&T calls this a cell tower dump. And they are looking for the longitude and the latitude for that cell tower.
Yeah, okay, yeah, Greg just pulled it up and it says cell tower location information. Yeah.
The geographical area of the crime. If you go a little bit further up, when cell phones make a call or receive a call, they will register with the cell tower in a geographical area of the crime.
Now, is that on the search warrant, or where are you reading that from? Okay,
that's on the search warrant.
Is that's before or that's after?
It's in the same paragraph. About 1, 2, 3, 4 sentences down.
Trying to find. Do you know what page about? What page that would be on?
Oh, I'm gonna have to go back because I had sent you a screenshot of that, and that's what I was reading from was the screenshot.
I'm gonna try to, but it does say cell tower dump. That's what it specifically says.
Yes.
All right, I'm just gonna look that up.
Acrobat didn't find it.
I'll get the specific page for you.
I'm just gonna keep doing cell tower.
And it's all the same document.
All the same. Yeah.
Okay. Well, let's see, 28. I think it is 29. Page 29 of the search warrants. At least that was the first one that I came across. But it should be the same for all the rest of the phone numbers.
Okay, because, yeah, that page starts with the facts tending to establish your affiant, Michael, whatever, has been a licensed police officer. That's page 29 that Greg has. Is that the same one?
28, 29. Yes. And it is after your affidavit.
There's AT&T.
Here we go.
Oh, there you go. When
your affidavit is aware.
Yeah, your affiant is aware through. Don't go too fast. Hold it.
Sorry.
Training.
Sorry.
Yeah,
should I go back a little bit?
No. You're right there. You're perfect. Through training and experience that individuals frequently call and/or text message each other regarding criminal activity during and/or after an event has occurred. Your affiant is also aware that a high percentage of the population regularly uses and carries a cellular phone with them during their day-to-day activities. And whoever typed this up, day-to-day is hyphenated. When cell phones make a call, it drives me crazy. When cell phones make a call or receive a call, they will register with a cellular tower in the geographical area of the crime. Your affiant is aware that there are many cell phone providers and resellers of cell phones. Your affiant is aware that all of these cell phones operate on 4 major cell phone networks in the state of Minnesota. These networks are Verizon, Sprint, T-Mobile, and AT&T. Your affiant has spoken to AT&T. AT&T did tell your affiant that they were able to provide law enforcement records of all cell phones that registered with AT&T towers in a certain location at a certain time. AT&T calls this a cellular tower dump. Wow. So they were looking exactly for that, and when they found that information that the cell phones didn't move, and especially, since they were subpoenaing that specific thing and saying that's what they were looking for, and then the phone records show that his cell phone didn't leave that geographical area of his home since November, and they didn't question that? I mean, that's a huge red flag.
Yeah, I honestly don't think that they looked at the records. I mean...
Well, yeah, and I agree with you, because when we're looking at these phone records, and this is something where anybody out there, if you can help us understand, but if I'm reading this wrong, please correct us. But on the screen right now, you will see item number 60, and then you see 2 phone numbers, one with the 00 next to it. And then item number 61, the same call but written differently, but with an F next to it. So what I am reading this as per, not as per, because that is not proper grammar. What I am reading this is per the instructions that AT&T gave us, stating that the one with the 00 is the originating phone. So the 507 number, we'll just say 0434, then dialed 4890, and then that number terminated at 4003. Oh no, I'm sorry. It forwarded to 4003, then terminated at the 4890. Down below you have the 4003 forwards to Yeah, somebody please help us understand this. But anyway, there are a lot of phone calls. Yes, could you highlight? Thank you. That works. Yeah, with all of these, you will see the number that ends in 4003 associated with a lot of the phone calls between David, Kamel, and Kate Crowley. Now, why is that? Why are a lot of the phone calls being forwarded through or to this number? Doesn't make any sense. We can't figure out, why the number, why the forwarding, and the person associated with this, what was their connection to the Crowley family? Because, as you see Greg highlighting these right here, there are a lot of calls associated with this.
Are you there?
Did we lose Catherine? I think we might have lost her. I think we lost her there. Can you still hear me? Test 1, 2.
Okay, yeah, we're back. I had a temporary glitch with my power, but we're back now. And we were talking about the 4003 number that is associated with both David and Kamel. This number is used as a forwarding number. This number is called, and this number...
Could it be a voicemail?
No.
Here's the reason why I think it might be, is because I haven't found anywhere where a call is made from this number. Everything is cycling through it, and this number is eating it up and spitting it out. But I haven't seen anywhere where this number is making a call. So if you guys have that, if you can find that.
I do. Let me see if I can. It might take me a second to find it. Okay. I can't remember if it was on David's or Kamel's. Oh boy. Yeah, this will take me a second, but. Yeah, sitting in the dark all of a sudden kind of threw me for a loop.
Do you have candles or something going on over there?
Well, I didn't have any lit. I was just sitting at the table. Next thing I know, it's like pitch black, and I'm like, what happened to my electricity?
But it's back now.
Yes, it's all back now. Thank goodness. And do you think the dog noticed? No. He just like going, okay, this is cool. Okay, let me see. Where is that? I could have sworn.
I didn't see it on David's. I'm going to look at Kamel's. But I think it's just a forwarding number, which does lead me to think it's...
Okay, you know what? Yeah, okay, you were right. I thought for sure I had typed it in as a number that actually made a call at one point, but I am not finding that now, not even where I typed. So, yeah, it was always forwarded through or to that number. Mm-hmm. And it's like, okay.
If you're looking at this page right here, page 21 of 30 of Kamel's newest number, one thing I was trying to understand is the cell location. Why is there so much data here? It's a lot of data.
Yeah. Sophia?
Well, when I was talking with Craig in regards to it, I had assumed because they had their calls or one phone number forwarded to the other phone number that they were leaving one phone at home. So it was pinging off of one, forwarding, and being picked up on the receiving call or the receiving phone. But when we looked at the search warrants, they only took 2 cell phones out of that house. So that theory was blown out the window. So I have no answer for it. None.
Well, it's a call, cause it's a call from Kamel's number to this 4346. Whatever that is, whoever that is. That's probably on your list, Catherine. 123.
Yeah, I'm looking at where are we at. I was looking at my other computer. I'm sorry. 4346. Who's 4346?
Yeah, I don't think
And
it's
that was
on
page 18 again?
I'm looking at your spreadsheet. That's on page... Yeah.
Because I have all of their names on there. I looked up every single phone number and associated it with a person that they knew. So
this one I don't... Yeah, well, I'm looking at that... Oh, maybe I'm looking at the wrong... Oh,
keep going. Go to the next. No, go to the next one over. It'll tell you the name.
Okay.
Next column or to the right.
Okay.
That's the Banfield Pet. Yeah.
They're calling the pet hospital.
Yeah.
On 12/3. And there's several of those, right?
There are a couple of them. Yep.
And that was with Kamel's phone?
Yes.
Thank you.
And if I remember correctly, I do believe that Banfield did call her back too as well. I think she had to call him and leave a message, and then they called her. Well, I'm assuming left a message, and then they called her back.
So on 12/5, I'm gonna look at the 12/5 record here. Okay, that's her second call. There should be another one. Ain't not there.
Maybe
That's a long call, 4 minutes.
To the Banfield, is that what you're talking about? Yeah.
And the other one is 9 minutes.
Yeah.
22 seconds.
And I find it interesting the timing of that phone call, the beginning of December. You know. I mean, did anybody say anything about Paleo being sick? Because that's where I take my pets, is to Banfield here, when they're a good vet place to go. They have great doctors and everything, great veterinarians. So, I mean, was something wrong with Paleo? Did anybody in the family ever mention anything?
That's a long call.
Yeah, 13 minutes total to a veterinarian.
And then another on, this might be a different one here.
Is it possible she just could have been on hold?
Well, are they that good?
I mean,
they keep everybody on hold? Probably. I'm just playing devil's advocate on this one.
Well, it's a possibility.
You're right. It is a long call.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, that's interesting. In December, a call is made to Banfield, and then shortly after that, they disappear or are killed or whatever it is that happened to them at this point. Because these phone records are leaving me totally confused, because, with David's last phone call being November 18th or the 3rd, depending on which way you want to look at it, and then his mom is calling him constantly, several times after that, but he makes, no phone calls. It's like, why? And his cell phone remains in the same place. It doesn't move. And you said, what time was that? Was November what?
I believe 18th. I need to go back and click on his records.
Okay.
I'm going right now.
So a lot of that is like all about the same time. All communication from David ceases in November. And the police didn't see a problem with that, or at least I see nothing in any of the records where they question that silence. That's 2 full months before the bodies were found. That's a long time.
I don't believe it changes after, I gotta scroll back. 11/20/2014. And I'm just scrolling down to double check.
Okay, so you do show some movement between the 18th, which is still the same time frame. That's still, you know, where he basically is missing incognito, whatever you want to call it, in November, not at Christmas time, which is what they're trying to say, or New Year's. It's like a whole month before that.
Well, what about this one on Thanksgiving, right? This is
No, there are no phone calls, texts, or anything on Thanksgiving at all. To
well,
nobody.
12/26, 2014.
Let me see. Find 12/26. Are you looking at David's?
David's, yeah.
Okay, let me go there. I'll pull down here.
So at 11/26, 2014, not sure. It's only a 58-second call. It looks like it's from David to 4781.
Yeah, and the reason why let's see, hold on, who's it to? I'm trying to find out. Oh yeah, to Michael Moran, the muffler shop. But I know Camille was talking to them. Let me see.
And that's why I kind of think the other thing that I also think is that David was using both phones. He was controlling both phones. Just because a phone was in Camel's name doesn't mean that she was actually using that phone. Now, that's until you look at the actual records of her phone calls and who she's calling, right? And then there are several times where you can see that she's calling people that she knows, or that phone number is calling people that she knows, not necessarily people that David knows.
Right, and that's what I found to be true for the vast majority of her calls. So I would not, by looking at her phone records, I would not assume David had any kind of control over her phone. She had it. She used it. She took it with her. Because, you know, she made a lot of calls to her friends, especially, you know, one in particular. And several to clients, and I don't want to put their names out there because they might not want their name out there. And I have them on the spreadsheet. But, yeah. Can you go down to on the next page, Greg?
Yes.
This one stops at 12:16. I want to see the 12. Oh, what happened at 12:26?
For David's?
Yeah. What happened? Oh, maybe my screen just wasn't showing it. Maybe because right now they're in January. So now that those are texts, go back up.
Those are texts, yeah.
Yeah.
So you want these, but these start. This is it's right at the bottom.
Yeah. See, that stops at number 59 on 12/16, and then the next one starts in January.
Right, but on Camel's newest one is where you probably what you're looking for, right? This 12:15, and then the 12:15. Let's go. No, and then 108.
Yeah, because her cell phone tends to go silent more toward the middle to the end of December, where she stops communication. But David is in November, so it's like there's a whole month difference. And most of the phone calls that Camille has on her phone, other than the muffler shop, are either to people I'm assuming are her clients or to her friends. Everything else, I mean, I see 1, 2, 3 calls to a muffler shop, and one number which I couldn't trace at all, so I figured it was probably a spam, you know, because people get spam calls on their cell phones. And then the school, and then the rest looks like clients. So yeah, she goes silent relatively quickly. December 15th, I think,
yeah, that's what it looks like. That's the last one.
That's the call I show as well. And then
then it goes to 108.
Yeah, then the 8th is when the school starts trying to call her client then starts to try to call her, the school tries to call her. So the school actually does make several phone calls. I thought they didn't call at all, but they actually made 1, 2, 3, it looks like 4 separate phone calls. 1, 2, 3, 4 or 5 separate phone calls to the family. Why they didn't come out there, I have no idea, but at least I felt better knowing that they at least called.
Oh yeah, definitely. And she had just started too, right? She was only a couple months in from September, possibly.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because usually after Christmas break is when they start the second semester. However they do it anymore. But yeah, usually school starts to Christmas break, and then after Christmas break to the end of the year is how we used to do it anyway.
Mm-hmm.
What
if there was a call? Remember that incident that happened in October, I believe it was, with Rania?
I do not see.
There should be a call. Should be a call to the school, from the school, to one of these phones.
I think it was the week of the 16th, wasn't it?
Oh,
a lot happened that week.
Okay, I only had the phone records for her new phone. That would have been on her old phone. Do you have those, Greg?
I think it would have still been on there because it's.
Because you see right here. Yeah, the 22nd. So it's not on there. Yeah, if it was the 16th, it would be on her previous phone.
Okay.
Because I did not get a chance to log all those yet on the spreadsheet.
Okay, so here's Kamel's old phone. 10-1, 10-9. What's the number that we're looking for?
We are looking for.
Should be an originating number.
A 5183 ending in 5183, 303 5183.
Okay. 5183.
Okay, keep going. Okay, I don't see it. I don't see one there on the 16th, 17th, or the 18th.
Yeah, I mean, it could have came from a different line. You know, every teacher probably has their own number too. So.
It would have been the same area code though, which is 952, and I'm not seeing a 952. Oh wait, here we go on. Okay, that's the 27th, which we have.
There's a 952. Yeah, this one here.
Let me double check.
Okay.
95. Oh wait, that's a 0113 952 239.
And it's to Kamel.
Yes, I don't know whose number that is. But anyway, I mean, anyone out there, if you are looking at this and you can explain to us what these, how they are logging these calls with the 00 and then the F underneath and then the two numbers and the terminating number. You have two originating numbers, one terminating number. Please explain that, because this is kind of where things get real mucky. And once we get this figured out for sure, I think it's going to answer a whole lot of questions. Is there anything else you guys want to say about this?
I always thought it was originated number and it was forwarded, but with that other number in there, it's just odd, especially since it's showing up on David's and it's showing at random times with Kate too. So
right, and that's what I found really interesting, is like, why is this number associated with all three of them? And it's ridiculous. It should not be.
So where is it? Where do we see Kate's number? 0434.
She is
on David's. Okay, I see it. I see it down here.
Yes.
Okay. So let's look at that. So she's calling David at 2:08 a.m. All of this, so 12 and 13 are the same, part of the same call.
Yes. Okay. Which I find the time frame of when these phone calls are made too really weird. Why are they calling at such late hours? The hours of these phone calls don't know, they're questionable. Like, who calls their family at 2:08 in the morning? Well, obviously Kate did, but why?
Probably me.
Like me.
Yeah.
Well, the story that was told on the internet was that Kate was an alcoholic and she was calling David and Kamel at really weird hours. I believe that's in the email that between Kamel and Allison.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why Kamel wasn't picking up, or Kamel or David were picking up Kate's numbers anymore whenever she called.
Yeah, and I looked at that of when that complaint was made versus when the calls were actually made by Kate, and they didn't quite match up either. I'm trying to look at my notes right now. My dog is being a pain in the hiney side again.
So I guess the next logical question is, what from the narrative is true?
Yeah, I would really like to know that. Let's see. Yeah, because here we where they're saying where Dan Sr. says on November 27th, I text them Happy Thanksgiving. No response. We see right here on the phone records and on the text records, no such thing was done. And let me see, where's that part about the mom?
It is in the. It's also in the redacted, correct?
Yeah, I think so, but I'm not sure if I printed out that particular page. But I find it interesting too that both Dan Sr. in his notes as well as Allison make the comments of "we're wondering if you were dead." It's like, really?
So is it really bad writing for foreshadowing, or are they all psychic in the family?
Right? Right?
I mean, I'm not trying to be snide. It's just...
Oh, Greg, can you stop there real quick on the one...
up here?
Right here. Yes, right there. It's perfect. Okay, because you see the date, item number 50, 11/21. And you see this is really when Kate starts to make a lot of the phone calls, which is on the 21st. Allison wrote this email to Kamel on the 20th, saying, Mom is weeping and convinced that you're dead because you're not answering the phone and she's trying to get a hold of you. Now, she wrote that a day before the phone calls kicked in. How did she know? How did she know that was going to happen? So that's what I found. Yeah, that's what I found interesting as far as that goes, because when you start comparing what they give as a timeline and their emails with the timelines on it, the dates and the times, and they don't match the phone records, something is wrong.
Yeah.
That's a really good question.
Yep, so keep that in mind, everybody. Allison wrote an email to Kamel on November 20th, Thursday, November 20th at 2:01 in the afternoon. And she's talking about how their mom is constantly calling and crying because she thinks they're dead, and why are they not answering her. But when you look at the phone records, you don't see Kate starting to call until November 21st, the next day after the email is written. That is interesting. Do you want to head over to the search warrants now? Because we have a lot to cover there.
Yeah, we do.
Okay. Flip into that document.
And you two take it over, because this I have not read. I want to learn from you what you found out.
I'm still going through it. I mainly was going over for the phones because I was trying to figure out exactly what the officers were requesting, what they legally could search for. And it turns out they could search for deleted information, not only messages for the phone, text messages, voicemails, information like that. But for the computers, too, they could look at social media and like instant messenger, Facebook Messenger, that kind of thing. They could look for deleted messages through there too. Their search warrant covered the gambit, basically.
Covered everything.
Mhm. So, for anybody saying, "Oh, what if David deleted these messages or deleted these call logs?" the police would have been able to find it because their search warrants were covering this information. They would have dug in there. They had the programs to look for this information. I just don't believe that the calls were made. They put proof in there of the messages that, for instance, we were just going over with Kamel and Allison. They put that proof in there. They put text messages in there. Where's the message that supposedly happened for the pot that happened on December 19th or 16th, excuse me? We just don't have that information. It was never put into the police report.
Yeah.
The call,
that is a big thing. Mm-hmm.
It's a problem.
Well,
and when we start seeing all these other issues rising up, like the calls not lining up with what's said in the police report, it's a problem.
I do think those calls were actually made. I do. But now you're forcing me. Now you're forcing me to find the proof, though.
You're always asking us for proof.
That's right.
But
now I gotta go.
I welcome you to find it, please, because Catherine and I have been racking our brains on this one.
I'll find it. I think it's out there. I don't think they would say that. I mean, I don't understand where they got that unless it was from an informant or something, why they would just say that all of a sudden, hey, we were told this, okay, well, they go and they find that it's true. If these records, if the phone records that we have don't show that those calls ever took place, but you have people that are saying that the calls did, you have officers that follow up on it, and the calls, the person that they say made the call, it turns out to be true, then that to me is a strong indication that did happen.
Well, okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. My computer went out again for a second. But when the phone records, I don't care what people say. You can have 30 people telling me that they saw the moon turn green, but that doesn't mean that the moon turned green. And they're saying that David called Chris Peck in December looking for pot. The only phone call that I found on all of the entire phone records was made to Chris Peck on November 18th. The last call that David made was the one and only phone call to Chris Peck. And then I do believe Chris Peck sent a text to David. Let me double check that.
Saying, do you have any, something like that, right?
On November 12th.
Oh, okay.
And yes, that was it. There was a text on November 12th from Chris Peck to David, and then David made a call to Chris Peck on the 18th of November. And that's it. That is the only communication I found between those two in 3 months of phone records. So when people say he was his pot dealers, I don't think so. The people I know who buy pot don't buy it once every 3 months.
I mean, you have Chris Peck who's saying that.
I don't care, Chris Peck. I will take him on. No. Because according to the phone records, that didn't happen. And what? He must have some really lousy stuff if somebody's only going to buy from him once in 3 or 4 months.
Okay.
Okay, and to also rebuke the people who are saying that there was a burner phone. The search warrants don't cover burner phones. They only cover 2 cell phones that were taken from that house. So there were no burner phones found at the house at all. I need to get that in there because a lot of people have suggested, well, what if there was a burner?
Yeah,
or a prepaid.
Yeah, and I don't understand that at all. I mean, they had enough phone numbers they had to deal with. They're going to add 2 more. They had 4, and now they're going to do 6. That just didn't make sense.
Well, possible that the dog ate that too.
There you go. Problem solved.
There you go.
We're just going to blame everything on poor Paleo here.
Why not?
Yes, if he could digest all those bones, he could digest metal.
Yeah. He probably cleaned up some of the crime scene too.
There you go. That's it. It didn't leave any paw prints. He was perfect. He was a great little house cleaner.
Yeah, he ate the gloves and everything else.
Yeah.
Oh, this poor dog. He's got an iron stomach.
He does. And he was thin and dehydrated after all that eating. It must have been the cell phone. That's what did it.
Yeah, and I would say...
I hope everybody can see how ludicrous this is, right?
It really is. It really is. But we can see what they're asking for. We can see what these search warrants say, and one of the things that was very important, I thought, was these writing documents. They're looking for anything. You know, they're supposed to go through all of this stuff, anything, everything that's there. And unless somebody is going to say, I mean, and we have that, people are saying that the police miss things, that the investigators miss things. I have a hard time going with that too.
Well,
I just don't believe that either. I mean,
yeah, and
they took out everything.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
No,
Go ahead.
But right here where it says they're looking for writings, documents to identify motive, preparation, or mindset of the suspect at the time of the shooting.
Right.
Now, what did the detective find when he did all of his investigation of all the computers and all the writings? No motive whatsoever. Nothing.
That's it.
And he didn't find any imaginary journals either.
Exactly.
Yeah. Sorry, once again, not trying to be snarky. It's just the truth.
Yeah,
There's no proof.
And I think that's why it's so important for people to look at these 87 pages here, and you can see exactly what they were searching for. You can compare that to what they found. You can compare that to what they took in and to what they did with it. And you can see how much data that they went through. They spent a lot of time going through this data. No motive. Nothing there. Nothing there to show them why David Crowley is guilty. That doesn't mean that people can take these things and try to create a motive, try to act like they know better than what the cops do, and create some type of motive, but that doesn't make it true. And so I think it's very important for people to really go through this before we start talking about what the police miss.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think they missed anything except for the bullet hole and a bullet that rolled out. But they found those 2 days later. I don't believe that they missed any writing or anything on the computers. All of this stuff here, I don't believe that they missed anything that gave them motive. Even what they missed, the 2 bullets that they missed did not give them motive either.
No, because they still can't even tie that really to anybody.
Right.
You know,
right.
It has a little bit of David's DNA, but definitely not his blood, brain matter, or hair. So that they can't even prove that it was the bullet that killed him. So they basically, at this point, they do not have the bullet that killed David. And if he shot himself, it would have been there.
That's right.
And, you know, with everything that they pulled, I mean, they're very detailed in what they're looking for here in these warrants.
Mm-hmm.
And then the one detective who actually specializes in that, so he would know what he was doing. And I always say his name wrong, so I'll call him Detective K, because I butcher his name. But, you know, he spent a lot of time going through all of these devices, and he came back and said, I can find no motive. So what led them down the path with no motive? David goes silent in November. Kamel goes silent in December. Bodies are found in January. No motive. And people who are saying that they contacted them is not backed up by any of the data that they have or any of the records that were provided to them. Why did they not continue to go forward with that?
And that's when you have to ask yourself, Is it a cover-up? Was this all staged? I mean, what's really going on here?
Yeah.
Why weren't just logical questions asked about this case?
Yeah, and you said a mouthful, because I really don't see any questions being asked whatsoever. They did go to the neighbors and did the little, oh, did you hear anything type of thing. It's and I see that as a CYA. And did you talk to the neighbors? Well, yeah, but they didn't even really follow up with any of that. It took them, when they couldn't get a hold of, the neighbor was Brett Millay. And so they just kind of let that roll off until they finally found him one day. And it's like, there was no effort put into this case at all.
So they ruled it a murder-suicide within 2 hours, basically. Is that what we...
No. They're not ruling it a murder-suicide.
Okay, so I'm wrong.
No. We're going to go back and forth on this, Sophia. Greg has one report that occurs within 2 weeks.
I have the police report. I have the secret document, yeah.
Yeah, but again, the reporter who the police never countered said that the police chief himself said within 2 hours. Because it was that report was actually written very shortly after the murders. So it definitely was not written 2 weeks after the murders. So I'm going to go with the 2 hours. So
but the detectives didn't even arrive at the crime scene until after 2 hours.
When you look at those news reports, we have to look at how often they actually update the same one. Mm-hmm. Meaning they could have updated it later. It could have started out where it's just, we don't know what's going on, blah, blah, blah. And then later on it was updated to where, they think it's a double murder-suicide, which they publicly stated 1 day later. But that, just because they stated that in public, doesn't mean that was the first time that they thought about it. So sometime between whenever they find the bodies and whenever it's made public, we don't really know exactly when they said, okay, we think this is a double murder-suicide, the public is not at risk, everybody's safe, blah, blah, blah. It would be very important to get some clarification on that. But that's treating it as a double murder-suicide, not concluding it as a double murder-suicide.
Well, you think that there's a difference.
I do.
But most of the time there is not.
I do. I think there is a difference.
Again, you would think so, but that doesn't always mean that there is. There are times when they decide, and it's sad, and most people don't want to hear it or believe it, but they predetermine what the case is going to be before they even step inside the scene.
And there is a lot of proof that would help back that up. Mm-hmm. I definitely see that. There is a lot that would show, if they really wanted to do a thorough investigation, they would have done this, they would have done that, they would have looked up, saw the bullet hole, blah, 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 all that. That's another reason, that's another reason to think that how quickly they came to this theory and they started moving with that theory. I think once they go ahead.
No, and then they just didn't ask any other questions in regards to this case. The phone records, the DNA, everything else that we've come across. They didn't look any deeper. And that's very, very disheartening.
Well, I would say we don't have any documentation that shows that they didn't look deeper. I'm not necessarily certain 100% that they didn't. At some point, they have to look for motive from other people, right? I mean, in their conclusion, their whole conclusion is based around this fact, their theory, their opinion, that because they couldn't find that anybody else could have done this, that David Crowley must be guilty. That would lead me, first of all, to think that they did something. They were looking at the possibility that maybe somebody else was involved, right? No?
We have unknown DNA at the crime scene. We have a slider that's open, well, partially cracked. We have a phone that never left after November 20th. I mean,
yeah, you have
got
three
questions.
dead bodies. 3 dead bodies.
Mm-hmm.
You don't walk into a house and think one of those dead bodies killed the other 2 dead bodies, looking the way that those dead bodies did.
Yeah, exactly. So, I mean, they came out and said that the public is not in danger, and then they just conducted the case from then on as a murder-suicide, and then didn't ask deeper questions as to who this unknown DNA was for.
Right.
Or why his phone never left, or, I mean, just, there's so many questions.
Yeah, well, and let's go back to, when they went silent.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't even look at that, and it's so blatant on his phone records. You can't miss it. But here, I'm looking at this news article again, and it was published originally January 19th, but updated on November 16th. But I think they updated it with the in a dark place, because that's when they start to, or down farther, is when they start to talk about. Actually, I should maybe send an email. I had never thought to contact Nick and find out when it was said to him that the bodies, they had made it within 2 hours. Despite the grisly scene, investigators concluded within 2 hours that David Crowley was the one who pulled the trigger of the .40 caliber Springfield handgun found next to his body. So, yeah.
Well, there it is. You got the guy right there. You got him at least saying it. Yeah, it would be good to follow up and see within 2 hours.
Yeah, and I thought for sure there was another article that had the same wording in it. But,
well, that could have been by him or somebody taking his, using him as a source.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to. Yeah, I was trying to find out if it was somebody copying his report or if it was a different one. I'll have to go, because I go and look at that again, because the one I remember reading was the police chief's, whatever how you say his name, was the one who said within 2 hours, and which is different wording than what this is saying right here. So it's obviously written in 2 separate places. But I'll have to find it.
Well, yeah, and I would say Nick needs to be contacted on that. Nick Ferrara?
Yeah, something like that, yeah.
Yeah, so he needs to be contacted on that to find out why he wrote that within 2 hours. And does he still stand by that? Sometimes he'll try to back off, but if he put it in writing already, it's hard to back off from it.
Let me see something. Yeah, because I know at one point I did talk to Nick, but I'm trying to see if I remember if I even asked that particular question. I'm not sure I did. Okay, no, I didn't ask him that one. I did not ask that particular question. So I think I will try to send him another one and ask him if that's what he remembers being told exactly.
Awesome.
Because he's always been, very upfront and always willing to answer any questions, that I've ever had. He's answered them. So I'll send him that.
Right.
That's great. Yeah, because that's a big deal right there.
Yeah.
2 hours, impossible. And why he didn't follow up on that, or maybe he was like 2 hours. Well, that's kind of like you must know something that we don't know. And maybe it was because everybody thought that they had a suicide note. There were notes mentioned. But we didn't know at the time, and some of these early news media ran with it that, well, because there was a note there, that it was a note written by David that was a suicide note. It's like they were just running to some story that did not exist, looking for just another story for their local newspaper.
Yeah.
They chose the wrong one. This is not one of those that's just going to easily go by the wayside.
Nope, it's not. They're going to be looking into everything. And I do believe that this information that we've covered should be handed over to the private investigator too.
Well, I think as long as the private investigator has the same data, it's important to let the private investigator just do whatever they do and just, I mean, we're all looking at the same data, so at some point the private investigator is going to see this stuff, and we just want to make sure, and because we just want to let the private investigator do his job and not be influenced by anything. That's why I don't want to know anything. I just want to whatever until the final thing is, until the private investigator says, okay, I'm done. Here's what I have. Here's what I found. Here's what you can do with it. Then I think it's going to get very interesting. The search warrants too. It's like I'm on page 8 right now, and they're mentioning, they go up to item 53. So they stop at the bullet. Actually, I think it's item 52 that they stop at in the first set. Now they go up to 55. Now these are different items. So. And that's the other thing.
Well, they were taking the blood samples.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
so they have
there's 3 different lists, 3 itemized lists too. Go ahead.
Page 8.
Yeah, I'm looking for the blood.
Oh, okay, I see what you're talking about. Okay. This is in reference to the guns.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. That's just a different number on there. I thought you were talking about, there was a different area that's on the property, the evidence that they took from the house.
Mm-hmm.
And in those pages, they go from one bullet to the blood samples that they took from the bodies, and then it goes to the other bullet that they found in the attic. So that's what I thought you were referring to, and I apologize for the confusion.
No, they do have those too. there are those where it's like, I think the first one stops at 52, then the second one has 53, and then all of a sudden 57 is there. And they just, like, if people who don't really understand that these were found at different times, they wouldn't even know it. They would just think that everything was found at the same time. That's why those have been 2 of the biggest things to really get people to kind of second guess what the police told us, because you have all these strange things. And those, to me, are just 2 of the biggest ones. I think when we get into the phone records, into the financial records, into all of these other records, it kind of, there's more questions for some of this stuff. But with the search warrants and all that, I think it really helps us understand what they were looking for, what they had a search warrant for. And there's a reason why they chose these things. It wasn't just, well, this is standard, let's go for this. No. There was a lot going on. Reading these search warrants, it seemed like there was a lot going on that led them to want all of this stuff, to want these search warrants, to what they were looking for, and how vague some of this stuff is for what they're looking for. All writings. all computer data, all phone numbers, all of that stuff. Some of the stuff that they got, like Chris Peck, the whole Chris Peck thing is like somebody had to have told them that. Where's the detective work or the police work that got them to where they found out that Chris Peck had called David Crowley, if that was true, or David Crowley had texted him?
And see, I'm beginning to wonder if the police just believed them.
But who was feeding? I mean, this goes back to the thing that someone was feeding them this early on. Who was feeding the police so much stuff? And we could go back to the very, to when the bodies were actually found. People are feeding things to the police on and on and on from the very start.
Right.
Now, whether that's purposely or whether it's just because that's how they are, that's a whole other thing. But, I mean...
Yeah, because look at these cell records, if they had looked at them and looked at the names, yes, it took me a while to do it, and Sophia too. Without her help, I wouldn't have been, it'd take me a whole lot longer to finish it. But, if they had even begun to look at the cell phone records and then looked at the notes from the people who were talking to them, they would have known right away it wasn't matching up.
Or maybe they know something we don't know. I mean, there's no doubt that they looked at these records, right? I don't have any doubt that they actually went through them, and so they should have seen a lot of this stuff. Maybe they found the answers that we don't have. Whatever those answers were, again, it doesn't lead them to think that David Crowley is guilty if they found those answers. But there's still a lot of weird things like that with these phone records. I mean, to me, that's been the biggest thing that I've been just, having nightmares about, just trying to figure out what am I looking at here?
Yeah, and you're too kind-hearted, Greg. You give them a whole lot more credit than I'm willing to, because, when I type this out, and as I'm looking at each line, and then I remember what is written or told to the police by others, I pull that out of the police reports, and I look at these phone records, and they don't match up. Then that tells me that obviously the police did get the records because we had them from the phone company, but did they actually look at them? I doubt it, because if they did, to me, that would be a blatant closing of their eyes and not investigating the case. And if they
just a simple follow-up call, would have done.
Yes.
Say, hey, because it would have been in their supplements, called such and such back to double check on the dates. Maybe they had something wrong, but we don't see any supplements being updated or anything.
Correct.
So I have to question it, just like Catherine was saying.
Correct. I see them not doing their due diligence in checking out the information they were given. Now, maybe they felt that they could trust who was talking to them. I don't know. I'm not saying that the police did it out of malice. I'm just saying it happened. They didn't check it out. But why? Don't know.
Is it possible that they checked it out and just didn't find anything?
Well, we're looking at it and we're finding it. So I don't believe that.
But you're not finding anything that would help prove David Crowley is guilty, and that's all they would be ordered to look for. Nothing else, right?
Right, exactly. I find nothing that David is guilty, but I find a lot of questionable responses from the people who spoke to them. When you have people who say, hey, I got a call, or I text them, or, we talked to them on this certain date, or he contacted me to buy weed. Yeah, right. When only 2 phone calls in a matter of 3 or 4 months. Well, 1 phone call and 1 text. Yeah, I don't buy it. They dropped the ball. again, whether it was on purpose or maybe they just, by the time they got the cell phone records, maybe they felt they had their proof and just said, okay, we're just going to add this to the case file, but we're not going to go through it. I don't know. That's supposition on my part, totally.
That can't be, because they had these documents. They had these by February 2015, so they had them one month later.
Okay.
They had plenty of time to go through this stuff.
Okay, so why? And then my question back to them is, why did they not? Because it is plain as day. There's a huge issue with these phone records and what the narrative is on what happened. When David, again, when he goes silent in November,
mm-hmm.
and his body, quote unquote body, is found in January, that should be a huge red flag to the police.
Sure, but at the same time, you have people telling them why without them. Maybe they asked them, but maybe people are offering things of telling them why they went dark, why they went silent, why they weren't talking with anybody, et cetera, which a lot of that I think has been. I don't buy it. You know, I'm not buying that David went silent, that he was distancing himself because they were planning on killing himself, or planning on he was, you know, going into a dark place and he killed everybody. But
and I agree. I mean, I agree. I don't see this where he stops communication on his cell phone as any indication of that, because all of his writings and everything else up to that point or whatever, it was always positive, always looking forward. But my point is the police had on hand their notes from the people they supposedly interviewed, where they gave them specific information, and that information is not corroborated by the evidence that they got from other legitimate places like AT&T.
Right, but they didn't even follow up on. They had a simple question with Chris Klein, you know, and they had David's dad saying that he was not in the house with Chris Klein on January 19th.
Correct.
And they did not follow up on that. They had no interest in following up on a phone call. It's much less likely they're going to follow up on phone records. So maybe you're right. Maybe they didn't go through this stuff.
Well, yes, because when you look at the cell phone records again with Chris Klein, I think I found one call, one. And then, you know, that does not tell me that they were best buds and that he really knew that family. And so why is he in the house? You know, line A.
I would also, well, did they find any social media activity, anything like that too? Because that was a big thing. You know, that was a big thing. Phones weren't, you know, nobody was really using the phone, especially landlines. Cell phones, maybe, but it was a lot of social media activity. If you look at David Crowley, he was more active on social media than he was, you know, on these phone records. If you look at the phone records, you might think that he wasn't making a lot of calls, distancing himself. But if you look at the social media activity, it sounds like he was active, publicly active.
Why isn't that part of the police report then?
It's not part of the police reports, but it is part of the police data. So if you go back to the 485 pages of BCA data that Dan Hinnon first got, it has almost all of David's social media activity just on Facebook, I think, going back to 2007, maybe 2009.
Yeah, and a lot of that is totally irrelevant.
It is.
It just doesn't make much sense to the case at all. And why would they do that?
Yeah, but they also have a screenshot of a post that was taken out. So they know that there was at least one post from David Crowley's account that was removed. In that same area, they have a profile photo of Sean Wright.
Mm-hmm.
There's no way that they didn't know this.
Right.
It's one more lead that is just not followed up on. But this is different. This is not just he said, she said. This is somebody taking out a post for a specific person.
And that was after they died, correct?
That was after they died, because it is not part of the data that of the Facebook records that the police show in these documents, but they have it separately. That's weird. That's odd.
Yeah, so right there they know that somebody's going in and deleting stuff, and that, again, is another red flag.
Yeah. It is.
So, yeah, I don't know. It's unbelievable. Again. It's like the more questions we get answered, 1,000 more pop up.
Absolutely. And this case is just, it's one of those conundrums.
Yeah.
Where you're trying to figure it out, but there's just no answer, and you just go over in a circle over and over. It's starting to give me a headache.
Well, it's going to be a long time, I'm sure, before those headaches stop, until we can get some clear answers on some of these simple questions we have here.
Yeah. You're right. Pace yourself.
Pace yourself. That's right. Go through these documents. Pace yourself. Don't burn out. You don't have to go through everything. Go through whatever you think you can get to, and whatever will lead you to find the answers. And that's why it's been such a blessing to have both of you and so many people going through this stuff, because you can't just have a couple people doing it. We need as many people as we possibly can get to look through these documents if they're real people. We're not looking for fake people. We're not looking for people that are just trying to stir up stuff, or even people that are treating this like entertainment. This is not entertainment. There's nothing entertaining about this. This is not to get yourself over. It's not for you to make money. All of those people were there in a couple of weeks, and after a couple of weeks of the case, they were gone. Right? They didn't see it. There was nothing sexy about this story. There was there's nothing that they could really latch on to. This was the real deal here, and a lot of people, I think, they just were not ready for it. It was all supposed to be fun and games, and we're going to stand up against the government and blah blah blah, and all of a sudden it's like, oh well, this stuff really happens. There's real cases that you can look at and have a lot of questions about if this is a real killing, or if these people were killed. And we're not just talking about 3 random people. When you're talking about a child, when you start looking at what happened to that 5-year-old child, that's just like,
it's stuff of nightmares.
Yeah, it really is. And the fact that so many people are just willing to just move on and just give up and just shut down and just turn a blind eye to these simple things here, that's frustrating. To me, that's very frustrating. And I lost a lot of respect for a lot of people. But it was weird, because right before all this happened, I was kind of questioning people and kind of going through my own spiritual journey, and I prayed about it. And I prayed about, God, get me away from these people if they're not real. And I'll tell you what, I found myself alone, except for Dan Innan and a couple other people. I was like, yeah, that's just, I'd rather research this with 4 or 5 real people than research it with, hundreds, thousands of millions of people that are just in it for their own gain and not in it for the right reason.
Yeah, and the ones that, really bother me a lot too are the ones who have such they know the case exists, but they really have no in-depth knowledge of anything, and then voice opinions and blame David, and it's like
solve the case. They have it solved.
Yeah, they've solved it without
hours.
knowing it. Yeah, and I'm like, wow, okay, don't waste your time with me. Don't talk to me. Read the case, and don't expect me to give you all the answers all the time. Read it for yourself. Yeah. That's something I learned a long time ago. When you go out of your way to gather all the information to show somebody who says that they want to know an answer, but then they don't read it, they constantly question it, and then they deny the proof that you give them, It's like, don't even waste time. Go away.
Yeah. Life is
That's
too short.
the most frustrating part.
Yeah, I mean, that's why I'm like going now, well, you know what? If you think I missed something, you do it. Why aren't you sending it in? Why aren't you contacting these people? If you think that and I'm not saying I do it all right. So if I have forgotten or I haven't done it in the way you think it should be done, then get off your lazy butt and you do it.
Yeah.
You know, we've got our hands full here. We don't, we spend a lot of time on this, a lot of our own personal time. And like you said, Greg, we can't do it all. It's just too much. And,
a lot of people don't understand that we have families.
Right.
So we can't look at this case 24/7, although we have invested a lot of hours and a lot of time, and in some cases a lot of money in this case.
Yeah.
And all we're asking is that we get fresh eyes to also be looking at these records, to also go through, and whether they share it, I mean, that's on them. But at least if we have people looking and offering help to answer our questions, we'd be so grateful.
Mm-hmm.
And to have just any answers, especially with these phone records, with the questions with the 00 or these weird numbers showing up, it would really be a godsend to have those answers for us.
Yeah.
So we can move on to something new and start dissecting that information.
Right.
Yes, I'm putting this up here. Page 1 of David's newest phone record. Help me understand items 1 through 4. That's all I need.
Okay.
Well, that's not all I need, but I need to start. I can't even move on to anything. Well, maybe this happened. Maybe I can't move on to anything with the phone records until I can understand that flow. So I'm trapped. Help me.
I know. And if somebody can help us understand, this will, I think, unravel a lot.
Yeah.
For everybody, not just us, but for the entire case.
I hope so.
And
all right,
just
good peeps.
Going back and rehashing, they only took 2 cell phones out of that house. Burner phones were not found in that house. And they went through everything. They searched it.
You're right. They went through everything.
Yeah, there were no burner phones and there were no landlines.
And there were no writings either that they didn't find, that they didn't go through, according
Correct.
to what they're saying.
Thank you. Correct.
Yes.
It's all
no
there.
magical journals.
No magical.
There you go.
No.
Mystical journals. There we go.
Yeah, I mean, unless it showed up like the bullet hole in the ceiling. No.
Hey, that's where they found that journal. The bullet was on top of the journal in the attic.
Now it makes sense.
And I think the burner was right there in the bullet hole.
There you go. It was attached to the trusses of the roof.
That's why they missed it. Because the Christmas tree was there, they couldn't see it.
They couldn't see it.
Couldn't look up in the attic.
Although they could open the door and see it right away when they went there, but it was the Christmas tree's fault.
Well, they could put their finger through it too. So maybe they put their finger through it, and that's why there's no burner phone. They burned it.
They pushed it through the attic.
Pushed it all through the attic and everything. But thankfully, we had 2 people or multiple people in the house who were looking in the house, and they found it.
Right, people who didn't, who weren't there with the people they said they were.
Yes, without them, we'd all be lost.
And who weren't friends.
There you go.
Yes, but somehow end up in their house, and didn't say how they got in.
No,
oh, it's that magic.
I don't know.
Didn't tell the police that they were there. No.
If Paleo ate the burner, maybe we should contact the vet and see if there was any in his poop.
I think Paleo might have changed the burner number.
That's it. Oh. Greg, you solved it. It was you who forwarded all these numbers. That's it.
There we go.
Case solved.
There we go. Case solved.
All right, we're all in trouble.
Those joints too, just so you know. He was grounding down again. Oh gosh, okay, we gotta stop. I'm getting too snarky for my own good.
Yes, okay. Thank you.
I'm sorry. Okay. More serious folks. We weren't being serious. We're being very snarky.
No,
yes,
but
yes, we are.
Yeah, you can still take that out of context. You can twist it. And
they will. They'll go, this is what they said.
They're crazy. They went to a dark place and snapped. That's it. All right.
Now they're joking about the murders. Oh my gosh.
Pretty much.
Right?
Yeah. I mean, it's okay to accuse somebody of a double murder-suicide within a few hours, a few days, with no evidence, but, you know, it's not okay to question it. So let that be a lesson to both of you.
We should not be asking questions. We should not be looking any deeper. We need to take everything at face value.
Yeah, just go with whatever the group mentality says. Whatever the bullies say, believe it. That's it. Done.
There you go. No more heartache.
Life is good. Go back to life. Well, I think we're going to choose the other way. I think we're going to keep looking into this. You know, maybe another couple hundred videos and a couple hundred articles, and you know, just whatever we can do to keep this case going till we can get the real answers, right? Get this into the real hands of some people that can really help us. That can help get some answers. It can help, at the very least, to change this case to where it isn't, to where people realize that David Crowley was never proven guilty. I think that's one of the biggest things that is getting missed here. That is the most important thing. Is that from the very beginning, this has all been about proving David Crowley guilty. They don't have any evidence to prove David Crowley guilty, and in the end, they claim David Crowley is guilty.
Yep, and a dead man can't defend himself.
And they cannot prove a dead man guilty. And they know this. And they know this. All right. Any final words, anybody?
Well, just thanks for doing this, and Sophia and Greg, you two have a great night.
All right, you too.
You too, Catherine.
Okay, well,
have a great night.
All right.
Good night, everybody.
Good night.
Bye.
Okay, we are now recording. This is conference call, what is this, 6 or 7? I think it's number 7, right? Yeah, number 7. Yeah, we'll go with that.
Yeah, that works.
That works. I'm going to try to share my screen here just in case we need it. I was looking at the Apple Valley Police Department. I was looking at their website and looking at all of the fun stuff that they've been doing over there. I did call Detective Gummert. They once again confirmed that he is on leave, on medical leave, and they transferred me to the guy who's in charge, the new, what's this guy's name? Try to pull him up here. Nick Francis is the guy who's taken over for that. So I've been trying to just get one answer, just a yes or no, you know, a syllable, a single syllable that would just say yes or no. Were their dog feces tests done? That's it. So I even left him that. I don't know if I did last time, if I told Captain Nick Francis what I really wanted, but I figured, okay, he hasn't gotten back to me. It's been about two weeks, I think. So called him again today, and my plan is just to call him once every week until we get some type of answer, and hopefully just we'll get something. I mean, they're very responsive usually, so this is a little unusual.
Well, maybe he's just overwhelmed and swamped with trying to catch up and get up to speed with what Gummert was doing.
It could be. I mean, we're talking about something that's closed, right? I mean, I don't know what other tasks they had going on too. So that is true, and that's why I'm not trying to overwhelm them, not trying to call them on and on and on. But you know, I mean, it's just like I said, it's just a simple Simple question, simple
yes,
Q&A.
Yes or no.
Yes or no? Yes. Come on, give me an answer. That's all you have to do is answer what is.
Well, if Detective Gummert is listening, I really hope he gets better. Whatever's going on, I hope it's okay.
Yeah, I do too. I hope he's all right, and it's just, personal time that he needed off. But for a medical leave, I just definitely have been keeping him in my prayers.
Yes.
So. All right. Well, I guess we should begin here. We do have some other people on the line as well, so everybody is free to kind of join in and say whatever you want to say. Catherine, is there anything that you would like to say right now, or any topics you want to make sure that we bring up, anything like that?
Other than I'm really tired. Oh, boy. Not really. I have really kind of dropped the ball this whole week, and I'm sorry. But you had sent a link to the research documents. Now, was there something in there you wanted us to go back and look over for tonight's discussion?
No, I just kind of put those in there. I just figured if I was going to share anything with the people who are going to join this call, or anybody who was going to look at anything related to this call, I think I just wanted to show them that we have a lot of these research documents all in one place that you can get to in case you haven't seen any. I know there's a few that I've even gone back through, and I'm like, oh, I haven't really looked at this one. I haven't really gone through this one. So it was really good that we got to bring up the search warrants about a week and a half ago or so. So I've been kind of going back through all of those. The Apple Valley Police property receipts that show everything that they took from the house. I think all that stuff's good too. I've been looking more into some interesting stuff that I hope we get a caller on who's gonna kind of help us with that. Maybe discuss some angles that we haven't discussed too much here. So I'm just gonna ask right now. I'm gonna ask if there is some background noise. If I hear some background noise, I'm just going to put you on mute. You should be able to unmute yourself if you do want to speak, so I don't want you to think because I mute you that means that you can't talk or anything. This was always meant to just be a place where the group, where real researchers could just come here and kind of chat, ask questions, bounce off topics. So there's nothing off topic. There's nothing that we shouldn't be able to talk about here. I don't want anybody to feel like, we're only going to cover certain things. So I just trying to pull up my agenda here that I have.
Okay, well, while you do that, I did remember something that I want to give everyone an update on, and that is the cell phone bills. There's been someone, and they have been contacting me. We've been going back and forth via email, and they just about have it explained to me to where I can explain it to everybody else.
Oh, nice.
What all of those phone numbers mean, and how to actually read the report. So they had written back, but I didn't get back to them in time today. So hopefully by the next time we actually do a conference call, I will be able to explain to everyone what all of those loop-de-loops mean. Because that's all it is just a constant loop, and maybe try to figure out why.
Do you have your spreadsheet that shows the list of inconsistencies?
I do. Let me pull that up.
I'd like to go through some of those. I think that would be a great place to start. I mean, by this time, I think everybody kind of knows what the cops said, right? What the what the police think is true, that David Crowley killed his wife, killed himself, and killed his 5-year-old daughter, is responsible for all of eating all of these bones. The dog is pretty much responsible for all of the missing limbs, all the stuff, probably the missing blood, and who knows what else. But I think we've been asking relevant questions. And I think it's always been a lot of us who have been just trying to ask the relevant questions based on what we are told by the cops, based on what we are told by investigators, based on what the documents say, nothing else. I think that's been the biggest, strongest point. And I think that's what real researchers are also looking for, too. They're just looking for data. And I'm finding that we're having a lot of new people, a lot of people that are just getting involved in this case. And I went back through my videos, and I was like, I made all of these videos. Not one of them really goes through it step by step and kind of breaks it down A, B, C, D, which is kind of what I'm working on. Well, it is what I'm working on for my book, but I do think at some point, you know, a video like that would definitely be very, very helpful. And the more that we go back and look at all of the strange things that happen from the very start, you can just add these things up, and you can see that there's much more than what we are being told. And if there wasn't, I do believe that the investigators would have it. I do believe that they would have made a bigger fuss out of it, and they would not have quietly closed this case after 1 year.
Right. It just seems so strange, especially with all of the information that they had access to. How did they look at that and then close it? Just that still doesn't make sense to me.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. And we do have the chat room open too, so if anybody wants to join in there, and we'll have that chat open. If you're in the chat and if you'd like us to bring up any topics, we'll try to make sure that we bring up anything that's in the chat room. Figure we'll go about maybe 2 hours, maybe 2.5 hours, kind of play it by there and see how far we get. Let's see.
Okay, and I have that list up now. Is there something you wanted to talk about in particular? Oh, somebody has written something. Someone states, a guest, and I can't see the name. It just says, recently listened to discussion about suspicious persons call a neighbor. Seems like a huge point to ponder. I'm not quite sure what they're saying.
I think they might be talking about the suspicious person that was in the house on January 19th, 2 days after the bodies were found. There was a 911 call that was placed by a neighbor, and that 911 call is what led the cops to Chris Klein, and then from Chris Klein, that leads the cops to the missing bullet, item 57, that was found in the living room attic, or in the attic above the living room. So I think that's probably what they're talking about. And to me, when I first heard about that, that was the big smoking gun. You know, that's still like one of the biggest things that I cannot wrap my head around what logical reason this would be for. And I've heard it all, and I've looked at it all, and I've taken it all seriously, and I just don't get it. There was no Christmas tree blocking it. There's no way they should have missed a big hole in the living room. No way. I don't care if it was.
Especially when they say when they go back to check it out, their exact words were an obvious bullet hole in the ceiling.
Yeah.
Well, if it's obvious the minute they opened the door, why wasn't it obvious between how many people were there? I mean, there were, 15, 20 people, maybe more, for how many hours, and nobody saw it?
That's right.
Yeah, that still gets me.
And of all of the people that contacted us, that contacted Dan and myself, I know that we brought that up. Nobody mentioned it. It wasn't mentioned in the city pages. It was an article by, I think his name is Corey Zorowski. He didn't mention it, even though he found it odd. When the documentary film crew came to my mom's house, I made sure that I mentioned it to them. Well, they found it odd, but they didn't put it in this sloppy-mentary, documentary, whatever you want to call it. There was another guy, Alec Wilkinson, who contacted me, and he didn't put it in what he wrote. So it was just like, everybody knew, they all knew this is like the biggest piece, but you could tell they did not want to go there. They wanted to go down the conspiracy route, but they didn't want to go down the real conspiracies here. They just wanted to focus on, well, the government did it, just stick to their scripts, the things that they were using to try and discredit anybody that was simply asking questions. And I'm talking about days in, before anybody is supposed to know anything, before the police have closed their case, all of that stuff. And we're getting hit. We got hit by just a bunch of random people that I've never heard of, and they're telling me just all this weird random stuff. Anyway, like somebody's breaking into a car.
I know. Is that at your house?
That's not at my house, but please, if you're breaking into somebody's car, please try to mute yourself while you're doing that. If you could.
Okay,
you can unmute yourself once the cops start chasing you and all that, but at least for this purpose, help us out. Once you get in, you drive away. Yeah, I could just hear it now. The Justice for David Crowley group wants people to break into cars. They're
advocating criminal activity.
All right. Anyways.
Okay, and Angela from Wyoming says, living in a smaller community, lots of PD staff know lots of people from childhood, high school, college, etc. Anybody research ties between AVPD and the key characters?
That's a great question. That's a really great question. The answer is yes, obviously, because there are questions about if there were any type of informants involved in this case. I haven't found anything conclusive. What I find kind of strange is how the whole Gray State team seemed to know everything before anybody else did.
Right.
They were pushing it out to anybody who would actually listen and take them seriously. The people that wouldn't take it seriously, they pushed them harder. So I think that's a very, very valid question, and I'd be curious to know if there are ties, if there are any ties.
Well, wasn't Kate's brother or something, David's uncle or somebody? They had a family member who was a police officer, correct? Who died in the line of duty?
Yes, I think his name was John Bergeron, if I remember correctly, which is Kate's maiden name, something like that. But yeah. But he was, and I forget what department he worked for, but I do believe it was in Minnesota, very close with David, from what I was told by third-party people. He was very close with David. They were. It was just there were no issues or anything like that, and it sounds like the whole family, in general, both sides, Kate's side and Dan Sr., it sounds like both sides had a very high respect for cops in general. So that was a feeling that I kind of got. But so there might be ties. As far as I know, I haven't found any, but I think it's a great question, and I do believe it's probably a question that a lot of people asked that were getting cyberbullied within those first couple days or whatever. And I think hopefully a lot of that stopped once we stopped going through these people who were telling us lies and stopped just listening to what they were saying and started to create a dialogue with the cops ourselves. I think that's, I learned a lot more. I learned a lot of what to do, what not to do, how to treat people. Obviously, you don't just call people up, start yelling at them, right? It's all about how you treat them, and that's generally how they will treat you. So.
Yeah, and I'm interested too, and I know I haven't done any research between those who claim to have been David's friends and if they have any ties with the Apple Valley Police Department either. I haven't really looked into that myself. I just know that Kate had a brother who died. Have you done any research on the friends, Greg?
Possibly. Maybe.
Okay, we'll say no for now.
I don't want to lie, but you have to go down every down every angle. You have to look at everything. It doesn't mean you have to be a stalker. It doesn't mean you have to, even there's ways that you can do this. And I think the first thing you have to start with is prayer. With whatever you do, start there. That's where I start, and then I just kind of just let God guide me to wherever I should be going. And it's been quite the journey, quite the spider web of just going down all these different trails, going down so many trails that sometimes I forget to, how many trails I've been going down. So it's, yeah. This is definitely, this case is, spiritually, I'm not saying there was any demons or anything like that involved in this case, but for me, spiritually, it's been a very tough case. It's been a very trying case because it does dwell on my soul. It does dwell on my heart. And there were times where I could not sleep. There were times where I felt that anxiety, and other times where I felt like I was spending too much time on this, and I had to kind of take a few steps back, and it actually helped me. If I would have just kept going forward full speed, I probably would look back right now and see, and see a lot of the faults that I made. I still made many faults, but I think if I would have moved faster and been a little more hasty, I probably would have messed up a lot more and probably would have damaged a lot more too. So it's all a learning process.
And I think that's true for everyone, and I don't know of anyone who can research any type or investigate any type of case and not make mistakes. That's to be expected, but it's how a person handles those mistakes. It's like, okay, oops, that was the wrong track, scratch that off the list. Now let's turn around and go back and look at this at a different angle. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I think it's when someone gets their head stuck in one direction only, and then refuses to acknowledge any other evidence. That's when I think it becomes a problem.
Mm-hmm. That's right. Well, we got 7 people on the line right now. I know we got Sophia, and I think Pansy is on the line too, and maybe a couple other people. If anybody wants to join in and say anything, you're more than free to. It's okay if we start talking over each other. It's all a learning process that we have to get over, and it's been that's been one of the bigger challenges, I think, because we have so many strong people, and so far we haven't really had any major issues on the call live or anything like that, and even after the call and all that, I haven't really seen it. So I think this is a great opportunity for all of us to just chat. There is no wrong thing that you can say here, unless you're just being totally just rude or mean or cyberbullying or anything like that, being a stalker or just a freaking weirdo or something. But as long as you're not doing that, as long as we're talking about this case, I want people to feel free to just jump in here. Just go ahead and jump in.
Yeah, and Angela asked another question, but she's asking what was the mention of Judy's job as a civilian surveillance? And she says, I'm not even sure I'm remembering it correctly, and also her son's legal problems and pot trafficking. Since Dan really was the one who did all of the research on that, should we wait and see if Dan can jump on and let him answer that?
I think that would be best. I know this was talked about in one of the last calls, I believe. It might have been the last call we had kind of talked about that. And Judy was a part of some neighborhood watch thing that surveilled their neighbors or something. It was, it was something like that. And I was like, what? And then he said it again, and I was like, what? And so, now I'm glad it's being brought up again because I need to understand exactly what that is too. And about Eric Prochnow, I think we've covered that too. There's a video that Dan has done on that. So if you haven't seen Dan's video on Eric Prochnow, I definitely go and watch that. I think it just that kind of gives you all of the public data that is out there, and it isn't like Dan is trying to make any ties where there isn't. It's just looking at, well, here's what happened. Here's, the case, and here's he got off basically for whatever he got, whatever his legal problems were. He doesn't have those now. And he was carrying a lot of weed, a lot of weed.
Yeah.
So that was odd, because it was just like, okay, you're carrying that much weed, you get off because of a whatever, because you got a good lawyer or something, I guess. But
yeah, and I still don't understand that. I've read several of those documents, and it's like, I guess more power to him. However, the officer who stopped him and pulled him over had a very long history, and in fact, that was his job, was drug trafficking. And I am not saying that's what Eric was doing, so don't anybody put words in my mouth. But the police officer's experience was drug trafficking and how to stop people and how to spot those who are transporting drugs illegally. So the fact, and from everything I read on his stop, it was a completely legal stop. So to have him say that it was an illegal stop and then get the case thrown out is just beyond my comprehension. But like I said, more power to Eric. He got it to work for him.
Yeah, because I think first they said that the cop could search the car, and then they kind of backtracked, and I think that was the legal issue that got them off or something. I don't know. I mean, to me, it's like, it's just weed. First of all, it's not like, it's not like he was carrying real drugs, what I would consider real drugs or anything like that. But it was an interesting case. The reaction to it, I think, was even more curious, because it was just craziness, right? Eric Prochnow comes into the group talking all this smack and all this stuff, and it was just like, I don't know. I even tried to give him a chance to tell his side, and things went kind of crazy. And I grew up where people were screaming and cussing and yelling. I'm not going to go through that. I'm too old. I'm 40 years old. I'm not going to sit there and get into a screaming match or an argument or anything like that with somebody.
Right.
I don't care how old they are. Nobody's going to get to me like that ever again.
Right,
like
and
that.
Good for you, though. No, really, that's a good way to handle it. So
now,
do you want to start going over? I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, just on that, and let's move on to the last one. But if he does want to have a conversation, if he's cooled down, and if he does want to chat in the future live, it could just be us, just he and I. He can tell whatever he wants to say and call us whatever names he wants to call us. That invitation is still open to him. I just need to have a little clarification with him that we're not going to be sitting there cussing at each other and all that. So.
Right. And it would be good. That way he wouldn't have to worry about anybody trying to, jump on him or bully him, and he could still say his piece.
Yeah, we do that here. We've done that here with people. If you want to jump on here, say your piece and all that, and do it. If it's relevant, which really with Eric Prochnow, to me, it's not, his stuff is not really relevant to this case. He made it relevant, more relevant than it really should be. So, anyways.
Yeah. So now on this list of inconsistencies, do you want me just to read them off, or should we read one and see if anyone has any comments?
Let's read one off, see if somebody wants to comment on it, and see how far we get.
Okay, so everyone type fast or jump in and talk, because otherwise we'll move forward. The first one on the list that I found is the gun. According to the reports, they have it written several different ways. But one of those ways is the gun is either a couple inches or 1 foot from David's left hand, and David was right-handed. So the fact that the gun was on the left side of his body when he's right-handed is inconsistent with where the gun would have fallen.
Right, because there's no photos, we haven't seen anything that would show us that David Crowley was left-handed. Shouldn't that have been part of what the police were actually looking for? The fact that was it even possible? Was it plausible what are the odds that David shot himself with his left hand when most of the photos and videos and everything that you see show him clearly holding the gun. His trigger is on the right hand, not on the left hand.
Yeah, especially, yes, and then having the exit wound on the left parietal, in the left parietal bone, close to where the ear was. So that would be really difficult with a left hand.
That's right. So he would almost have to have it curved.
Yeah.
Kind of into his mouth with his left hand, and then shoot himself kind of with the gun pointed towards the left side of his face, kind of.
Well, and I know a lot of people, and I even read it in one of the articles where the police state that David shot himself in the front, in the front of his head, or the front of his face. Now that is, I'm going to take huge issue with that, because the autopsy report clearly states that the trajectory is they can't determine where that bullet entered. They only know where it exited. So for the police to say that he shot himself in the front of his face and then have it exit through the left parietal bone, that just doesn't make sense.
Could that be because because of where it actually exited, that's where it would be the only logical thing? Like, it couldn't have come from the back of his head, right? It couldn't have come from the side of his head. It's kind of what it sounds like they're saying, because there's no wound or anything, because the whole right side of his head is still there.
No, I thought part of it, only his left side was there, part of the left parietal bone. Most of the right side was missing, and some of the back was still attached to the spine. So I'm assuming it's the occipital region, which was still attached to the spine. But since the right side of his head was pretty much missing, and the front of his face was missing.
I thought it was the other way around.
Well, if it's exiting, if they see an exit wound on the left parietal, the left side has to be there.
I'm gonna have to go back and look, because when I look at that image, it looks like you can see through his left eye. There's nothing really there, and the whole left side of his cheek, like the cheek and all that stuff, looks like it's all gone. There's nothing there. That's the left side, right?
That's the right side that's facing the camera.
I don't think.
You're talking about the one photo we do have?
Yeah.
Yeah, that is the right side that is facing the camera. I can pull up. I'm going to get the autopsy reports real quick.
Okay. Let's see. There was another question about the toxicology. Why those results didn't show any weed, any alcohol, any shrooms, anything. So based on the toxicology that we do have, which to me is like, okay, this is great. I see what the toxicology, what the report is. It doesn't tell me much, because I have no idea what I'm looking at. This might as well be French or Spanish or something. So when they say spleen volatile screen, the ethanol 0.109 G-DL within propanol and decomposition peaks present, I'm just like, I have no idea what you're talking. Just, were there drugs? Yes or no? You know?
No.
No. Okay, nothing.
It says that the immunoassay negative, no basic or neutral drugs present, or present on chromatography.
That's on the liver drug screen.
Right, but the spleen is just basically stating that there's the typical amount of alcohol found in the system upon decomposition, and that they found decompositional peaks present in their test. But there were no drugs found, no basic or neutral drugs present that they could find on the chromatography.
And those tests should have been a part of this too, right? Or is it just? I don't know how the whole toxicology test works, I guess, either.
You know, and that was something I forgot to check. I was going to call and check with BCA to see if marijuana is a standard drug. I'm pretty sure it is. It's one that they automatically test for. And
well, let's say, I mean, in this case, because there was weed found on the table, they should have at least tested for it, I would think, if it's out there.
Yes.
Now, because the bodies were, let's just say, let's say that they were there for 3 weeks. Let's just say that for 3 weeks, okay? What are the odds that weed would even show up or anything like that would show up when the bodies were so badly decomposed as they were found? Even with 1 week, would there be a difference between 1 week and 3 weeks?
I think that they would, since there was enough hair left from both David and Kamel, they could have easily done testing on the hair, but it doesn't look like that's what they did. It looks like they only tested the liver. Now, the liver, I think, would probably metabolize most of any drugs that may or may not have been taken at the time. So most medical examiners during the autopsy will take the vitreous fluid from the eye, but since they were all missing their eyes, that was not possible. So they had to test what was available, which was the liver. But at the same time, again, they did have access to hair, which would have told them for sure how often they at least smoked pot, if they did at all. Now, and according to the autopsy reports too, and I'm reading this directly, and this is off of David, it says gunshot wound at the head. Entrance, indeterminate. Pathway and trajectory, indeterminate. The exit is the left parietal bone with external beveling and radiating linear fractures and scalp. So it's the left side of his head that was still there. Now it says on the external examination, it says, let me find it. The back scalp is intact with patchy short brown hair. Fragments of skull and additional small bones recovered separately from the body at the scene are described in a separate section.
Wow.
So there was just part of the back of his head and then the left part of his head.
Okay. It looks different than what I see here, but I'm going to go with what the autopsy results say.
Well, and you have to remember that photo you are looking at, taking a photo from the right side of his body. So what's closest to the camera is the right side.
Well, I mean, you can see I don't know. I guess I'm going to have to go back and look at it or something, but all right.
Yeah, it says the entrance, this is also part of the autopsy under gunshot wound at the head. The entrance gunshot wound site and trajectory are indeterminate due to absence of the majority of the head. No projectile fragments are recovered.
But the exit is in the left, okay.
Yes, on the left parietal scalp, centered approximately 9 inches above the left shoulder and 4 inches left of the posterior midline is a gunshot wound.
Ugh.
So that's strictly the left side.
That's odd to me. Okay.
Well, when you're looking at that photo, it's like you're looking on the inside of his head.
Yeah, and you can see through the left side, right? Maybe it's the right side. I don't know. I haven't looked at the image in a while, so I really try not to look at it.
Yeah. Okay, so since no one else has asked a question, we'll move on to number 2, and that is where the blue blanket is over David's legs. Now, they're saying he shot himself, but yet there's a blue blanket over his legs. Quite neatly, by the way.
Yeah, would you know where the blue blanket is mentioned?
Yes, that would be in... that would be the final BCA report. Let me get the other one. Hold on.
The 40-pager?
I think so.
says a portion of Kamel's sweater was draped over his lower right leg.
Yes. That I mentioned in another section, the inconsistencies, because he has not only the blue blanket, but her brown sweater covering his legs.
Yeah, I don't get that.
Okay, I am trying to find that report. It's the long one that it said BCA final. I know I printed it out.
Yeah, I think it's the one we're looking at here.
Okay, I'm trying to find it in my notes.
Okay.
Oh wait, here it is.
I also love how they just mentioned the item 53 and item 57 as if they found it that same day too.
Right,
That just blows my mind.
I know they should have added, that those items were found later on. But yes, it says David Timothy Crowley was lying on his back with his arms spread to the side. His right hand was missing, and only the back portion of his skull remained attached to the spine. He was wearing a long white sleeve T-shirt with a gray short sleeve T-shirt over it, a navy blue undershirt, exposed to light blue underwear, navy blue athletic pants, and rope bracelets on his left wrist. His left bare foot was covered by a blue blanket, and his right bare foot was partially exposed. But
that's odd too, because his left foot is closest to the window.
Yes. Yeah.
But his right foot was not. Right.
Yeah, the foot closest to Kamel was partially exposed. The left foot is covered. And
which first thought for me would be, well, maybe the dog moved things, but if the dog is allegedly eating all of these body parts, I think it might have tried to eat David's feet or something like that too before some of the other body pieces, especially the skull and all that, the bones.
Right. Right. They're saying that the dog supposedly ate all of her head. His foot's right by her head, but it's interestingly completely untouched. It just cracks me up. I'm like, wow, okay. And Amy in Wyoming, I'm sorry, not Amy. I think, was it Angela in Wyoming? Oh, there we go, Angela. She wanted to know if the picture of the legs and blanket is out there. Now, I think you have one, correct? You have a photo that shows some of that, like not his whole body, but some of the leg and feet?
The only one that we have, if you go back, and I think this was a part of the original 464 photos, it does show there's an image where it's kind of further back. You're looking at the blood wall, right? The writing, and at the very bottom you can see David's his right toe, his big toe. So you can see some of his feet in there, and it's interesting because you can only see his right foot. You don't see the left foot. So I'll have to go back and look at that. But that's the only one that I know of that shows any part of David's feet.
Yeah, I think so too. I just remember seeing someone had zoomed in and cropped it, so I think that's the photo I'm thinking of. Same photo you're talking about, but it was the cropped out part. Yeah.
Yeah, which is that's another odd thing. Definitely odd. Anybody want to jump in here before we move on to the next thing?
Okay.
I know you're out there.
I know. The next one is.
You just want to say, just waiting for the right moment. I get it.
I know, maybe they're waiting for the right one to come up, the right topic. Okay, number 3 is blood spatter is medium velocity due to blunt force trauma and flows in at least 4 different directions on the floor. So, we know that gunshots produce high velocity blood spatter, but that blood spatter on the floor that I have seen, and on the wall is medium velocity, and medium velocity is due to blunt force trauma. And especially on the floor, it goes in 4 separate directions. So either the person being attacked is moving, they're on the move, or the person doing the attacking is moving around.
So a struggle.
Yes, some type of, or maybe they decided they wanted to, I'll hit you while I'm facing the left. Now I'm going to hit you while I'm facing the right. We don't know, but we definitely know there are 4 different directions of blood flow.
All in the same area?
Yes, all in the same area.
And all medium to low, would you say?
Medium velocity.
Medium velocity.
And there is some what they call passive, which is where the blood just kind of drops, say, just for example, and I'm not saying a bat was used, but if a bat were used and there was blood dripping from the tip of the bat onto the floor, just the drops, that's called passive. There are some passive as well.
Would the blood by the dishwasher, is that passive?
Yes. That's like somebody who was walking, and that's what I told you before. I'm one of the medical examiners or a coroner, deputy coroner I was speaking with. I can't remember which one, but they were saying that more than likely the blood in the kitchen by the dishwasher was probably belongs to the person who did the attacking. They probably were injured in somehow, some way. But they said that is definitely passive, and that's usually where that type of blood comes from.
And, of course, that wasn't tested.
Correct.
Add that to the list.
Yeah.
Pansy, anything else on this one?
No.
No?
Okay, we'll move on to number...
I'm just taking it all in.
Okay.
It's a lot to take in, right?
Yeah.
Can you picture people who are just like learning about this case? Like at some point, I think some people are just like, you know what, this is just too much for me. I just don't want to even get involved.
Yeah.
Well, I'm passive about this.
Well, I'm glad you are.
We definitely need it.
Yep. Okay, number 4, being the quote-unquote bloody footprints, showed cleaned up blood when it was sprayed with the luminol type product. Now, they didn't use luminol. They used another name brand that shows blood that has been cleaned up. When you look at the photos, you don't see that blood, but as soon as they spray it, you see then you see the blood on the floor. And it had been cleaned up previously. And the police knew this. When, as soon as the BCA sprayed that floor and it showed up blue, I mean, they know that's like blood spatter 101. Police detective work, 100. That tells them right away that somebody cleaned up that blood prior to the new quote-unquote prints being put down on the floor. But they never even took a second guess at that. They didn't even look twice at it.
Well, that seems odd.
Okay. And number 5, we're going back to the bullet hole in the ceiling. The bullet hole in the living room ceiling was not documented or seen until February 18th. A whole month later.
Yeah, and I got something to say on that one.
Okay.
You think that bullet could have been fired the second day when all those guys were there? Maybe with a silencer or something?
It would have to be with the silencer, I would think, because there's, neighbors would have heard something. They're on the lookout at this point, I think, because they're spotting people in the house days later.
That's how they knew about the bullet hole.
Right.
Yeah, how else could they?
They did it.
Yeah, and especially to call the police and say, oh, we found a bullet hole you missed. Right. How do you know they missed it?
Exactly.
Right.
That was the oddest thing, which is like they're watching the police very closely. Yeah, I didn't understand that, but I think it would have to be I guess my question would be why would you risk that? Why would you risk going into the house and creating this? What would be the goal of that?
Unless they knew they were being protected, you're right. Why would they risk it? If they knew that what they stated would not cause anyone to question them,
Yeah, there's a lot of setup going on there.
Yeah.
I believe.
I mean, that's definitely one thing that would kind of make the police want to close the case as quickly as they could, and kind of gloss over those key factors, those facts. Really what they are.
Now, who was it that stuck their finger in the hole and made it bigger?
That was that was Joe Cooksley from the BCA crime scene team.
That was really stupid.
Yeah, I don't know what that was for. What he was trying to accomplish. If it was just an accident.
No, he knows better. This is what he does for a living. Like, why would he put his finger in the hole?
To see how deep it is. To see where it goes.
Yeah.
Is it really a bullet hole? We don't know.
Is this an illusion?
Okay, and number 6 is no bullet or bullet fragment was found associated with a gunshot wound to David's head. In other words, the bullet that killed David was never found. Not even the one that was...
Go ahead.
Okay, the one that they found supposedly in the attic only had David's DNA. There was no blood, hair, or tissue in that bullet fragment.
Right.
Is it possible that one of the other bullets was one that killed David?
No, because they tested them all, and they either had Kamel's or Ranya's blood and or tissue on them.
Right, but there's several times where David can't be actually ruled out, right? So that kind of leaves the door open, doesn't it?
Well, no, because you're talking about the blood on the bullets.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's stay there for a second. Let's look at those.
I am pulling up that report, or getting to that report. Okay, so
it's what, 42, 43.
42 and 43 do not match David or Rania.
Okay, so it can't be that. What about 44?
44 does not match David or Rania.
Okay, what are the other? Well, there's like 6.
Number 53. Major profile does not match David or Kamel, but it matches Rania. And then the only other one left is 57 from the attic. It is male DNA, and that is what matches David.
What's 40? 41? No, 41 is not. So
41 is the page from the notepad.
41 is the page. So 42, 43, 44, 45, 53, and 57. And the only one that even has David's DNA on it is 57.
Correct.
So,
and 45 had nothing. They could detect no DNA at all from anyone.
Okay, so we're just talking about 42, 43, and 44.
Yeah, 42. Yep, 42, 43, and 44 belong to Kamel. Do not match David.
Gotcha.
Number...
What about 53?
53, I think that is, that's the one that is Ranya's. Major profile does not match David or Kamel, but it does match Rania. So 53 is Ranya's. And 57 is the only one, that's the attic bullet, the mystery one, that only has David's DNA.
The magic bullet.
Yeah, the magic bullet.
One of the magic bullets. So I see what you're saying. There's no bullet here that you can tie to David.
To this day, they do not have the bullet that killed David.
And it's not one of these ones that say, well, it was two or more, but it wasn't him. So, okay.
And we have a guest that wrote, didn't the gun and clip have unknown prints? Yes. On the inside, that when they removed the magazine from David's gun, when they picked it up off the floor and they ejected the magazine, they found David's blood. They tested that blood, and it was David's blood on the magazine, but the latent print in that blood was not David's, and they do not know who it belongs to.
They could not conclusively tie it to David.
Well, I saw no print match at all. Did you see where it was a possibility? I saw no print match.
Yeah, if you look, it's in that same 40-pager. That 40-page document has pretty much everything, not everything, but most of the stuff that you'd want to start with, right? As long as you know what you're looking for. But there is, I believe it's one of the last pages on this too. Yeah, it's actually the very last page. So if you look at the very last page there, you can see the results of those latent prints, and you can also see why. So it's not, the why it was inconclusive to David is also weird to me too.
Okay, so 1B. Okay, this is what it states for latent print 1B. Inconclusive to Crowley due to the limited quality and quantity of information in the latent print. Now, I don't know about you, but that was a pretty darn good latent print. Latent print 41, that's on the, okay. Latent print 1B2 were searched in the Midwest Automated Fingerprint Identification Network, and no suitable candidate was generated. Now, they had David's fingerprint there. They had his print card. So when I'm reading this, one latent fingerprint designated LP1B-2, and they say that it's inconclusive, it didn't match David.
Yeah, and they don't even bother with the item 1A with the palm print on the actual gun, right? It just says no known palm prints for David Crowley were submitted or found in the BCA files for comparison to LP1A, which is the gun.
Yes.
Well, I mean, who has a palm print? Who takes a palm print? But how would you? What would you need to tie that palm print to David or to anybody? And if you can't tie it to David, why would you think that David had his hand on the gun? Because of the blood?
Well,
let's look at the blood found on that gun.
And that's right? The thing is how did David's blood get on the magazine inside the gun? That is not something that could happen if he shot himself. It wouldn't drop on that magazine like that and then have a print stuck in that blood. He was injured prior to whoever loaded that magazine into that gun. They were somehow dripping his blood.
Yeah, I mean that's really all it is his blood is on the trigger. His blood is on the magazine. So by their logic, that's their tie to David on this gun.
Yeah. Blood where it shouldn't have been by someone who supposedly killed them all. That makes no sense.
Yeah, and I thought it was weird that on the trigger of the gun that they said that that Rania could not be excluded from a possible contributor to that gun, to the blood on the gun. Let's say that. But
which means they had to have shot her at a relatively close range for the blowback.
Yeah, and this would also, yeah.
No, again, so that means that they maybe use some type of, again, which we've all thought, was there a silencer or was a pillow or something used? But when she was shot, she was close enough for her blood to blow back onto that gun, or a possibility that it blew back onto the gun.
Okay. I can see that. But here you have on the magazine, item 1B-1, the magazine has a mixture of 2 or more people with David's major DNA profile, but Kamel and Rania, again, could not be excluded from that, which, again, I thought was kind of weird. And they go out of their way to say that if David had the major DNA profile, if it matched him, then there's no way that there's a very less likely chance that it's going to match anybody else within his family. The way that they phrase it is really weird too. I found that confused me.
Yeah. And so when it says mixture of 2 or more individuals, when they're talking about major and minor profiles, we know they were looking for someone else. But to have it say that the major DNA profile, which is the blood on the trigger,
which is a male DNA profile. It's a major male DNA.
Major male DNA profile matches David, and the major profile does not match Kamel or Rania, and a major profile would not be expected to occur more than once among unrelated individuals in the world population.
Right.
So Rania cannot be excluded from being a possible contributor, and Kamel is excluded.
Not on the magazine.
Right. No, I'm talking about the trigger.
You're talking about the trigger. Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
But what this is saying is that the blood, the people who contributed to that blood are related to David. So when it says the major profile would not be expected to occur more than once among unrelated individuals, so they would expect to see it among related individuals.
But how many? But it's a major DNA. So if it's a major DNA profile, then the second DNA profile wouldn't be a major DNA profile, right? So there's only going to be one major DNA profile that's going to match his blood, right?
Well, no.
That's why they call it major.
Well, you can have, yes, there are major.
You
can have 2 or 3 people who are still bleeding, and then they'll all contribute. But what they're saying is that this blood that they're finding belongs to someone related to David. They would not expect to find it in anyone unrelated to David.
But that's only talking about the major DNA profile. It's not talking about just a DNA profile in general.
Well, it says it is estimated that 99.9996% of the general population can be excluded from being contributors.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, based on less genetic information obtained from the known sample of Rania, it is estimated 99.5% of the general population cannot be excluded, or can be excluded, sorry.
Mm-hmm.
So that's, yeah, I mean, that's it, because this is the weird thing, because this is where the major DNA, where it kind of threw me off, because I was like, I was expecting, if they're going to mention major DNA on one of these things, I was expecting them to mention major DNA on everything, and that's not the case here.
Correct.
Why is that? Why maybe that's what's throwing me off here. Well, one of the things that's throwing me off. Let's put it like that.
Well, and I look at it as, you know, they're writing it a certain way, but why are they writing it a certain way? So to me, it's like if they're going major minor, I think I saw minor DNA on one of them, or maybe it's just all major. But if it's talking about mixture of 2 or more individuals, and then they bring up major profiles, then that tells me they're looking for someone else as well, but they didn't find that someone else.
Because they mention major DNA? I didn't think of that. That's interesting. I guess, yeah, just because, well, then I would think, well, that should be single source, or if there's two or more, if there's a mixture of two or more, by that logic, shouldn't they always mention major DNA, or could that be because the DNA, the blood DNA is so small, like a couple drops, like on item 8 on the actual knife, they literally say it's like one drop, and it's not even in the blade, it's like in the hole of the blade, and that was tied to two or more people, and they don't know who that is. I don't know.
Right, and then when you look down at the next one on items 11 and 44-1, which is blood from the west living room wall and the bullet, it says single source DNA. So they're very descriptive as to when it's one person who is a contributor versus two and or possibly more contributors to that blood, mixture of two or more. So when they say mixture of two or more, I know some have said in the past that we're not understanding it right, and that's just standard lingo. But I don't believe that, because if they are going to single out and say single source DNA and then mixture of two or more individuals, I think they're looking at two or more individuals.
Yeah, I mean two or more, not one or more. Two
Correct.
Or more.
Yes, yes.
Could be looking at multiple people, sure. Anything else on that one?
Not for me.
Somebody asked, anybody know if he kept the safe closed at all times? I wonder if it was only opened after hearing commotion. And then someone else wrote back, I think he would have kept it closed since there was a child in the house.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, it was a locking one. In fact, it wasn't even his prints or blood found on the gun safe. It was Kamel's, correct? Buttons on the safe, which was Kamel's blood, does not match David. Okay. Okay, and number 7, I'm going to jump now to number 7. The kiwi on the counter still looked fresh. Now, we've gone back and forth on this one because I don't know much about kiwi. I don't know what rotten kiwi looks like, but it definitely doesn't look like it's been sitting on a counter for over a month. And that's just me. No, other people might not agree with that. Does anyone else have anything to add to that? Okay. On to number 8. The back door was ajar, which the police didn't seem to find a problem with that whatsoever.
Sorry, can you read that one? Read that one.
The back door was ajar.
And they didn't find any prints on that door. Did they even test it?
That's a good question.
Yeah, you just read my mind. Like, yeah, did they even test it? Would they test it? It seems like they only tested where there was blood, right?
You know what? Yeah, and I don't recall seeing any fingerprint dust on any of the windows or the doors or anything. Do you have any photos that show that was tested?
No. Mm-mm.
Well, they had to use that back door and that handle. They had to have prints on that handle.
Right.
I didn't see anything in the paperwork about them doing prints on elevators or even testing.
Which is really weird.
That is weird. Mm-hmm.
It's like a lot of things they didn't want to find.
Right. Okay, and now number 9 is back neighbor noticed back door open during the time frame but doesn't remember when. And this was during one of their, I can't remember who the neighbor was that the police interviewed, but they said they did notice that the back door was open, but they couldn't remember what day it was.
I think that was Teresa Shepard, and I think she actually says that it was when she got home on December 23rd.
Okay.
So I'm pulling in my book right now, so I can have that a little.
Okay, while you're looking that up, Angela, you want to know how far open, a little bit or more than in the pics? All we know is that they said it was ajar. I think they said a quarter of an inch, right?
Yes, yeah, 1/4 inch. Yeah.
Okay.
Which again is not. No, it is in the police reports. That was the biggest one, I think. Somebody posted that into the group. I want to thank whoever did that. They grabbed the audio of the cops going through the house. It's about 5 minutes long. You could tell that it's kind of clipped, so that I don't know if there's everything or if there's more or whatever. But that audio, everybody needs to listen to that audio. I think that audio is very important for many reasons. You can hear the family dog barking there. You can hear a lot of different things. So.
Yeah, and the thing with that is that we don't know if it was cut off, because they move awfully quick, like within a second or two from upstairs cleared, now we're in downstairs. And it's like, really? You can't walk that fast. It was 2 seconds. So I don't know. Angela, when they were talking about seeing the door, they actually saw it open, not just ajar.
Well, and they also said that, you're talking about on January 7th when the bodies were found.
No, I'm answering. They're asking more questions on the chat.
Okay.
So how did the neighbors see it from that far away? And I think it's because she actually saw it open. She's not saying she necessarily saw it the 1/4 inch ajar.
No, she saw the back door open. Now, she wasn't sure if it was the patio sliding door or if it was the actual door. So if it was the screen door or if it was the actual back door, she wasn't sure about that.
Okay.
I'm just pulling that up now. I think that was Teresa Shepard, though, if I remember correctly. Yeah, the neighbors, what the neighbors heard and what the neighbors saw leading up to that is very crucial, because nobody seems to have seen them after Christmas, even right before Christmas, what it sounds like.
Yeah. So are you looking up something, Greg, you want to add to it?
No, I think that I was just looking up the thing about the neighbor in the back, but I know we've covered the main points that I was going to bring up anyway. So. Okay, so then we'll go back now. We'll head to number 10, and it was knife tested positive for blood of all three, yet it was not visible. Appears to have been washed and no prints on the knife. Why do you say appears to have been washed? I haven't heard that one. That's my opinion, because you don't see blood on it, and they had to swab it to find the blood, and they found it in that little hole. Where they do the drawing of where the blood is. That is my opinion. Yeah, that's just my opinion, my observation. There's nothing in any of the reports that state that is a fact. I would just, with where the knife was located and the fact that it had all three of their blood in one little tiny section. Like what it said in the hole of where, when they opened the blade, and it was in the hole of the blade. Now, if it's there, it should have been over on more than just that spot. Yeah, that made me think about that there was some possible signs of a struggle, because the knife was open. It wasn't like the knife was closed or anything like that. And they're very careful not to really talk too much about that knife. Yeah, the they really ignore it. Yeah. And they're very, I mean, how many times have they mentioned there were no signs of a struggle, no signs of anything like that? And an open knife, to me, would think that there would be possible signs of a struggle. Yeah, I mean, that would be the first thing I would think. Right? I mean, that right there tells me someone was trying to defend themselves, or someone was using it as a weapon. Hence, there's a struggle. Let's see. Yeah, the knife was closest to David's left leg.
Mm-hmm.
The blood on the knife came from a mixture of 2 or more individuals, and David, Kamel, and Rania cannot be excluded. The knife, yeah, I think that was because where the knife was found kind of really threw me off first too, because I had expected it to be closer to Kamel, and it wasn't. If it's closer to David's left leg, it's on the other side, then it's completely there. So it's like, well, how did the knife get there? You have the knife and the gun, you know, next to David's left side, next to his left leg, and next to his left hand. I don't know.
And here's the thing. This is number 11. To go with number 10 is that there is no apparent blood in the area around the knife. There's stuffing, there's hair, there are fibers, but no blood. So where did the blood come from that was in the hole on the blade? Was that you, Sophia? Did you want to say something?
Well, I always thought the knife was just odd because you don't really see any knife injuries on the victims, or at least it's not mentioned. They only really mention the gunshots and the conditions that the bodies were found in. So why was the knife on the ground? Why was it open?
Yep.
I mean, that's the biggest mystery. Well, not the biggest, but for me, it really does add a lot of questions. Because you would think if he didn't have the gun or access to the gun, what would be his next best resort? Whatever was on him?
Right.
Sorry, I'm kind of trying to get the laundry started.
There is a second knife too. In his master bedroom, there is a second knife that's found under the gun safe.
Yeah.
So that was another thing too. It's like whose knife is whose? That's why I first thought that it had to have been Kamel's knife. Even though it's a camel knife, it makes more sense for it to be David's. But yeah, I thought that was kind of weird.
Yeah. And Angela in Wyoming is asking, once deceased, and this is off topic, but that's okay. It says, once deceased, does hair fall off the scalp naturally? The amount of hair on the floor seems unusual to me. The answer to that is yes, it does, but it doesn't normally fall out of a head until like gets toward the skeletonization aspect of decomposition. But since their heads had sustained so much damage and the brains were missing, the hair would fall out sooner because the scalp is going to decompose faster. The scalp tissue is going to decompose faster. But yes, there is so much, but a lot of what's on the floor, I thought it was all hair. It turns out that there's some black fiber as well on the floor. Now, did that come from a chair cushion or what?
Well, there was a stuffed animal, like a lemur type animal that was black and white.
And did that have the black stuffing?
I think it was white stuffing. It had like white cotton stuffing.
Yeah, something had black stuffing in it because you can clearly see black stuffing on the floor as well as the hair.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't see that.
I just don't have an answer to that one.
Because I know there's a little black piece of like, it looks like maybe Velcro outside of the slider on that patio.
Right,
there was a little
yeah.
black piece there too, and I wonder what the heck was that? How'd that get there?
Could that have been tracked by the officers when they took Paleo out of the house?
It could have been. It'd be important to see if that's there in the photos before they take him out. And most of the photos that we have of that, I think, are before they take the dog out.
Yeah, I think so. I think we need to go back and look.
Yeah, because there's several photos that you can clearly see that dog, which is good. You can get a good feel of what type of shape that dog was in.
Yeah, and I think he was pretty traumatized, and he may have pulled out a lot of that hair.
That's possible.
Trying to get a reaction.
Trying to wake him up, trying to move him, trying to help him.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah, I can see that. Let's see.
I'm pretty sure that little dog was frantic a lot of the time.
Oh, I bet.
So there was a little blood found on the blade of the knife. If looking at that image there. But I know it wasn't tested. I don't think it was tested. So it's item A1, item 8-1 through item 8-4. It says, yeah, maybe that's weird. It looks weird, but it's not really mentioned.
Yeah, they really skip over the knife altogether quite a bit.
Yeah.
They don't test it. They don't really do anything with it.
So item 8-1 is a blood swab inside the hole of the blade. Item 8-2 is a swab of blood found on the folding side of the blade. Item 8-3 is the handle of the knife, where blood is not present. And item 8-4 is a hair sample found on the handle. But if you're looking at the photo, you can clearly see on the photo that there's something, they like kind of marked in something there, which made me think that it was like a blood stain or something, but that was weird.
Which photo are you talking about?
The photo of the knife. Not the photo, but the drawing. There's a drawing that they do.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying
knife.
to find, is that drawing again.
That's in the 488, the big 488-page document.
Oh, okay. I think I printed that one off, though. Yeah, and so that's that. Okay. So, should we move on?
Yeah. Anything else with the knife, anyone?
Let's see. Okay, and now we're going to go on to number 12, where the writing on the wall doesn't match David's handwriting. And that's something I was doing. I was looking at the, there are numerous places where you see a sample of David's printing and or writing, and his A's and his B's and his K's are nothing like what is written on the wall. I mean, they're different like night and day.
And Catherine, if you look at the really large file that Greg and I got from the BCA back in, I think, August or September, there's lots of samples of David and Camille's handwriting, just as an FYI for comparison.
Yeah, and they don't even match.
Okay, so you've already checked.
Yeah, I did look at some of those. Yes, they were taking some samples also. I can't remember where they were taking the samples from David and Camille, and I was looking at that and comparing that with the wall, and I'm like, okay, these are nowhere near as close. I mean, they're not close at all. Okay, and then anybody want to say anything else about the handwriting on the wall?
Yeah, I would say, isn't it hard to how do you compare handwriting on the wall to handwriting on a piece of paper or anything like that?
Well, people's handwriting, you're going to print in the same general way. It's not, you're not really truly going to alter like David's A's are a fluid in one motion, and they go up, down, and then kind of up in an upward slant, and then they're slanted. The A on the wall is done in like, what, 2 or 3 separate moves? I'm trying to find the writing on the wall again.
Yeah, up or down, and then down, and then across. Yeah, those 3 moves.
Yeah, and on the first A, on the Allahu, it slants to the left. David's A's slant clear to the right. And he doesn't make a straight line across on his A's. He goes up, and then down, and then it's continued line from the downward motion to make that line to cross over as A's. And these A's on the wall are all done in 3 separate moves.
What about?
Well, in the plant of the A, the first A, that would had to have been a right-handed person or left-handed person.
Yeah, it looks like a left-handed person to me too.
Yeah.
And I had the same impression.
Because of where they...
Because how the A is slanted.
Yes, the slant of the letters.
They couldn't do that with the right hand?
Most right-handed people don't write like that. That's a left-handed person's signature type of signature, in the sense that it's a clue as to it's a left-handed person.
Hmm.
And we know David was right-handed.
Mm-hmm.
So where did they get all that blood at?
That's Camel's blood, yeah.
Yeah, but where did it come from?
They don't say.
Yeah. There would have had to have been a humongous amount of blood for that much blood to have been smeared on the wall.
Yeah.
And it's all Camel's blood, so I mean the only part that's really missing is her head, well, her hands, I guess, too. Maybe the bloody hands.
They had to have used her body somehow or other to have bled it out into something.
Yeah, because there's definitely not a pool of her blood that they could have, that there shows any type of dipping fingers into and writing on the wall. They had to have collected it into something.
And yet they didn't find anything like that, or it didn't show anything like that.
Nope.
It's just all a big setup.
I know.
And this has run through my mind. I was wondering. None of the family ever saw the bodies, did they?
The sister claims to have seen Camel.
And she recognized her.
And I'm not sure.
I'm wondering if this was set up to look like them, but it really wasn't them. And if nobody saw any of their tattoos, and family-wise or anything, and you can only go by what they're telling you in these notes. And
she raises a very good point.
It all sounds ridiculous.
It does. To me,
maybe they're still alive somewhere.
Could be. I mean, you can't rule it out, right? Or I can't rule it out.
Yeah, right now we can't rule anything out, I don't think, other than the fact that I know David didn't kill these bodies in the house, if that's David on the floor.
That's right. That's right. And go along with that. But that sticks in my mind. Yeah. That this was all, it's all too stupid to sound real.
Yeah.
It's a big movie, and we're all living in it.
We're in the Matrix.
My nightmares.
It's one movie I want out.
It's just too unreal.
Yeah.
Wait, what would be the motive for that?
Cover up for something else. Well, maybe they're hiding. Maybe they're in what do you call it?
Witness protection?
Yeah, maybe they were in danger. I mean, the family thinking like they do, and the friends, reacting like they do. There's something weird going on there. Maybe they know more than what anybody else knows.
But they would have had to have made a deal. Right? They would have had to have made a deal or something.
it made look like they were murdered when actually maybe they weren't. Maybe these were bodies that came from a morgue or something.
Why not just make it look like they, drove over a cliff or something? Or, I mean, this is taking it to the. This is pretty
I don't think
extreme.
Well, because they want people to forget it.
I don't think whoever did this was expecting us to go over it quite so closely.
Right. Right.
Well, they must have been smoking then.
Somebody must have been.
Somebody must have.
It's just all too ridiculous to be true. I mean, there's just. The more I think about it, it seems like it's all just stand out like a scenery that they didn't think that anybody was going to go investigating it.
Yeah, it scares me to think that this is how a lot of investigations are done. If most of them are done like this, I don't think anybody's in jail that needs to be.
Right.
Maybe they really are all innocent.
Could be.
Well, faking your death is also a crime too.
Yeah, unless somebody else is in on it.
Actually, it's only a crime if you try to collect on life insurance. Other than that, if you don't, it's not a crime.
Faking your own death is not a crime? That's ridiculous.
Nope, it's not.
It should be a high crime.
It should be. I agree. But only if they try to collect money or insurance policies or anything like that, that is when it becomes a crime.
There's another story. Did they have any insurance?
The house went into foreclosure. If they had insurance,
it might be in the financial documents.
I'm talking about life insurance.
Life insurance, yeah.
Yeah.
He had something through USAA, whether it was automobile and home, but I am not 100% certain on life insurance. Now, he did have the option to continue to pay for life insurance once he got out of the military, but that's up to him whether or not he continued to make those payments.
So they actually let that house go into foreclosure?
Yes.
Everyone wants to try to grab a hold of the script, but they let that, instead of selling the house, they let it go into foreclosure.
Mhm.
Wow.
Remember the paperwork that we were looking at, and it said Dakota County Sheriff or Deputy Sheriff's Office on it?
Yeah.
That's what it was meaning.
Whoa.
Really?
Yeah.
That's low. Okay, that's my opinion. And anybody, if you want to get mad, you can send me a nastygram. Don't get on Sophia or Greg. I'm saying that was low. Wow. I'm shaking my head. Holy cow.
Oh. Yeah. This whole case has us shaking our heads in it. Yep.
What did you say, Sophia?
This whole case has me shaking my head.
Right? Oh.
Yeah, it's considering the amount of money that the family had. I mean, I why not just sell the house?
And he
why
was
did it go into
expecting all this
foreclosure?
He was expecting all this money too to come in, and so why go that far?
Yeah.
Well, someone could have helped him to hold on to the house, but he wasn't wanting any help, I think.
And it wasn't like David or Kamal were hurting for money. David had funds that he could have it could have been available to him. And Camille supposedly had money, although we are not able to see her accounts with the records that we have from Apple Valley. So I don't have any information in regards to that.
Right, but they definitely were not hurting. Looking at their spending and their lines of credit, they were not hurting for money, which is another rumor that has been spread by somebody, and I really think that needs to be put to rest. Their money situation was just fine.
But why foreclosure on the house?
That's a very good question.
Yeah, that's
why would they let it go? I don't understand that one.
Yeah. Okay, I'm going to jump ahead to number 21 on the list, where it says, because a lot of this other stuff is things we've already covered tonight. And 21 is, the medical examiner did not rehydrate David's left hand or feet to compare to other evidence in the house. Now, they're trying to say that David made the quote-unquote bloody footprints, a.k.a. kindergarten artwork, on the floor, and there's a latent print in his blood on a magazine, but they did not rehydrate his hand or feet to compare that to. And that, to me, was the medical examiner was slacking in her duty when she didn't do that.
What do you guys know about her?
Well, not a lot, other than she left not too long after Kate died, and she's now working in Wisconsin, in Milwaukee. I have tried to reach out to her, but she has not answered any attempts.
Is it true she's 36?
Yes, when she was working in Apple Valley, she was, I think, just a few years out of medical school.
That's really young. I didn't realize that until recently. Somebody pointed that out, and I was like, that's really young.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So she could have easily been manipulated, or they could have told her stuff she didn't know because it was probably her really first big case. But since she's not talking, we don't know.
She published a manual on forensic practices dated January 2018. Have you guys seen this?
Yeah, I'm not sure if I've read it, but yes.
Oh, I'd like to read that to see how extensive it
well,
is.
I hope she went back to school and learned some more.
Yeah.
She did a slow job, yeah.
Yeah.
Because that brings us on to number 22, where David's feet were not tested for blood. Again, they're trying to say he made those so-called bloody footprints, and now they don't even test and swab his feet for blood.
Well, you and I talked about that one time about the footprints, and we don't believe they're footprints.
Oh no, yeah, no one can convince me they are.
Probably wasn't any blood on his feet.
Right. I mean, right? So this way, I mean, they have plausible deniability. Oops, we didn't test. Yes, there was blood, but we can't prove it. Well, we're telling you there wasn't blood.
Yeah.
I'm like, wow. Okay, and number 23 is when the police left the scene, they had 6 casings, 1 unspent cartridge, 3 fragments. Without having knowledge of whose blood, tissue, or brain matter was on the evidence, it was determined to be a murder-suicide. Once tested, the evidence retrieved that night showed the blood belonged to Kamel. The police chief called it a murder-suicide without the bullet that killed David.
All right.
It's true. Now, I think it was 4 fragments, right? Because they left the house with 4 bullets.
And the reports I read was 3. They didn't find the 4th one until it was rolled out of the carpet the next day, right?
Right.
Well, they found 3. right? So they found item 42, 43, 44.
Which were Kamel's.
Okay, and then the 45 is the one that was shot into the basement. So they have 4 there.
Okay, you were correct. Let me change this. I probably meant to say 3 fragments with blood on it, but I'll put 4.
Yeah.
Okay, but you're correct, because the one in the wall had nobody's DNA. They had 3 fragments that had blood on it, and they all belonged to Kamel. They didn't find Ranya's until the next day. They left with 6 casings and 1 unspent cartridge, and they still called it a murder-suicide without knowing which bullets killed who.
I think that's also weird. What you bring up there too is they found Kamel's blood on 3 bullets, which to me was kind of weird too. It was like, oh, how do you do that? Looking at where these bullets are found, maybe.
Well, they tested the blood on the fragments, and it was tested to be Kamel's.
Right. But could that just be because of where these bullets were found?
I don't think so, because looking at least 2 of those fragments, and I can't remember the 3rd one, but I know 2 for sure show hair entwined in them. So if there's hair in there, there's got to be brain tissue or something else in there as well.
Mm. Yeah, because 42 and 43 are kind of closer to David. And, on one side of Kamel, and then 44 is on the other side of Kamel. 44 looks like it's almost underneath Kamel. It's kind of odd.
Yeah, so how could she have been shot in the head and then have the fragment be underneath her? I'm trying to
like the
figure
blue
out their
blanket.
I'm sorry,
like
what?
bone fragments. It's kind of like the blue blanket where there's bone fragments underneath the blanket or the edge of it.
Right. Oh, but it's paleo. You forgot paleo's. He's magical.
Yes, exactly. I forgot our conversation last week.
I know. I'm sorry. I'm snarky, but.
Was there just 1 blue blanket, or were there 2?
There was 1 blue blanket, which was under Kamel on top of David, same blanket.
Mm-hmm.
But then there was another blanket that was rolled up and put in the position of where Kamel's head was. But yet they say the dog ate her head, so I guess he rolled up the blanket too and then stuffed it there after he ate it. He didn't want anybody to know. He was being a bad doggy. And yes, I'm being snarky.
You are. You're vicious today.
I know. I have no sympathy for these people sometimes, right? I'm horrible. But when I read that in the new report that you got, Greg, or you and Sophia, where they said that they found a blanket rolled up in the position of Kamel's head, and that's why they didn't know her head was missing at first. Because, they first came in and it was dark, and yes, they have to go through everything, as is, with no lights on. And it's like, wow. And they still believe the dog ate her head. How? If there's a blanket in the way, how does a dog get to the larynx?
Yeah, I was thinking the blanket was a little bit above her head, because if you look at where David's foot is in that photo, which to me I always thought was a hand. It looked like a hand at first, but that's got to be his feet.
Yeah, it's his feet.
But that should be about a little south of that foot. Should be where Kamel's, whatever was left of Kamel's head was. I don't think it was under the blanket. I think that they would have mentioned that if it was under the blanket.
No, it wasn't under, but the blanket was rolled up in the position where her head was. So that's why they said they didn't know her head was missing at first. I'll have to read that in that report, and I'll send it to you again.
Yeah, that'd be good. I'd like to read that.
Yeah, that's one I missed.
Yeah, that was in the new reports that that Greg and Sophia obtained just recently. There was some new information in there.
Oh.
Greg, do you have it on your website?
Yeah, it's all up on there.
Okay.
It's in the David Crowley research document.
What did you need, Brett?
If you're searching for it on the website under the gray stage stuff, it should be. I'm trying to see what the actual name of it. You could just Google the name. It should pop up. BCA data request files full. So if you search for my name and you put that in, it should come up. Or if not, I can send it to you. Okay. Well, yeah, I'm curious more about that blanket too. I'd like to hear more about that one. Because of where
Greg,
they say
I'll send
David's
you the photo
Okay.
of what I was referring to, so you can add it to the video.
Okay, I will find that and I will send that to you. Okay, so, and on one of the police officers' handwritten notes, and I'm not sure whose this is, but as they're writing what they saw, they write male, and in parentheses, no head, a female, and a school-aged child. So they didn't even note that Kamel's head was missing, but they did note David's head was missing.
They didn't say about David's head or about Kamel's head?
Not on this. This was not in this report. Not in this handwritten report.
Who's that? Who's that one by?
I don't know. There's an asterisk by the name of S.A. Olson, so I don't know if this is Olson's report or not.
It's Special Agent Olson, Chris
Yeah.
Olson, I think. But he was in there later.
Yeah. So I mean, I'm not sure whose handwritten notes belong to whom.
Yeah. Yeah, they don't make that easy.
Yeah. Yeah, so anyway, is there anything else anyone else wants to talk about? You got something you want to say?
Any other peeps?
Not at the moment.
What do I have here? I had
I'll
more.
have to go in and digest all what I've just heard. So.
Too much for you?
No, give me something to do.
Yeah, I'm trying to go through, and a lot of this stuff is stuff we've already talked about on the inconsistencies.
Looking at the first responders for what they say about the bodies. Let's see, it's Greg Dahlstrom, Sergeant. He's now a captain. Captain Greg Dahlstrom, by the way. It's interesting too.
I think they all got a promotion after all of that.
Yeah, they all kind of moved up for sure.
Yeah.
Or they left.
One or the other.
Just looking at it. Let's see, where are we at here?
Oh, and this is what kills me, because I did highlight this on a lot of them, and I'm going to be jumping ahead here while you're looking through that. How everyone states dog poop all over the place. Piles of dog feces everywhere on both levels of the residence. Dog feces everywhere. And I looked through all of the photos, and all of the photos which give us almost the entire floor plan and almost every part of the floor. and I counted each individual dog dropping. There were only 29. Now, that to me is not dog poop everywhere.
29, that seems really low.
Yes, I know. That's what I said. I'm like,
well, I don't know. My dog only poops once a day.
I have a little tiny 5-pounder, and he can poop sometimes up to 4 and 5 times a day. Sometimes he'll only do one little one, and other times he does 4 and 5.
Yeah, you don't ever know.
Yeah.
Where is this? I'm trying to find exactly what they say about the bodies, just inside. Yeah, they're more focused on the blood wall.
In that video, did it show the bodies?
I don't think it. I don't think it did. Are there any videos of the bodies at all? I don't think so.
I mean, they have them. They have videos.
But they haven't showed them to anybody, correct?
No.
Okay.
Not that I know of, anyway. This is so weird. This is frustrating.
It's all frustrating.
It really is. What the hell? Where are we here? Just in the
it's not like there's just one thing. It's not like there's just one thing that we got to unscramble. It's the whole thing.
Right.
Mm.
So, Detective Brian Bone, I noted 2 of the bodies were missing their heads. It appeared that the 2 adult-sized bodies did not appear to have heads or skulls attached to them. So that's why I thought they could see where the heads would be. They should be able to see it all.
I will, yes, like I said, I will find that. I'm looking, but I'm not finding it at the moment. I did read it, and I will find it again and send it to you. And it was in the new information. At least I'm almost positive it was in the new information.
Yeah, that's interesting. That would make sense. And I'm trying to see if I have any quotes from Olson. Maybe from Cooksley. There's a few from Cooksley I have here. Cooksley, only the back portion of his skull remained attached to his spine. He was barefoot. He's the one. Cooksley is the one who mentions the blue blanket a little bit over David's foot. What else does he say here? The adult
the order of death.
Go ahead.
In order of their death, it looks like David was laid down first. Blanket on top of him.
But Camille is lying on the blue blanket, and the blue blanket is over David.
Right. She had to have been laid down second. And then Rania on top of her.
And she was between Camille's legs, lying on her left side.
One place it said that she was laying over her left leg.
Right, that's what they show. But when you look at the initial drawings and you look at the first picture, she's lying on her left side between her mother's legs.
Oh. The picture I got shows her over her mother's leg.
Yes. Yeah.
Like
and that's the thing. That's why I'm like, when they moved her, somebody moved her before they took that photo.
Yeah. There was a lot of things disturbed, out of place.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was Detective Booth. Tommy Booth said the head of the female body could not be seen on the initial view. Also, the female did not have either hand. But see, remember, the hand is over her head.
Yes, her right arm is over her head, and her left hand is under her body.
I don't know if it's under her body.
According to the drawings, it is under her body.
Not according to what they're saying here. And really the hand is, it's like, yeah, I know what you're talking about, like a part of the hand, like where her hand should be, but she didn't have any hands. But where the hand should have been, if she had a hand, it probably would be under her body.
Right.
That's what it looks like. Detective Bone also at first said that Kamel was missing one hand. I noted that here.
Yeah, because
too.
they couldn't see it initially. They couldn't see the left one initially.
Oh, right. Perhaps she was not in a position to see both hands. Okay. Joe Cooksley's description, Kamel was found with her left arm under her body, extended towards the right, and her right arm extended over her left. So it was under the body. So her left arm was under the body. Okay.
Yeah.
Cooksley also noted neither hand was visible.
And that was one of the things that I brought up to Gummert. I'm like, okay, how is it that you can say that the dog ate her hand when your reports clearly state her hand was under her body and there is no movement of her body by the dog? Where did her hand go? It had to have been missing prior to body placement. And he just wouldn't answer anything.
This also says that Kamel was found lying on top of a blue blanket.
Yes, the blue blanket that covers David.
And an early note states that there were blankets above head area of Kamel.
Did you just read that?
I wrote this. I just decided to just pull up my book, but it's from the BCA, the final exam. BCA CST final exam, page 5 of 11. So it's, I'll have to see where that is in the bigger documents. It's probably a different page.
I know.
There is a children's blanket that is over Kamel's head. It's like a white and pink one. If I have the colors correct from the photo.
Oh, I see. I don't know, a white and pink one, huh?
Well,
this
thinking off the top of my head, it looks kind of whitish and.
Yeah, I know which one you're
maybe.
talking about. Yeah, I think that one later on, that one shows up on that couch.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Yeah, and it says blankets above head area, multiple blankets. Yeah, I think all the blankets that are up on that couch are probably where this is, I guess. This also says about, with Rania, the bullet was behind her right ear. Okay.
Yeah, that was the entrance wound, correct?
Yeah. The bullet hole was behind that right ear. Okay. And that was the decomposition, I think, was another big question too, because these detectives keep saying a later state. The bodies were in a later state of decay, or they were obviously 3 heavily decomposition bodies or something like that.
But they weren't, and that's the thing. I mean, they should never have stated that because they're clearly still identifiable, and their bodies had just begun the bloating stage. That is not advanced decomp. That's like 2nd stage, starting the 3rd stage out of the 4 or 5 stages that they have. I mean, later decomp is when they start to lose all flesh, and it's just gone.
I read some things in the autopsy in regards to the skeletonation of the bodies. I can't pronounce it correctly. I'm sorry.
Skeletization.
Yes. I think I read it in both David and Kamel's autopsies. And they were referring to the bones like around the neck area. I believe the hands for Kamel and possibly the feet for David. Not 100%.
Well, his feet were mummified.
Mhm.
And so were his hands. So, and again, that's just due to the fact that it's such, thin skin in there, and there's not a lot of fat. But I couldn't hear you. So what were you trying to say?
Greg, can you help me out with that word again, please?
Skeletonization?
Yeah.
Yes, there you go. Thank you.
Okay, because I didn't read anything about skeletonization in the autopsy reports. And you said you found that somewhere?
Yes. Oh, it was in the large BCA file when they're talking about the description of the bodies.
Yeah, because when I'm right here, as I'm looking at their autopsies right here, I mean, the medical examiner is able to, they say the chest is symmetric, the abdomen is flat, the genitals are those of a normal adult male. So there's no skeletonization going on, so I don't know why they would say that.
I'm not exactly sure, but I can get the screenshots of it for you.
Yeah.
It was handwritten notes.
Yeah,
and it's in the large file.
They're able, the back, buttocks, and anus are unremarkable. The left hand is initially sealed. The right hand is absent. The distal right forearm shows intact smooth ends of the radius and ulna. So the skeletonization aspect is when the skin actually is gone from the body, and what is really showing through is a lot of bone. And that is clearly not what is happening and had happened by the time these autopsies were done. They have internal organs which are intact. They're able to cut them and dissect.
Now, I do have a question in regards to the autopsies.
What's
for both David and Rainey. I believe for David, it was his liver that had mold on it, spots of mold. And Rainey also had the same thing, but Kamel didn't, for internal organs.
Okay, so the smooth capsule with postmortem mold growth, and that's normal.
Okay.
So what does that mean?
It's just part of the decomp process.
It just gets moldy. Not sure why.
So it's just the capsule is the membrane that covers the liver.
Mm-hmm.
And so yes, and on Ranya's it says with postmortem mold-like growth. But that's the same thing. But you said, let me look up Kamel's, because that would be interesting that they wouldn't note that on Kamel's. Why not Kamel's?
And that raised some flags with me because it was mentioned for David, it was mentioned for Rainey, but Kamel didn't have that.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. The hepatobiliary system, the 445-gram liver has an intact capsule. The parenchyma is soft and has a green discoloration. The gallbladder contains trace amounts of bile. The biliary tree appears intact. So yes, you're right. So hers had not reached that point, or at least it hadn't started to quote-unquote mold. I don't know if that's normal or not, to be honest with you.
It just struck me as odd. That's
yeah.
all.
Yeah. I'm going to see who did whose reports. Okay. All three had to sign off on Ranya's. Oh, okay. Well, Dr. Lilinski did both David's and Ranya's, and Dr. Mori did Kamel's. So maybe that's why. Just a difference in writing technique, or what they noted, or how they write.
Okay.
I'm guessing. I have no idea.
Yeah, that would make sense.
Yeah, it does. This one is more detailed than the other.
Yes, I agree.
But how David's left hand was found is pretty odd too, right?
Yes. I have never seen a hand in that position. And I even went through a whole bunch of autopsy photos and then photos of dead people all over the internet, just trying to find someone with a left hand and like a hand, period, in that position, and I couldn't find one.
That was odd. That's still really very odd to me.
Yeah, most time hands don't make the OK or the 666 sign. That just doesn't happen.
Yeah, pretty much. Let's see.
Okay, I must have the new your new report saved on the other laptop. So when I find that, Greg and Sophia, I will send that to you.
Okay, thank you. I just found the handwritten notes for the off of the large report, and I'm taking screenshots of it for you right now.
Yeah, there's a lot of good stuff in those handwritten notes. A lot of stuff that isn't really mentioned later on. So
yeah, it doesn't make it to their
worth going
typewritten report.
Yeah, didn't make the final cut, pretty much. Just too bad.
Okay, and basically everything left on the inconsistency list is everything we've been talking about.
Oh.
So there's really nothing else.
Okay. Well, I know one of the things was, if we could, what's the thought process on creating some type of a list and sending it to possibly Kamel's family, Kamel's side of the family. Is there any value in that? At this point, do they just not even want to be bothered with it anymore? I don't know. I've been praying about that, what the best course is.
Yeah, I have not. Of course, I don't really see much of anyone's response, but I don't see any communication from any of the family members at all, not from either side, which I still find really odd.
Like I said, I think they know more than they're letting on.
Any idea what that could be? Just your opinion? What do you think that is?
I think they know what's going on, and they don't want to let it out.
So, and what I struggle with lately is because everything we've been finding, especially with those phone records and other documents that we've been going through, it's like, should we let it out what we know? It's like, are we going to get hurt? I don't want to be hurt.
I made that comment today on a post that maybe we're delving into something we shouldn't be.
And I'm beginning to wonder, and the only thing is I hate the fact that, Sean Wright, who has been, he was just so nasty and so rude to me, and he so desperately wants us all to stop looking into this, and because of that, I don't want to. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but that's what I'm talking about. I think they know more than what they're letting on that they know. There's something going on. That's the reason why they're so staunch in what they believe. Or they're wanting everybody to think that.
Yeah, and see, that's something I just have never understood. Why allow the police to blame your family member of a double murder and be okay with that?
Yeah, just accept it and move on, pretty much.
Because I think there's more of a story behind that than they're letting on that they know. I mean, they know. I think they know more about what went on and what it's all about than they're putting out there. That's why they're wanting us to live alone. It's the only thing I can reason with.
Yeah. That would make sense.
Yeah, because the information, we've been getting on those phone records, and this is from people who, from a person who actually works at the phone company, and they looked at that and they're just like, okay, I can explain to you what this is and what it's saying, but I can't tell you why it happened. They said, this is one of the weirdest things I've ever seen.
Really?
Yeah. It just loops, and they're like, why is it looping? And I said, that was my question. I was hoping you could tell me. So, yeah, just too many weird things. And the fact that the police don't even want to address any of the issues. The Minnesota Attorney General doesn't want to address it. The Dakota County Sheriff doesn't want to address it. Nobody is addressing anything in this case. Everybody's just completely shut down. It's just
that's a good sign. That's a good sign.
Yeah. Oh man, I was hoping Dan would be on by now.
He's hiding.
He's hiding.
Yeah, he's hiding.
It's like, come on, Dan, you said you could make it.
Yeah, we're going to be on a show this Tuesday, Dark Docs, and they usually cover a lot of things dealing with like children and stuff like that. So I guess this kind of fits in with that because there was a child, a 5-year-old child involved in this. So I'm looking forward to that as well. But so I know Dan's got a lot on his plate, and all of us do. We all have stuff that's going on.
Oh, yeah.
This is not our full-time job. You know what I mean?
Right.
So we're just doing whatever we can just to keep this case going until we can get some answers here. I think sometimes that gets lost in this whole thing.
Will we ever know when we get any answers?
Well, even a non-answer is still an answer. So even a stonewalling is still going to give us, I think, is going to give us the answers that we need, answers that we're looking for. Some of the some of these answers should be very simple.
Well, we already know David didn't do it, so.
Right, and it just seems like.
One.
Yeah, with every question.
We got one answer.
Right, and with every question we have answered, there's 50,000 more.
That's right. But that's one for sure, right there.
Right. Okay, Angela is asking a question. Has anybody had a psychologist review the footage of Rania?
No. To see if what her, like if she was autistic or something like that. I guess
or what her demeanor would mean.
What her demeanor was, yeah.
Yeah. That's another good question.
Yeah, I'm not sure why. I mean, shouldn't we be looking more at David and trying to figure out his, I guess, or I'm curious about why.
I don't think there was anything wrong with him. I think the family was scared.
I mean, he looks perfectly normal to me, and I know weirdos.
Right. Right. I've got a few of them in my family.
Right?
Yeah. No, I think they feared something. I believe there was something going on that they began to fear. I really do.
Do you think they were planning on leaving?
No.
Think they're going to stay in this state?
Unless something happened, like the 1st of December or something like that caused them to react in some way or other because of it. Now, they could have been scared because that may have been why they were backing off from the family. There was something going on that we don't know.
Well, yeah. Well, one thing we do know that was going on was the whole thing between David and Danny Mason.
Right.
Where they were trying to get, David was trying to get Danny Mason to sign this stuff. It sounds like Danny Mason was kind of stalling.
Yeah. Now who knows how he really began to feel.
So I was wondering if maybe David was kind of distancing himself. Like, what if you could make a strong case, I think you can make a pretty strong case of Danny Mason having some type of rights, and maybe he felt like he should have gotten more. Maybe some of the family, maybe the friends sided more with Danny Mason than they sided with David, and this could have been a big court battle. I do believe this would have went to court. I don't see how they would have figured this out without something like that. I mean, if you read the last time that David and Danny kind of go back and forth, it's a little heated, and there are jabs thrown.
Yeah, see, but David had no problem giving everything that had to do with the rise to Danny. But as far as Gray State, he was very adamant about that was his, and why Danny wanted to fight that, because it's already been published and copyrighted in David's name. There's no way Danny could have won that, and David was just trying to get I see it as David was trying to throw out an olive branch, like, okay, here, I'll give you the rise, sign off on Gray State, for whatever the reason may be, but he just wouldn't do it.
And the weird thing about that too is that when Dan Hennon talked to Mike Boggio, I don't know how to say his name. When he talked to one of the Mikes who was working with David, that Mike was like, I don't know why David did that. He didn't understand why David even went down that route and tried to get those forms from Danny Mason. So it sounds like they didn't even know about these forms.
Well, and I think that was just because David was trying to appease them, because I'm telling you, it's already a done deal. It's copyrighted. It's in David's name. There's no claim that Danny August, he would have to take it to court and truly prove that he came up with that, and would have to show, it's hard to do that and win a case like that. So I see David as trying to do something nice, because, like you had said before, Greg, that there was no way that Danny was going to get the lead in the Gray State for TV. There was just no way. They were going to go with A-list actors, or even D-list actors, but Danny August Mason isn't even a D-list actor.
Right, but David promised him that.
Right.
David says that, so David's lying to him there.
Well, and maybe he thought he had more pull than he did. I don't know.
Yeah. He said he was going to make Danny the main actor in that with the same character, and there's no way that would ever happen. I'm sure Danny Mason knew that too.
Yeah, and Angela here is saying that she listened to the Mike B interview and that he is an A-list director, so there was no way that they were going to put Danny August Mason in the Gray State TV series.
Don't you think that would make him pretty upset?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. What'd you say?
I said, don't you think that would make him pretty upset?
Yes, absolutely. I agree with you. And Angela was also saying that she was talking, maybe thinking about, as far as the psychologist goes, to look at Rania to have the psychologist look at her body language, because she thinks that there are tells in nonverbals, and she says she sees fear in Rania.
That I haven't heard. I haven't seen that either. She seems like her mom, just very perky and very outgoing. Of course, I've only seen a few videos, but
that day she was at school, she was pretty scared.
Right, but that was one time out of months, right? So school probably started in September. That happened in October. Once out of 4 months was the only thing that they noticed, and that is a big deal, though. It is a big deal with whatever happened, whatever she was going through. Something happened, definitely. But what was going on around that time in the Crowley home? I can't really see it. Well, that was when Kamel's sister was coming around and all that. I don't know.
Okay, and Angela's talking about a video of Rania talking about death and dying. Were these the video clips that were in the the Slop-umentary? Because I don't recall seeing any of that. Okay, so
I haven't seen any of it either.
Yeah, they're just talking it's just her talking, and but I really think a lot of that was taken out of context. I think David and Kamel are trying to let her talk, and they're also trying to explain to her why we don't do that, why we kill people. Now, if you guys have seen somebody sent me in the group, somebody posted a video from David in 2012 or 2013, and it shows them filming a bunch of cops running into two houses, storming into the house, taking people out, holding them at gunpoint, and taking them off. That's the whole scene, right? Well, if you look, not only is David's wife there, his daughter is there too. And this is a very violent scene, by the way.
And that's enough to scare a child to death.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
It'll traumatize a child.
But she was not traumatized by it. She understood, as far as, because there's a couple spots where, you know, she's there and she gets it. You know, she's not like traumatized by it. You can totally tell that she understands that this is all fake. This is just a film. So I don't know. I mean, she also might have been set up to be part of the Gray State TV series too. You never know. It could have been a child actor in the works.
That was sure traumatized me.
It traumatized me watching it. But then because that's what I wanted to see. I wanted to see if David's wife and his daughter, if they were actually there, and they were both calm. And just if you look at that's what if we're gonna get a psychologist, I'd want the psychologist to actually look at that and see how calm that this daughter is treating all of this stuff.
But she may not have seen these scenes that we're talking about. Or was she in the house that the cops were rushing into?
She was in the house. She was outside. I think she was part of this scene. So she might have been one of the kids that gets dragged out and everything.
Well, I know one scene was where both of them were sitting on a couch.
Yeah, that's from the trailer. This was filmed later on.
Okay.
Yeah, because for whatever reason, you know, they're filming. Once the trailer comes out in 2012, they're still filming scenes. They're still filming a lot of other things after that. And I think heavily in 2013 they were filming a lot of different stuff. But
yeah, and you know, this kind of goes along with I think, Sophia, you and I were talking about this, or all three of us were talking about this, or four of us. We were talking about the how David was filming these, you know, the aggressive, violent scenes for his movie, and how some people were saying that David suffered from PTSD, which, you know, severe enough to make him quote unquote snap, but how someone with true PTSD would not be able to, not only they wouldn't be able to direct it, they wouldn't be able to watch it or hear those fake gunshots going off. There's just no way.
That's right.
Yes, we were talking about it last night.
Okay, thanks. I couldn't remember.
You're welcome.
I know a lot of people who were in Vietnam that have PTSD, and I guarantee it don't take much to set them off.
Now, back then, did they call it PTSD, or was it just the whole shell shock thing?
They called it shell shock.
Yeah, but it's PTSD now.
But when did that change? Like, why would they?
I don't know.
Just seems ridiculous. Shell shock.
Yeah, if you look here, Angela, she's like saying, I agree about the PTSD. My husband can't handle fireworks. I have a neighbor next door to me, and he suffers from PTSD. And when 4th of July comes around, he freaks out so bad that this last year he actually had to leave and go find a hotel away from where all the fireworks were being lit off. There was a time I lived above, when I lived in Minneapolis, there was, I lived above a man who actually was in Vietnam, and he was in a wheelchair, lost both of his legs, and when he would suffer a flashback, it was horrible. I mean, and he constantly suffered from, back then, what they called shell shock, and I don't see any of that in David. None of it.
No, I don't either. I mean, anybody's got PTSD couldn't go through what he did.
I agree with you.
No way.
Yeah, and there, I mean, he was out in 2009, right? And there's no mention of PTSD. Nobody's talking about. It was never ever brought up until afterwards, which is also kind of weird. It's like, why even bring that stuff up when you don't really know that had anything to do with this? But it was. But the same people that were working with him didn't have any problem working with the guy who had PTSD that could have went into a dark place and snapped and all of that.
No,
that was fine, just as long as they were making money. It seemed that was okay.
Yeah, and Angela, she goes on to say, she says, my husband's is pretty bad. Even sounds on the highway near our house is troublesome. I don't think David would have been this successful if he suffered from PTSD.
No.
And I agree, 100%.
Yeah.
Because there was a lot of violent scenes going on. And not only that, David was always going to the firing range with his buddies. You know, with those guys. They were always out shooting at the range and practicing. So, yeah, that goes totally against the whole PTSD and whatever, that theory.
Just the thoughts going through his head would be enough to set him off.
Yeah.
I agree. No PTSD.
Yeah.
No evidence.
We got another one settled there, didn't we?
Yeah, we did.
Got two.
We're going to get it all figured out. We'll tick them off one at a time.
Yeah.
Well, that's all I have, Greg. Go ahead.
I see on y'all's post you're going to do this every Friday night.
I want to at least do it once every month. It's hard to do it every week.
Every okay, yeah, once a month. Yeah, okay. As long as I can keep up with you.
Well,
I think you can. You've done a pretty good job so far.
You're here.
Yeah, I try to keep up with you.
And what's your name again? I'm sorry, I didn't catch it for about the millionth time.
Pansy, like the flower.
Oh, okay, Pansy. Okay, good.
Yeah.
I'll remember you from now on.
Okay, good. Yeah, we've had a few conversations.
Yes, we have.
But, you know, I like the way you decipher things. I really do. I've watched all I can get of you. And you too. I really do.
I tell you,
I don't know.
No, go ahead.
I don't know why my makeup is like it is, but I get into these things and I don't let go.
That's a good thing, though. That's a good trait.
Yeah, I guess it is. Anyway.
Hey, Sophia, you've been kind of quiet. You got anything to add?
Well, I don't think so. I mean, we have been talking off and on throughout the week and everything. I was kind of more focused on something else, a different case, and given the Crowley case a little bit of a break after we worked on several things over the weekend. But I haven't really come across anything else since.
Okay, yeah, it's like we're still trying to tie up some loose ends and figure out if we're really going to come out with everything we found out. Well, I think we will eventually.
I'm curious to see what the PI finds as well.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Very curious about that.
Oh yeah. Maybe he can clear it all out for us.
I hope so. At least, figure out something. Get some clear answers. Help us figure out how to get some answers. But
I bet he's having fun.
Yeah, I'm sure. She's got a lot of stuff to go through. I mean, think about how much data there is. Yeah.
Those kind of things I like to do.
It's stressful. I don't know.
Yes, it is. I have to break away from this.
Yeah.
Sometimes, to clear my mind.
Mm-hmm.
That's the only way you can do it in order to keep things straight.
Yeah, I know. I really feel myself getting there too, where I need to kind of ease back a little bit and just. But it's it's difficult. You just got to pace yourself, I think.
Yeah, that's right.
Oh well, I want to throw something in here. Happy birthday, Angela! Thank you for joining us on your birthday.
That was awesome. That's great. Happy birthday.
Well, you guys, it's storming down here in Texas.
Uh-oh.
It's been raining down here forever.
That's not good.
I couldn't go and pick Dawn up this morning. I was flooded. I almost stalled my car out.
Oh, no.
And I had to turn back.
We've had some bad weather down here.
I'm in the Corpus Christi.
And you know what? I went and bought me a fishing license. That's the reason why it keeps raining.
It's all your fault.
It's my fault.
Exactly.
But I tell you, we've had some rain. Really have. So.
Sounds good. Good peeps. Any final words? Any final thing here before we sign off? Anyone?
I think I'm through.
Okay.
Yeah, I think I'm done too. But thanks for the conversation, everyone, and thanks for joining Pansy and Angela and whoever else was online but didn't speak. Thank you for at least joining us.
That's right.
Yeah.
Always next time.
Enjoy it.
Yeah,
Love
maybe
you
next
guys.
time we'll get some of them out there. Talk a little more. But
You guys take care.
You
all
too.
right. You too. We'll chat soon. All right, everybody.
Okay,
Have a good night.
Bye-bye.
Good night.
Okay. So you were home last night?
Yep.
Okay. And what did you hear, see, hear?
Let's see. Okay, so I told the other female officer I talked to this morning that I heard a car move or a car door open and close around 3 when we left. But I didn't see who was...
3 a.m. or p.m.?
3 p.m.
3 p.m., okay.
When we were leaving to go run errands. But I didn't see who it was or... I think it was the Mercedes. But I didn't see who it was or anything. And then it was between, around 6:30 p.m. last night. We were sitting in our living room watching TV, and I heard a few loud thuds. It sounded like something heavy hitting the wall. It was a few together, and then a pause, and then a couple more. And that was it.
How long do you think it was between the pause?
Enough. I got up and looked out the window, didn't see anything. It was starting to get dark out, so I didn't see anything. And then a couple more, so 30 seconds to a minute.
Okay. Okay. And your living room is right here, so it's set up basically?
On the back side.
Okay. Can I just look real quick? Okay, yep, so.
We were sitting in there, and it sounded like it was either outside or in the corner of their house, because I looked out in the back.
Okay. And I know the other officer asked you this before, but have you heard gunshots before?
Not a lot, so.
Okay.
A couple times at a shooting range.
Okay, all right. Did you ever have any interaction with them, Hal?
Not a lot.
Okay.
They came to one of the association meetings this summer, and they sat with us outside, and there's food and stuff, and whenever we got the pavement redone, she had come home with groceries, and the whole big ordeal because she had to park on the street, and then couldn't get in, or thought she couldn't get in because the pavement was redone, and she asked me a question. I think I probably waved hi to them once or twice.
Okay. Did you ever hear any fights, arguments, anything like that?
No.
Okay.
Yeah, we barely hear any noise from their side. I can hear cabinets from the other side, but I don't really hear anything from over there.
Okay.
The cat is sitting up and they're still, the cat's still every once in a while.
Okay. All right. If you think of anything, that's my card. All right.
All right. We are now here, and Sophia has joined us. We're going to be discussing a murder that happened about 22 months after David Crowley's death. This also happened in Apple Valley. Hey, Sophia.
Hey, good evening. How are you?
Excellent. Thanks for joining us here.
Thank you. It happened on November 3rd, 2016. The police released a statement on November 5th where they classified this as a murder-suicide. Yes, 2 days.
That's a little better than a couple hours or within 24 hours, but okay. Two days. And this is ruled that a husband who was 49 shot his wife who was 56. Now they don't know exactly when this happened, but I'm sure you're gonna get there too. So all right, so let's keep moving on with this. What else do we know about this case?
Well, this case is kind of interesting because when I had sent off the paperwork, I didn't receive all the information that we received in the Crowley case. So the only thing that I have is just the police report and photos. All I have to go from is just what's written down. And
how many pages was this police report, or the police reports
27.
that you got?
27
pages. Okay.
And
27 pages. And how many
they
photos?
were fairly the photos, let me go back.
Looking at the way that they're numbered,
yeah, it looks like
about maybe a little less than 500 at least that they took, not the ones that you got, but
yes, because I mean it's clearly I'm missing quite a few photos, and that's okay. What I do have does actually go along with the police reports, unlike the Crowley case where you're reading it and a lot of things don't make sense because the photos don't line up a lot with the police reports. This, when it talks about where the couple were found laying and the injuries to their bodies, it all lines up with the police reports. The photos back up the police reports to that too. And so that was a very interesting thing to read. One thing that we need to understand about this case was that it really was investigated by almost the same exact team. I think maybe 2 new members, Officer Holes, and I think that there was one other officer that was new. But the main people that investigated, like the detectives, they were the same exact detectives involved in this case too.
Bone and Gummert and Booth,
and Booth, yes.
It was interesting that Adam Keeler was the first responder for both of these cases too. So
yes.
Now you did receive 3 audio clips too, and we are going to play those here at some point. I couldn't tell from the audio clips which police officer was interviewing the people. Could you tell that or no?
No, I couldn't. It didn't
It was
say.
It was the same guy though, right? The same guy for all 3 clips, I believe.
I think it was.
Very nice guy.
And I found it very informative to listen to the audio clips. It really gave a lot of insight to the state of mind of these victims. And they just seemed like everyday normal couples. And it was just very sad to think that their lives had ended. And we don't even have answers in this case either.
No, we don't.
Of why. I mean, there's no note, which is something that's important. We found that there was no note in this case. There was no note in the Crowley case. this couple had two cats, Astro and Pickles, and their two pets they were left alive, just like Paleo was left alive. And I thought that was another interesting parallel. And as you look through the house and read the cases, you'll see many other interesting parallels. But those were the two main ones, is the no notes, the no, with the pets being left alive. That was, you'll also notice that the lights were interrupted for some reason. This was not planned. One person had been laying on the couch. They had a blanket, a pillow. They were watching the TV, and they were eating a snack, some type of a granola bar or a Nutri-Grain bar. And another person, they both seemed to be in PJs. So the husband had been home all day. He had called in, or he texted his coworker saying that he'd like to take a day off, since he was supposed to have had that Monday off and he had been called into work. So he took that day off, and the wife came home at 3 p.m. She had worked at a laundry cleaner facility, and she had already changed into PJs at the time of their death. One person was charging their phone. Another person left their phone on the counter. Then something very tragic happened.
Just looking at some of these photos here, going through some of the photos, you can see on the table there is a pill bottle. There's some pills there.
Yes.
Do we know any indication what that is?
It's very possible that it could have been for migraines. She had a migraine that day and had told a coworker, or two coworkers even, that she was not feeling well. She was going to cancel a dentist appointment and go home and lay down. So it's very possible it could have been that.
But these aren't over the counter. This isn't over the counter. This is, going to a doctor or something like that, I would think.
Mm-hmm.
To a pharmacy, something like that.
She also had a history of a head injury at one point. And so her memory was kind of bad, and she did suffer migraines. And so it's very possible she could have had a doctor prescription for migraines that came on. You'll notice in the kitchen by the stove that there's some other over-counter medicines and medicines. Yes.
Okay, yeah, I got that one.
It's in that area.
But those are vitamins, right? These are vitamins here.
Mainly memory support and a few others.
Interesting. Okay. And the house is really clean too. The purse is kind of in a weird spot, I thought.
Yeah. I know that if I come home and cook, sometimes if I'm in a hurry, I leave it against the fridge. Up on the counter, but I keep my purse in my room. Some people or women might not, but I like my purse to be near me. That's usually if I'm in a hurry and I don't have time to go and put it up, I'll put it next to the fridge and then get started.
And the other things that I noticed here in the photos that you sent of the wall, going up to the stairs, there was a cross there, so I'm assuming they were Christians.
I'm getting to that photo.
It's the one that showed. It looks like a bullet might have hit that spot too.
Yes, it's a ricochet, and in fact, there was a bullet that was in. It was either embedded in that one area or it was a ricochet. So, Greg, those officers can look up.
We have proof.
Just wanted to let you know that one.
You're right. You're right. Well, maybe they learned from the last case. Maybe that's what happened. They said, okay, well, that's never going to happen again. We're going to make sure we look up.
I thought a very interesting fact in this case was there's a lot of office wall clocks throughout this entire house. I counted at least 10 clocks.
And
everywhere you looked, there was a clock. In fact, there was even one on the ground that I guess it was hanging near where that clock was. Or, I mean, I'm sorry, where the bullet ricochet was going up the stairs. I think it might have been there and fell onto the kitchen floor.
Yep, we're looking at that right now. Also looking at the image of the cell phone in the kitchen area, and that is open to a clock. And I think one of the clips that we'll show actually cover that and talk about how Lynn always had clocks, even on her cell phone. She would always have her phone open like this for people that are looking at this right now. And time, yeah, it's interesting. That's very interesting. I didn't know that's a lot of clocks. But to have all of those clocks and to have the digital clock too, I don't know. I wonder what that's about. We're looking at the image, some exercise bike that has Game of Thrones, Scandal, The Catch, American Horror Story, her TV shows. So she had to write him down, maybe. So yeah, memory. And then you said a lot of the stuff on top of that toaster oven in the kitchen is for memory.
There's even notes on the counter of the kitchen. It says Sunday, 9:30, and if you read that note, it's talking about helping an elderly friend at church because she was afraid of slipping and falling, and so they were going to go and help her.
Oh, how nice.
And it says 9:30, and then up there is some type of a show.
Yeah, let's look at that.
So these are plans that they're making for the future. All right here. They loved antiquing and going to different eclectic craft shows and stuff like that. It was one of their friends had made sure to mention it in the police statement that they tried to do this every weekend.
Yeah, they had tickets. The tickets are for November 19th, 2016. The bodies were found on November 3rd, if I remember correctly here. And this is for, looks like a cover band for the Carpenters, basically is what it looks like. Row 5, seat 16, very low. And then on top of that, the dinner theater purchase for Saturday, November 19th. I wonder, okay, same day at 8 p.m. Interesting. Yeah, you're right. Plans for the future. Okay, let's keep moving on here because obviously the first thing that we're looking for, the first thing everybody's looking for, the thing that is not mentioned in any of the Fox 9 News reports or in any of the KARE 11 reports or anywhere is why Alan is guilty of killing his wife. This is a serious thing. So within a couple days, two days, we need to understand why the police believe that Alan killed his wife. And what we're not seeing anywhere, so far I haven't seen it, is where the media is pressing the cops to answer that question. They just report whatever the cops say, but they don't ask them that question. Why do you think that Alan is guilty?
And in the recordings that we received, there's no answers either. None of the friends and family had any reason to believe that Alan would snap or that he would even commit a murder and then kill himself. They all said that there was no issues with domestic violence. He didn't abuse her. He didn't even verbally abuse her. They seemed to be in love. And they loved being together and doing things together. So something obviously happened that night if we are going to take the official narrative.
In their documents, is there anywhere that says why they think that this guy is guilty of killing his wife? What do the media press release reports say? That just we think he killed him and we think he killed his wife and that's it, basically?
That it was a murder-suicide, and I'm going to look it up right now.
Because I mean, it's one thing for them to say it, but for the media, I mean, come on, you guys gotta ask these questions. Why are you not asking these questions?
They mention 38 caliber handgun adjacent to the bodies. Autopsies indicate that he fired the gun. Described as a happy couple, close relationship. That he struggled with depression. His father had just died. I mean, depression is going to be there. There were no police contacts at this residence other than a couple routine calls, making this level of violence surprising. And that's the other thing. The neighbor reported nothing in regards to domestic violence. She never heard a single thing. The updated press release was November 5th, 2 days after the bodies were found at the Pinnock residence. So even then, there's really no answers. They're left with their hands up too. But I do find it very interesting that the news didn't even press it.
Yeah, nothing. Okay, and on that same day, November 5th, Fox News 9 have a updated version, and for what they say, that they found Alan Lee Josephson, 49, and his wife, Lynn, 56, at approximately 9:45 a.m., November 3rd, 2016, while conducting a welfare check of their home on the 14,000 block of Pinnock Avenue. The weapon used was a .38 caliber handgun, which was found adjacent to the bodies, and I'm going to show an image of that. Okay.
And that is a .38 special. When you see a photo of the gun and it's open, so you see the cartridges still in the chamber, those are empty cartridges. I think there was one loaded left, I think, and the rest were empty. So it was not a loaded gun, except for that one bullet.
When you're looking at the image of, all you see is the 2 feet, a couple of blood drops, and the gun. You're saying that cage, that carrier out there, it was a pet stroller. I've never heard of that before, but that makes sense. Okay.
It's a thing.
It's interesting. Is it really a thing?
It is a thing, and they love their cats. They were good pet owners. They had things all throughout the house for their cats. And even neighbors talked about the cats, and even the coworkers. So that was something that they obviously loved, was their children, their fur children.
Their fur children, that's funny. Yeah, so it's odd then that TV was on. We can see that the TV's on. I wish I could tell what type of magazine was in or pamphlet was in her purse. I can't really tell if it's one of those Jehovah's Witness things or something. I can't. It looks, maybe it's like an advert, like a catalog or something like that. It's kind of what it looks like.
I had a hard time looking at it, and I was hoping you might be able to with your computer.
Yeah, it's it looks like kind of like a Pottery Barn catalog or something. It's just off the top of my head. But then the first thought was, oh man, it looks like a Jehovah's Witness thing or something. I don't know. I'm not sure what it is.
And right there where her purse is, and I'm not sure I sent you a decent photo, but that magnet says love on it. And
you're right.
And if you think back to the Kindle that was in the Crowley case that has love written on it. And I thought that was just an odd coincidence.
Yeah, you're right about that Kindle. The Kindle in the Crowley house did have love written on it, but if you look closely at the laptop, or not the laptop, the Apple computer in David's office, written in dust is love as well. Love is written on one of the cell phones too, and I think on Camille, one of her tattoos is actually love. Yeah, love was a big part of that. And then we have a note here on the door.
Yeah, and when they're described by friends and family, they were talking about how much David and Camille loved each other, and even one of the friends, I would say it was a friend, said that their love was very high schoolish. I still don't understand that one, but...
Yeah, I don't get that either. Maybe just new, like a new love or something. I don't know.
I guess. Okay, number 7 is signs of a struggle. There's a clock in the kitchen with that's face down, and a battery actually fell out of it. There's knocked over spices off the kitchen counter. So there's spices on the counter that are like messed up. I guess they had been on a plate. Then there was one that was on the ground. I'm thinking possibly a cat had been up there at the time that this occurred, and it startled the cat. It's just an estimate, though, or just a guess. And one of the other signs of a struggle was that there were heavy thuds heard several times, and that was heard by the next door neighbor. They lived in a townhome, so when she actually heard this going on, she got up to check outside her window thinking that somebody was outside. When she didn't see anybody, then she went back and sat back down. So in the recording, the officer asked her, has she ever heard gunshots before? And she mentioned, yes, a couple times. And then they just kind of dropped the topic at that time. So she didn't necessarily mention gunshots. She just said heavy thuds. I found that kind of interesting, too, because gunshots are pretty distinguishable. It's almost like a car backfire. When you hear them, they're very loud. So that, compared to a thud, is just odd as a description. Now, we don't have photos for this. This is just a description of how the bodies were found. This is number 8. There are large pools of blood under both the victims' heads. Under Alan's, or around Alan's head, was just a little bit of vomit. One of the officers had mentioned the vomit and that he possibly could have eaten before he passed away. Now, he was shot on the right side of the head. The exit was on the left side of the head. The gun was found at the feet, but the bodies had been, or his body had been moved. Her body had not been touched. He was lying in front of the door, the main entrance of the house. And he was kind of kitty corner between the door, and there was a guest bathroom right there. And so he was partially in the guest bathroom, and his feet were in front of the door, and they couldn't get it open. So they had to force the door to open by ramming it numerous times.
So he's the one wearing white socks.
No, he's the one that was wearing black socks. She was in the white with the plaid.
Okay.
And she was behind the door. He was in front of it, so they pushed him forward, and she was behind against the wall. And her injuries, she had been shot twice, and the first bullet she tried to deflect with her hand, So she will be missing her middle finger, and the bullet traveled up her arm and was embedded in her shoulder. And I found that rather interesting because Camille is missing both her hands. So what if Camille had lifted her hands up to deflect a bullet to cover her face, like Lynn had in this case? That could be a reason, possibly.
Sure, but Lynn was only missing one finger,
yes.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
Of course, a different type of gun too. We're talking about as well.
Yes, completely. Yeah.
But it looks like Lynn was killed at close range, no doubt, right?
Yes, she was. She was shot on the right side of her head also, exit side on the left, and there was gun stippling found on the wife, like on her shirt, her face. And there was no mention of stippling for Camille. I think there was a possible mention of it for Rainey, but I'm not 100%. I would have to go back to the records for that one.
It's kind of a weird area for them both to be right by the door, I thought.
I'm thinking she might have tried to escape.
Yeah.
And she made a run for the door, and either he overpowered him, or whatever happened right there at that place. And then he just turned around and took his own life at that time.
Or there was another person there, for sure. Hard to say.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting that, knowing that the two bodies are right here, that they would move one instead of going around to another door or something.
I believe there was a sliding glass door, but that one was locked.
Right now we're looking at the front door from the couch. We're kind of standing on the opposite side of the couch looking at the front door. And there is blood on the lower side next to the door, next to the back of the door where the door was kicked in. And seeing this image shows a lot of blood back there.
Mm-hmm.
That would lead me to think this person was shot, the wife, Lynn, was shot while she was on the ground almost.
Yes, that's what I'm thinking too.
It's a lot of blood, unless those are fingers or something else reaching up or something. Wow, that is a horrifying image. Horrifying.
One thing that I can say about this case is I received a lot more photos of the gun than we ever had.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Now that gun isn't bloody either, right? So comparing the two guns is interesting too.
Yes, absolutely.
There's like 3 little droplets next to that gun for some reason. We're just going to go through these photos here.
Now, when we talk about the blood and the collection and stuff, Detective Bone, Detective Booth, and Detective Gummer were the only ones who did the collection of the blood at the scene. The BCA was never called in to do anything in regards to this case. In fact, there's not even any BCA reports. DNA was not ran. This blood collection was strictly for the ME. It stated that within the police reports. And I found that very interesting also. So if they had considered this a murder, I believe that the BCA would have been called in to conduct their investigation.
Okay, I see the bullet fragment down on the carpet. It's a small fragment. The spices on top of the kitchen counter next to the sink. Some are kind of moved over. Yeah, a scene interrupted. It's an interesting way to describe it.
That's what I felt, that they were just at home enjoying an evening, and all of a sudden chaos breaks out and in tragedy. A very interrupted life. In regards to those, the police report was very, very clear about who did what at the crime scene. Keeler and Holes responded. This is a very interesting fact here. They had the phones pinged before they forced entry. When they found out that the phones were at the house, that's when they decided to have forced entry. That and the fact that they saw a bullet laying on the carpet through the window. That photo with the cat stand through the window, there's a bullet there on the carpet. And so that was their just cause, those two things together. Now they, as far as we know, because it's not in the police reports at all, they didn't ping the phones for David and Kamal. And I found that very interesting that they would do it in this case.
Not in that one.
And then, of course, Detective Bone and Gummer and Booth did the blood samples for the ME. They gathered the bullets and the bullet fragments. Detective Booth also was the one who secured the gun, and he took the photos of the crime scene, and he had helped with the blood samples. I read that a couple times. 5 rounds shot. 4 rounds in the house were found. I think the other round was in her shoulder. The 5th round. One round was found the wall by the glass door. Another was on the carpet by the TV. One was lodged in the sheetrock close to the ceiling next to the stairs, and this is what I said. I guess they can look up because they looked up and saw that. And then one was in the exercise machine. They went back to the crime scene after they got a call from the cleaners stating that when they moved the exercise machine, the bullet came out of that. So they went back a couple days after the bodies were found.
So they didn't leave the house with. They left the house with only 3 bullets.
Yes.
But yet they come to find out 5 were actually fired here. I mean, looking at the bullet or whatever that nick is by the stairs. That's a weird angle too. That's a weird angle if that's a bullet. It just seems kind of.
Well, that's where it was lodged. There was a bullet lodged in there. They dug it out.
Mm-hmm.
So that nick was, I guess, it was taken after. Or
okay.
I'm not quite sure.
It's hard to tell from that photo. But.
Mhm. And then you'll see one in the window that was a ricochet. There's a glass hutch where it went through the wicker chair and it hit the glass hutch that was behind it.
The bedroom is made. The master bed is made. I'm going to go back a few here because I'm just cycling through these photos. For the first time, actually, it's the first time that I've really looked at them. I saw a few of them that you sent over that we've already played, but now we're going through all of them. I wonder how many bedrooms there are upstairs. If this is the master bedroom or not, just the one. But the bed is neatly made, so I can understand. I don't know how they can say that this, because they think that this happened around 9:30 at night or so, and the bodies are found the next day.
Mhm.
And I guess that's based on those thumps that a neighbor heard.
Yes.
Lots
and
of
she had
teddy
been
bears.
watching TV also. Yeah, I had a hard time understanding if they had 2 bedrooms or 3, because there's one that's like a computer room, and there's lots of storage stuff in it.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's another bedroom that looks very, very tidy. And then one that has a lot of stuffed animals and teddy bears.
And their image,
So
it has their photos and their marriage photos, and it has a cross in there too, another cross, second cross.
Mhm. The clock thing was definitely an OCD.
She wanted to remember, wanted to keep an eye on what time it was. I wonder why. Lots of DVDs and movies, CDs, stuff like that.
Doesn't that remind you of the Crowley case too, in the basement?
Mhm. The storage room.
Just the bins and all the.
This is all his
clutter in there.
Yeah, this
That's
looks
what
like
I was thinking.
My wife would tell me, okay, put all your stuff in one room. That's your area.
That's what I was thinking, because there's a TV in there. I think there's a computer also.
His clothes are in there too. A lot of his clothes are in there.
Just a very interesting area. And then
if there was a
garage
bed
also.
in there. Mm-hmm.
So he had his garage, and then he had that room. Just odd. But anyway.
A lot of movies.
The one thing that I noticed was it was like 2 very distinct personalities. One very neat, and the other kind of cluttered. And it was hard to tell who was who. And then this investigation was wrapped up it started at 9:47. That's when they got on scene. It wrapped up at 3 p.m. The ME removed the bodies at 2:48. And the ME was there within hours, which I thought was pretty normal. Not like the Crowleys, where it took them almost 12 hours to arrive. I found that one extremely interesting. And that was the end of my talking points. Is there anything in the photos from that catches your eye?
Yeah, I'm just scrolling through all of them now. Just trying to understand where all 5 shots went. I think the photos really give you a very good idea of that. Oh, okay, the cracked glass. That glass container has a bullet hole in it.
Mhm.
And then there's like a pant. There's pants, or there's something denim behind it as well. These are low level. Why are these shots so low? Everything is low. Even the one shot by the stairs looks like it was shot from a low point shooting up or something.
Like somebody was laying down almost as they were doing the shots, or on their, like, sitting down or laying down, because they're so low.
They're really low. Everything is low. Okay, that's odd. It's shot through. Oh, I see. Okay, it's shot through the wicker chair where the puppy is. I see what you're saying. Okay.
And it hit that glass hut.
Gotcha. And then if people are looking at this image in the upper left is where it looks like the bullet fragment or part of the bullet lands over there. That's really interesting.
Going back to the case, you'll see where the wooden blinds, there's a nick
I was
in
just
them.
looking at that. What is that?
That's also a ricochet.
Wow, so it goes through the glass?
So it ricocheted off of that, and then it fell onto the carpet. It ricocheted from, you remember that part where they were taking a photo of the edge of the window, where the wall was still there? and
Yeah.
it took a nick out. That whole area is where it ricocheted, and then the bullet fell back onto the carpet.
Did they say
And that's
anything
the
about
initial bullet.
any open doors or anything, or were they very clear to say that everything was locked? That's it.
Yeah, they were very clear to say that everything
Okay.
was locked, the windows, everything.
Well, we're looking at the gun right now, and
Okay.
no blood that I can see on this gun.
It's very clean.
And they got a few of the bullet fragments. I'm assuming that's what this is here. Wow, look at that one. It's just like a circle with a hole inside. That's almost. Okay, there is some on the bottom. Let's see. That's never seen that. Now we're looking at the Samsung cell phone that's open. Some fingerprints on there. Unlike the other one, so this must be Alan's phone, I'm assuming. The Samsung one here. The one with the clock, I'm assuming, is Lynn's phone.
It's Lynn's. And see, why would Alan have his phone on the charger if he was going to kill himself?
Good question. Looking at the ammunition right now. I wonder if that's it. If that's the only box of ammo. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 are taken out.
Mhm.
They should have been looking for 5, I guess. These are hollow points? I can't tell by that.
Let's see here.
It's gonna be hollow.
Having a hard time. Does it say that? No.
No.
Hornsby ammunition. This looks like just the casings. 25 cartridges.
There's some type of plastic wrap over the front door, the outside front door. It's kind of weird.
Now, I don't live in Minnesota, so I don't have an answer for that. I don't know if... I remember when we lived in Alaska, we would kind of do like some insulation on our basement windows and put plastic around it.
Mm-hmm.
To keep the cold air from coming through. We lived in base housing, so we had to deal with that, which were much older homes. And so maybe that's what they were trying to do, was keep the garage from being so cold. It's just a guess.
Mm-hmm.
But if anybody's listening and they live in Minnesota, they might have an answer to why somebody would put garbage bags over their windows in the garage. I welcome any types of answer.
Was there anything in these reports that kind of stood out to you?
I think mainly the biggest one was the fact that BCA did not show up. One of the things that really interests me was that the reports followed the photos. So I wasn't left questioning a lot of the information that I had just read, and I wasn't left questioning the photos that I just looked at. It all coincided together. It explained who did what, so we weren't left thinking, okay, who removed the gun? Who secured that? Or who collected bullets? This actually told me who did what. And that was a nice surprise. It really read like a police report. What I would expect as one. Not like the Crowley case where there's so many questions even after you read it. And trying to figure out like body position and stuff like that. I'm not sure if I'm making sense here.
Yeah. Well, it's hard to make sense with any of this stuff here,
it is.
but
I mean, and this is a very sad case, and then you think, okay, well, financial issues might have been a problem, or depression might have been a problem, but none of the family members ever saw anything that was any clues. They didn't have any concerns. They just accepted it. Oh, there is one thing. The mother knew. She asked the officer, I believe it was Officer Gummer, "Is my son dead?" And he said, "Yes." Why do you ask? Well, he asked, "Why do you ask that?" And it was a feeling that she had. She couldn't get a hold of him. And I thought that was an interesting correlation also.
Here's something interesting. On page 26 of 27, that image is very clear, by the way, so that's a good one. I don't know if you purposely wanted to point this one out. This says that on 11/10/2016, we were called to the address 14025 Pinnock Avenue by John Eric Josephson. He said he found a bloody towel in the upstairs linen closet. Detective Becker and I went to the house and collected the towel. This is Detective Sean McKnight reporting this. It had some dark stain and 2 holes in the towel. John had already touched it multiple times. We placed it in a bag to bring back to the police department. Once in Apple Valley Police Department, I used some type of thing to test these stains. I don't know what that word is, but you can clearly see it right here. They did not come up positive for blood. In looking closely at the towel, it is apparent that the stains on the towel are from hair dye. It appears Lynn used this towel when she dyed her hair. The colors and stain patterns would be consistent with the hair dye process. It should also be noted that after the cleanup crew left, John found a portion of a bullet on the carpet. The cleanup crew had cut out the carpet and had further taken the exercise bike apart. It is likely that the bullet fragment fell out of the bike when it was moved and further disassembled. John kept the bullet fragment and took it home with him. What?
Yeah, like, why not call the police?
Okay, who is John? Obviously, that's the brother, right? I'm assuming it's...
That's what I'm thinking. I'm assuming that it's the brother.
Why would you take a bullet fragment home? Why are there 2 holes in this towel? I guess that could be whatever.
It's just a very used towel, very old, and I can see that.
Yeah,
I mean, if she used it to dye her hair, then she wanted to use just a really old towel to do that, so she's not ruining a good one.
Camille had just dyed her hair too.
Another interesting correlation.
So let me
and I
see
look
if there's
forward to the audience listening to the audio, because it really does help explain this case. And what is said in these audios does correspond with the police reports. So I don't really think that anybody was hiding anything. They were trying to be as helpful and as honest as possible. That was my feeling listening to their statements. And we don't have audio for the Crowley case at all. Although there is audio on file, we just don't have access to it.
Not yet.
Yeah, not yet.
Not yet. And they have 4 cars.
Right. Yes, they did.
4 cars. That's interesting too.
We have work car, pleasure car.
That's a nice Beamer
a
they
Grand
had in
Am.
there too. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. A Grand Am, a Pontiac, a Mercedes, and a blue Mustang. They had 1 parking overflow, 1 parked in the driveway, 1 parked in the garage, and then 1 over at his mother's house.
If they were Christians, and we see 2 crosses, I didn't see a Bible in any of the photos, but if they were, it would lead me to think, you know what, you're going to need some hard evidence then. You're going to need some hard facts before you just start saying that this guy killed his wife, first of all, and then for whatever reason killed himself. So no indication on this guy's prints on the murder weapon, anything like that, because they didn't bother to do those tests. It's kind of what it sounds like. If the Minnesota BCA is not involved, can we conclude that no DNA test, nothing like that was ever done, or is it just not public record? Maybe they did it kind of privately. Based on the autopsies, maybe it wasn't necessary.
No, I assume that it wasn't done only because I asked for them and I was told that they weren't done. I sent a screenshot of that email to you.
Okay.
It should be in
I'll
your
make sure to add that here.
messages. But yes, I asked for DNA, BCA results, I believe some other records too, and it said in reviewing the case file, it was determined that there were no DNA test results or BCA lab results from the scene. The autopsy reports are not releasable.
Wow. Well, there you go. Any final words here before we sign off?
That I want to give my condolences to this family and their friends, and the only reason why I had requested this file was to see if the Crowley case was real or not. I was going to compare the two cases and the investigations. Come to find out that I'm left with even more questions than answers. But I'm hoping that Alan and Lynn are resting in peace and that their two kitties are with loving homes.
Amen.
And I want to thank the audience for listening to us tonight.
That's right. So let us know what you think. How, when you compare this case to the Crowley case, what was done right, what was done wrong, what is missing, what is here that isn't in the Crowley case. If anybody notices anything, please leave us some notes in the comments of the video, and based on that, we will decide if it's worth coming back and doing a second one. We covered a lot of ground here, and this was the first time that I've looked at a lot of these photos. And the most interesting one to me is the gun, where the gun was. All right, until we meet again, we will sign off for now.
All right, where do you guys work at?
Essendant, ESSENDANT in Egan.
Okay, what do you guys do?
We're a wholesale company for stationery.
Oh, okay. All right, what's Al do for you? He goes by Al? Is that?
Yeah, he's our maintenance lead.
Okay.
So
right.
Me and one other guy were our maintenance department. So they pretty much took care of the facility. We got conveyors and heating and boiler and everything else.
Okay.
That's pretty much
So he's your handy guy who fixed everything and maintained everything. What brings you guys out here today?
We had a call from Appleton Police that he was at this point missing. We were doing a welfare check.
Okay.
So that's the reason it indicated to me that I must have gone see people okay.
Okay. All right. I can't say if he's okay or not. Honestly.
Fair enough.
I haven't been inside to know what's going on in there. I know that they're, to be candid with you, I'm not trying to spread rumors, but there's, deceased in there. So we're trying to, figure out. That's why we call.
I appreciate it.
Is he working today, or
He was scheduled to work, and when he didn't show up, I texted him first because we thought we got another facility up at DP that he was working at. And I didn't know if he was going to be up there or not, so I texted him. Didn't get any response, so then I called him, and as soon as I called him, all I got was his voicemail. So he hasn't contacted us back since.
Okay. Did it go right to?
It went right to voicemail. I never rang.
Sorry.
At this moment, it's not a bad gig.
Can that not bring a smile to everybody's face whenever it is? I mean, that's perfect.
Wife has daycare, so it's appropriate. And
there
it was a good timing for that. He was with us for 24 years.
24 years, okay. I was there for quite a while. Any problems as an employee?
No. At times he'll show some hyperness, but otherwise he's been a very good employee.
Okay. I've never seen him raise his voice.
Okay. No anger issues or anything? Is that
No,
the problem?
he gets frustrated sometimes with work issues. He gets a little passionate, but he never raises his voice. He just pushes his point, and if you discuss it with him, then he understands, and
He left.
we go with it.
He left Tuesday, shook my hand in good spirits, and he ran to the door, double-checked something for me. And then I had a text message from him yesterday morning. Asked if he could have PTO day.
For today or for yesterday?
For yesterday.
Okay.
Said, Bob, I'd like to take a PTO day today. Couldn't use on Monday and have some family emergencies going on. Gearbox in the shelf. He worked Wednesday night too. He came back in Tuesday night to replace a gearbox from. It must have been a couple 3
Mind if
hours.
I just snap a picture of that?
Oh, absolutely not.
Is that all right? Is that his personal phone that you know? Like,
His
that's
cell phone.
Okay, you don't have like a work phone or anything that you guys
No,
provide or anything
no.
like that. So that was the last communication that you had with him?
That was it.
Was that?
And then this morning I reached out to him too, asked if he was okay. I knew he had stuff going on, so I asked him. And nothing.
I didn't read it, but
Oh, sorry.
what was he saying that he needed PTO? Did he say like a reason?
He just said what you see, that was it.
Personal time off? That's what PTO is, right?
Yep, personal time. I'm sorry.
Nope, just making sure we're talking the same language. We all work for different businesses. I got all kinds of acronyms in my world, so I got to make sure I understand everything. Okay, so after 7:18 yesterday morning, he left work, and everything was good after that?
17, he texted me Tuesday night.
Tuesday night.
I believe, he punched out at 9:40?
7:44, I think, is when he punched out.
Yesterday or last?
Tuesday. He
Tuesday?
took yesterday off.
Okay.
PTO day.
Okay, so Tuesday at 7:44 he punched out. PM?
PM,
yep.
Okay.
And that's the last time that anybody's seen him. So then this morning, his counterpart, I asked him if he talked to Al. He said no. He tried calling him last night. I said, did it go right to voicemail? He says, no, it did ring.
Okay.
Last night. So then this morning, it went right to voicemail.
Yeah, straight. There wasn't one ring.
And who called him? Who was the coworker who called last?
That was his partner, his maintenance
co-worker, yeah.
Did he say when he called him at all?
He did not, nor did I ask.
Okay. But it rang and then it ended up going to voicemail.
Yep.
He didn't actually talk to him last night or anything?
No.
Okay. Any health issues, anything like that?
No, he
that you guys are aware of?
He's very
missed
sick.
Okay. Is he?
His wife,
Okay.
both of them are very health fanatics, to be honest with you.
I think the biggest thing he
Like
had
workout health fanatics, like eating health
I'd say
fanatics,
more-
or just fit health?
I'm going to say fit healthy.
Okay.
How they eat and what they do with that.
Okay.
Workout-wise, I don't have your answer, but I
Okay.
know that they watch what they eat, everything they do.
Okay.
I know earlier this past summer his dad passed away, so he had to take a week or so off to deal with that. So
Okay.
I would say that was probably the biggest thing he had to stress out on earlier this year was that.
What kind of car did Al drive?
He has 4 of them.
He has 4.
One there, and there must be a couple in the
I
garage.
believe there's a Mustang in the garage, and then there's a
So one here being the
silver one?
silver Pontiac there,
the one that's in the driveway.
the black car.
Yep, then in the garage there should be a blue Mustang,
Okay.
and then there's also a black Beamer.
Okay.
So I know he had 4 cars.
Okay. I'll write all these down. So he's got the. Is that a Grand Am or free?
Yep, Grand Am.
Okay, he's got the Grand Am. He's got
I think that's a 6, Pontiac 6. What do you call those? Other one?
the black one there.
G6. I think it's a G6.
It's a convertible, ain't it?
Not that one.
That one? No, it's just a
And then he's got a blue Mustang.
Mustang, older one.
I know that's a
90s.
And his Beamer's a convertible.
And a Beamer's
And then a BMW.
Yeah.
Okay. And the Pontiac up there is not hard to tell. I can't tell from here even if that's a. So which one did he drive mostly?
To work, I see more drive mostly the black one to work.
Yeah.
Okay.
Although he drove the silver one the last time I saw him on Tuesday, didn't he?
This one?
Yeah.
The Grand Am?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I think that's all I need at this point. I appreciate you guys chatting with me and giving
I
me some
appreciate taking the time, I really do.
So,
I feel horrible.
appreciate it. Yeah, it's are you guys doing okay? Is there anything that we can do for you?
I was just worried about him. Like I said, we couldn't get a hold of him. It's not like Al wanted to let us know when he's not going to.
I spent my whole career with him, so it hurts.
No. You know, I can't tell you because I don't know.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Medical examiners are the ones who make, positive identifications.
I can't do that. So, you know, I think we can all come to conclusions and, you know, make reasonable guesses and assumptions about things, but I certainly can't tell you for certain. So, you know, I don't want to be like, yep, this is the way it is, and then all of a sudden it's wrong because I don't know, I don't have that information.
No,
so.
and I appreciate this way. All right, that's all I got. Thank you again.
Thank you, guys. How long has she worked for you?
I didn't get a chance to go back in the office, but I'm going to say between 6 and 7 years.
For a while?
Yes.
Okay. Is it just kind of the two of you in there most of the time, or is there lots of different people in there?
She worked from 7 till 3 by herself, but I would always show up at 8 o'clock in the morning, between 8 and 8:30, and then I have another driver that shows up at about 1:30, 2 o'clock to deliver.
Okay. So it's a pretty small operation in terms of not a ton of employees.
Nope.
And they're all working together.
Everybody, and then her replacement comes in at 3 o'clock to take over for her.
Okay. Does she work like the register, taking in laundry, taking payments, getting shirts and whatever back to the customers and that sort of thing?
Yep.
Okay. Good employee?
Excellent.
Excellent employee. Okay. Ever any problems with her?
Never. Zero.
Okay.
She's a little high-strung, a little nervous.
Okay.
This position probably worked out really great for her because I think she doesn't interact, or a lot of commotion is stressful for her. So a calm environment was good for her, I think.
Taking some tasks, get rid of the tasks.
Yes,
be able to manage that
she
pretty
does.
easily.
Yeah, she doesn't handle like if an angry customer came in, or that would just kind of send her in an overload. So she didn't handle stress well. I knew that much.
Okay. Were you guys, obviously you're employer and employee, were you also friendly outside the work?
Not outside, but friendly. I knew a little bit about her life. Not a lot, but a little bit.
Okay. You guys would chat?
Yes.
What did you know about her life?
Recently, her and her husband, they would go to the Ames Theater. They did a lot of cultural events. She loved to go to plays. I would bet they would go to plays or cultural events every other weekend. They were doing something nice like that. Recently, they were having a little bit of stress because they bought a new bed, and then they had to take the new bed back, and then they had to get another bed because it wasn't satisfactory. So I knew there was a problem with she was like, if this doesn't work, this is it, type thing. I'm getting sick of the bed issue, and that's like the first time I ever heard her ever say anything a little unusual about it, because it was just her and him the whole time.
Was it because of something with him, or because their marriage couldn't handle it?
Or? He had a hard time sleeping, so he was very particular about the bed that they had to buy, and it was kind of driving her nuts about that. So typical stuff.
So they had been fighting about that.
Fighting is a strong word. It was the first time she kind of mentioned something because they would take off on the weekends and do craft shows. I always thought it was kind of nice. She had a husband that would take off and do all these, like craft shows, flea markets, and that kind of stuff. So it seemed like they had a nice relationship.
Okay. How long have they been together, do you know?
She just told me not that long ago. I'm going to say about 15 years, somewhere in there.
Okay, so quite a while. Any children that they have?
They're cats. That baby carriage was for her cats. She put her cats
How many cats do they have?
Two.
Okay. Is this like first marriage, only marriage for them, or do they have other ex-spouses? Or
I don't think so. I think this is the first marriage for both.
So as far as you know, other than the mattress, there weren't any marital issues. She didn't confide in you.
Nope.
Would she have confided in anyone else at work about anything?
Nope. The gal that I called to come in, because I showed up at 8 o'clock and I pulled into the parking lot, and I always look for a car. And she drives a Mercedes, a very beautiful Mercedes, and it's not there. And then I thought, maybe her husband dropped her off. Car problems. Well, then I pulled up to the front of the door, and it was dark. And I'm going, oh my gosh. So I go in, and I look on the schedule, you know, because if she would have changed her schedule, she would always get somebody to work for her, and she would always, Mary, I've got Candace to come in for me. She was very, very responsible.
Good about telling you about those.
She didn't work the weekends, but if we had a new person up at the store working the weekends, she would always say, Mary, I'm 10 minutes away. If they have a problem, I can run up. I mean, she was a wonderful employee.
Okay.
So just a great person.
Okay. Okay.
She has a brother that lives in St. Paul, and then her mother lives, I want to say, Arizona or someplace like that.
Okay. Any idea what their names are? Or anything like that?
I've got the gal at work going through the Rolodex because she gave me her husband's work for next of kin, her work number and his cell phone number. And when I got into work, I called. When I realized she wasn't there, I called her cell phone and just said, you know, I'm kind of wondering what's going on. And then, you know, I start calling people. Did Lynn switch with you? No. Well, then I called her again, no answer. I called the office to get her address, and I drove over here about 9-ish, I think, and pounded on the door. And in fact, I got the neighbor. I wasn't sure where to go.
Which unit? Okay, so you got, just so I get my time, she's supposed to start at 7 this morning. Normally no problems, no calls or anything like that from her.
Late.
No calls from her saying there's issues. Didn't do the schedule change thing. You got there at 8. No car, still locked up, still dark. Clearly she wasn't there for the day.
Yep.
So did you come here immediately, or
no? I went back to the plant because I wanted to get her address, get on the address. So then I got dropped off at the plant, got somebody to take Lynn's place, my place at the branch store. Then I got the address and came here, and
so it was about
8:30, quarter to 9 by the time I got all that.
So 8:30, 8:45, you get here. And see anything? You knock? Did you talk to a neighbor then?
I knocked on the wrong door when I first came up because I knew it was 14049. But I didn't realize that the side entrance went around. So I went in, so I knocked on it.
Neighbor.
And I just said, is Lynn back here? And she said, you got to go around. So I went around, and I knocked down, and I tried to peek in, but it looked like there was something over the windows. I couldn't see a cat. So that's when the police called back, they said that, because I was worried it was carbon monoxide, because when she left work yesterday about 3 o'clock, she told her replacement she was canceling her dental appointment and she had a headache. And Lynn had a kind of a bad accident maybe 3 years ago where she felt like she had a concussion and was doing therapy for concussion and memory and stuff like that. So I knew she was dealing with that kind of issue. So when she said she had a headache, I thought, oh. And then I know she mentioned something that her air conditioner or furnace wasn't working great this summer, and then I thought, oh my gosh, carbon monoxide. So that's why I came. And then I got back to the shop and called you guys to come out and do the welfare.